Dark Prince. Dark Series, Book 1. By Christine Feehan. Part 1. Chapter 1. He could no longer fool himself. Slowly, with infinite weariness, Mikhail Dubrinsky closed the leather-bound first edition. This was the end. He could no longer bear it. The books he loved so much could not push away the stark, raw loneliness of his existence. The study was lined with books, floor to ceiling on 3 of the 4 walls of the room. He had read every one, committed a great many to memory over the centuries. They no longer provided solace for his mind. The books fed his intellect, but broke his heart. He would not seek sleep at dawn, at least not the healing sleep of renewal. He would seek eternal rest, and God have mercy on his soul. His kind was few, scattered, persecuted, gone. He had tried it all, sciphis, physical and mental, every new technology. Mikhail had filled his life with art and philosophy, with work and science. He knew every healing herb and every poison root. He knew the weapons of man and had learned to become a weapon himself. He remained alone. His people were a dying race, and he had failed them. As their leader, he had been committed to finding a way to save those he looked after. Too many of the males were turning, giving up their souls to become the undead in desperation. There were no women to continue their species, to bring them back from the darkness in which they dwelled. They had no hope to continue. The males were essentially predators, the darkness growing and spreading in them until they had no emotion, nothing but the dark in a gray, cold world. For each it was necessary to find his missing half. The lifemate that would bring him forever into the light. Grief overwhelmed him, consumed him. He lifted his head and roared out his pain like the wounded animal he was. He could no longer bear to be alone. The trouble is not really in being alone, it's being lonely. One can be lonely in the midst of a crowd, don't you think? Mikhail became still, only his soulless eyes moving warily, a dangerous predator scenting danger. He inhaled deeply, closing his mind instantly, while all senses flared out to locate the intruder. He was alone. He couldn't be wrong. He was the oldest, the most powerful, the most cunning. No one could penetrate his safeguards. No one could approach him without his knowledge. Curious, he replayed the words, listened to the voice. Female, young, intelligent. He allowed his mind to open slightly, testing paths, looking for mental footprints. I have found it to be so, he agreed. He realized he was holding his breath, needing the contact. A human. Who gave a damn? He was interested. Sometimes I go into the mountains and stay by myself for days, weeks, and I'm not lonely. Yet at a party, surrounded by 100 people, I am more lonely than ever. His gut clenched hotly. Her voice, filling his mind, was soft, musical, sexy in its innocence. Mikhail had not felt anything in centuries. His body had not wanted a woman in hundreds of years. Now, hearing this voice, the voice of a human woman, he was astonished at the gathering fire in his veins. "How is it you can talk to me? I'm sorry if offended you." He could clearly hear that she meant it, felt her apology. "Your pain was so sharp, so terrible, I couldn't ignore it. I thought you might like to talk. Death is not an answer to unhappiness. I think you know that. In any case, I'll stop if you wish it." "No." His protest was a command, an imperious order given by a being used to instant obedience. He felt her laughter before the sound registered in his mind. Soft, carefree, inviting. "Are you used to obedience from everyone around you?" Absolutely. He didn't know how to take her laughter. He was intrigued. Feelings. Emotions. They crowded in until he was nearly overwhelmed. "You're European, aren't you? Wealthy and very, very arrogant." He found himself smiling at her teasing. He never smiled. Not for 600 years or more. All of those things. He waited for her laughter again, needing it with the same craving an addict felt for a drug. When it came, it was low and amused, as caressing as the touch of fingers on his skin. "I'm an American. Oil and water, don't you think?" He had a fix on her now, a direction. She would not get away from him. American women can be trained with the right methods. He drawled it deliberately, anticipating her reaction. "You really are arrogant." He loved the sound of her laughter, savored it, took it into his body. He felt her drowsiness, her yawn. So much the better. He sent her a light mental push, very delicate, wanting her to sleep so he could examine her. Knock it off. Her reaction was quick withdrawal, hurt, suspicion. She retreated, slamming up a mind block so swiftly. He was astonished at how adept she was, how strong for one so young, strong for a human. And she was human. He was certain of it. He knew without looking that he had exactly 5 hours till sunrise. Not that he couldn't take the early or late sunlight. He tested her block, careful not to alarm her. A faint smile touched his well-cut mouth. She was strong, but not nearly strong enough. His body, hard-corded muscle and superhuman strength, shimmered, dissolved, became a faint crystal mist seeping beneath the door, streaming into the night air. Droplets beaded, collected, connected, formed a large winged bird. It dipped, circled, and swept across the darkened sky, silent, lethal, beautiful. Mikhail reveled in the power of flight, the wind rushing against his body, the night air speaking to him, whispering secrets, carrying the scent of game, of man. He followed the faint psychic trail unerringly. So simple. Yet his blood was surging hotly. A human, young, full of life and laughter, a human with a psychic connection to him. A human filled with compassion, intellect, and strength. Death and damnation could wait another day while he satisfied his curiosity. The inn was small, at the edge of the forest where the mountain met the timberline. The interior was dark, with only a few lights glowing softly in 1 or 2 rooms and perhaps a hallway, while the humans took their rest. He settled on the balcony outside her second-story window and became still, a part of the night. Her bedchamber was one of the rooms with a light proclaiming that she was unable to sleep. His dark, burning eyes found her through the clear glass, found her and claimed her. She was small-boned, curvy, with a tiny waist and a wealth of raven hair tumbling down her back to draw attention to her rounded bottom. His breath caught in his throat. She was exquisite, beautiful, her skin like satin, her eyes incredibly large, intensely blue, fringed with thick, long lashes. Not a detail escaped him. A white lace gown clung to her skin, hugged her high, full breasts and bared the line of her throat, her creamy shoulders. Her feet were small, like her hands. So much strength in so small a package. She brushed her hair, standing at the window, looking out with unseeing eyes. Her face held a faraway expression. There were lines of strain around her full, sensuous mouth. He could feel pain in her and the need for sleep that refused to come. He found himself following every stroke of the brush. Her movements were innocent, erotic. Imprisoned within the bird's form, his body stirred. He reverently turned up his face to the heavens in thanks. The sheer joy of feeling after centuries of enduring no emotion was beyond measure. Every action with the brush lifted her breasts invitingly, emphasized her narrow rib cage and small waist. The lace clung to her body, revealing the dark V at the juncture of her legs. Talons dug deeply into the railing, left long scars in the soft wood. Still Mikhail watched. She was graceful, enticing. He found his hot gaze dwelling on her soft throat, the pulse beating steadily in her neck. Abruptly, he pulled away from the thought, shook his head. Blue eyes. Blue. She had blue eyes. It was only then that he realized he was seeing in color. Vivid, brilliant colors. He went utterly still. It could not be. Males lost the ability to see anything but drab gray about the same time they lost their emotions. It could not be. Only a life mate could bring emotions and color back into a male's life. Carpathian women were the light to the male's darkness. His other half. Without her, the beast would slowly consume the man until he was complete darkness. There were no Carpathian women left to give birth to life mates. The few remaining women seemed able to produce only males. It was a seemingly hopeless situation. Human women could not be converted without becoming deranged. It had been tried. This human woman could not possibly be his life mate. Mikhail watched as she snapped off her light, lay on the bed. He felt the stirring in his mind, the searching. "Are you awake?" Her question was tentative. At first he refused to answer, not liking that he needed this so much. He couldn't afford to be out of control. He didn't dare. No one had power over him. Certainly not some slip of an American, a small woman with more strength than good sense. I know you can hear me. I'm sorry I intruded. It was thoughtless of me. It won't happen again. But just for the record, don't try flexing your muscle on me again. He was glad he was in the form of a creature, so he couldn't smile. She didn't know what muscle was. I was not offended. He sent the reassurance in gentle tones. He had to answer. It was nearly a compulsion. He needed the sound of her voice, the soft whisper brushing in his head like fingers on his skin. She turned over, rearranged her pillow, rubbed at her temple as if she ached. One hand curled over the thin sheet. Mikhail wanted to touch that hand, feel her warm, silky skin under his. Why did you try to control me? It wasn't purely an intellectual question, as she wanted it to be. He sensed he had hurt her in some way, disappointed her. She moved restlessly, as if waiting for her lover. The thought of her with another man enraged him. Feelings after hundreds of years. Sharp, clear, in focus. Real feelings. It is my nature to control. He was exhilarated, joyous, yet at the same time all too aware that he was more dangerous than he had ever been. Power always needed control. The less emotion, the easier the restraint. Don't try to control me. There was something in her voice, something he sensed more than named, as if she knew he was a threat to her. And he knew he was. How does one control one's nature, little one? He saw her smile even as it filled his emptiness, as it registered in his heart and lungs, sent his blood soaring. Why would you think I was little? I'm as big as a house. I am to believe this? The laughter faded from her voice, her thoughts lingered in his blood. I'm tired, and again I apologize. I enjoyed talking with you. But? He prompted gently. Goodbye. Finality. Mikhail took flight, soaring high above the forest. It wasn't goodbye. He wouldn't allow it. He couldn't allow it. His survival depended on her. Someone, had aroused his interest, his will to live. She had reminded him that there was such a thing as laughter, that there was more to life than existence. He soared above the forest, for the first time in centuries, marveling at the sights. The canopy of waving branches, the way the rays of the moon spilled over the trees and bathed the streams in silver. It was all so beautiful. He had been given a priceless gift. A human woman had somehow managed to do this for him. And she was human. He would have known instantly had she been of his race. Could her voice alone do the same for the other males on the edge of despair? In the protection of his home, he paced with a long-forgotten, restless energy. He thought of her soft skin, how it would feel beneath his palm, under his body, how it would taste. The thought of her mass of silky hair brushing his heated body, the line of her vulnerable throat exposed to him, excited him. His body tightened unexpectedly. Not the mild physical attraction he had felt as a fledgling, but a savage, demanding, relentless ache. Shocked at the erotic twist his thoughts began to pursue, Mikhail imposed rigid discipline. He could not afford real passion. He was shocked to find he was a possessive man, deadly in his rages and protective beyond measure. This kind of passion could not be shared with a human. It was far too dangerous. This was a woman of freedom, strong for a mortal, and she would fight his nature at every turn. He was not human. His was a race of beings with animal instincts, imprinted before birth. Better to keep his distance and satisfy his curiosity on an intellectual level. He meticulously locked every door and window, safeguarded every point of entry with impassable spells before descending to his sleeping chamber. The room was protected from even greater threats. If he gave up his existence, it would be of his own choosing. He lay down on the bed. There was no need of healing soil deep within the earth. He could enjoy mortal comforts. He closed his eyes, slowed his breathing. Mikhail's body refused to obey. His mind was filled with pictures of her, with erotic, taunting scenes. A vision of her lying on her bed, her body naked beneath white lace, her arms outstretched to greet her lover. He swore softly. Instead of his body taking hers, he pictured another man. A human. Rage shook him, raw and deadly. Skin like satin, hair like silk. His hand moved. He built the picture with deadly precision and purpose in his mind. He paid every attention to detail, even to the silly polish on her toenails. His strong fingers circled her small ankle, felt the texture of her skin. His breath caught in his throat, his body tightening in anticipation. He slid his palm up her calf, massaging, tantalizing, moved up farther to her knee, her thigh. Mikhail knew the precise moment she awakened, her body on fire. Her alarm slammed into him, her fear. Deliberately, to show her what she was dealing with, his palm found the inside of her thigh, stroked, caressed. Stop. Her body ached for his touch, for his possession. He could hear the frantic pounding of her heart, feel the strength of her mental struggle with him. Has another man touched you like this? He whispered the words in her mind, dark, deadly sensuality. Damn you, stop. Tears glittered like jewels in her lashes, in her mind. All I wanted to do was help you. I said I was sorry. His hand moved higher because he had to, found heat and silk, tiny curls guarding treasure. His palm covered the triangle possessively, pushed into the moist heat. You will answer me, little one. There is still time for me to come to you, to put my mark on you, for me to own you. He warned silkily. Answer me. Why are you doing this? Do not defy me. His voice was husky now, raw with need. His fingers moved, probed, found her most sensitive spot. I am being exceptionally gentle with you. You already know the answer is no. She whispered in defeat. He closed his eyes, was able to calm the raging demon's knifing pain through his body. Sleep, little one. No one will harm you tonight. He broke contact and found his body hard, heavy, bathed in perspiration. It was far too late to stop the beast in him from breaking free. He was burning with hunger, consumed with it, jackhammers beating at his skull, flames licking along his skin and nerve endings. The beast was unleashed, deadly, hungry. He had been more than gentle. She had inadvertently released the monster. He hoped she was as strong as he believed her to be. Mikhail closed his eyes against his self-loathing. He had learned centuries ago that there was little point. And this time he didn't want to fight it. This was not simply a strong sexual attraction he felt, it was far more than that. It was something primal. Something deep within him calling to something deep within her. Perhaps she craved the wildness in him as he craved the laughter and compassion in her. Did it matter? There would be no escape for either of them. He touched her mind gently before closing his eyes and allowing his breath to cease. She was weeping silently, her body still in need from the effects of his mind touch. There was hurt and confusion in her, and her head was aching. Without thought, without reason, he enveloped her in the strength of his arms, stroked her silky hair, and sent warmth and comfort to surround her. I am sorry I frightened you, little one. It was wrong of me. Go to sleep now and be safe. He murmured the words against her temple, his lips brushing her forehead in gentleness, brushing her mind with tenderness. He could feel the curious fragmentation in her mind, as if she had been using her mental capabilities to follow some sick and twisted path. It was as if she had raw, gaping wounds in her mind that needed to heal. She was too worn out from their previous mental battle to fight him. He breathed with her, for her, slow and even, matching her heartbeats until she relaxed, drowsy and worn. He sent her to sleep, a whispered command, and her lashes drifted down. They fell asleep together, yet apart, she in her room, Mikhail in his sleeping chamber. The pounding on her door penetrated the deep layers of sleep. Raven Whitney fought the thick fog, forcing her eyes closed, making her body heavy. Alarm spread. It was as if she had been drugged. Her gaze found the small alarm clock on the bedside table. 7 o'clock in the evening. She had slept the day away. She sat up slowly, feeling as if she was wading through quicksand. The pounding on her door began again. The sound echoed in her head, thundered at her temples. What? She forced her voice to be calm, although her heart was slamming against her chest. She was in trouble. She needed to pack quickly, run. She knew how futile it could be. Wasn't she the one who had tracked 4 serial killers following the mental path of their thoughts? And this man was 1,000 times more powerful than she. The truth was, she was intrigued that another person had psychic abilities. She had never met anyone like herself before. She wanted to stay and learn from him, but he was far too dangerous in his casual use of power. She would have to put distance, perhaps an ocean, between them to be truly safe. "Raven, are you all right?" The male voice was filled with concern. "Jacob." She had met Jacob and Shelley Evans, a brother and sister, last night in the dining room when they had first come in off the train. They were traveling with a tour group of about 8 people. She had been tired and the conversation was a blur. Raven had come to the Carpathian Mountains to be alone, to recover from her last ordeal of following the twisted mind of a depraved serial killer. She had not wanted the company of the tour group, yet Jacob and Shelley had sought her out. They had been wiped from her thoughts very efficiently. "I'm fine, Jacob. Just a touch of the flu, I think," she assured him, feeling far from fine. She shoved a shaky hand through her hair. "I'm just so tired. I came here to rest. Aren't we having dinner?" He sounded plaintive, and that annoyed her. She didn't want any demands on her, and the last thing she needed was to be in a crowded dining room surrounded by a lot of people. "I'm sorry. Another time, maybe." She didn't have time to be polite. How could she have made such a mistake as she had last night? She was always so cautious, avoiding all contact, never touching another human being, never getting close. It was just that the stranger had been broadcasting so much pain, so much loneliness. She had known instinctively that he had telepathic powers, that his isolation far exceeded hers, that his pain was so great, he was considering ending his life. She knew what isolation was, how it felt to be different. She had been unable to keep her mouth shut. She had to help him if she could. Raven rubbed her temples in an attempt to relieve the pain pounding in her head. It always hurt after using her telepathic powers. Pushing herself up, she moved slowly to the bathroom. He was controlling her without contact. The thought terrified her. No one should be that powerful. She turned the shower on full force, wanting the steady stream of water to clear the cobwebs. She had come here for rest, to clear the stench of evil from her mind, to feel clean and whole again. Her psychic gift was draining to use, and physically she was worn. Raven lifted her chin. This new adversary would not frighten her. She had control and discipline. And this time she could walk away. No innocent lives were at stake. She pulled on faded jeans and a crocheted sweater in defiance. She had sensed he was old world and would frown on her American clothes. She packed quickly, haphazardly, tossing clothes and makeup as fast as she could into the battered suitcase. She read the train schedule in dismay. There was no service for 2 more days. She could use charm to beg a ride from someone, but that meant being in the small confines of a car for an extended period of time. It probably was the lesser of 2 evils. She heard male laughter, low, amused, mocking. "You would try to run from me, little one." Raven sank down onto the bed, her heart beginning to pound. His voice was black velvet, a weapon in itself. "Don't flatter yourself, hotshot. I'm a tourist, I tour." She forced her mind to be calm even as she felt the brush of his fingers on her face. How did he do that? It was the lightest caress, but she felt it down to her toes. "And where were you thinking of touring?" He was stretching lazily, his body refreshed from his sleep, his mind once more alive with feeling. He was enjoying sparring with her. "Away from you and your bizarre games. Maybe Hungary. I've always wanted to go to Budapest." "Little liar. You think to run back to your United States. Do you play chess?" She blinked at the strange question. "Chess," she echoed. Male amusement could be very annoying. "Chess. Yes. Do you?" "Of course. Play with me." "Now?" She began to braid her heavy mass of hair. There was something captivating in his voice, mesmerizing. It tugged at her heartstrings, put terror in her mind. "I must feed first. And you're hungry. I can feel your headache. Go down to dinner, and we will meet at 11 tonight." "No way. I won't meet with you. You are afraid." It was a clear taunt. She laughed at him, the sound wrapping his body in flames. "I may do foolish things occasionally, but I am never a fool. Tell me your name." It was a command, and Raven felt compelled to obey it. She forced her mind to go blank, to be a slate wiped clean. It hurt, sent darts of pain through her head, made her stomach clench. He was not going to take what she would have given freely. Why do you fight me when you know I am the stronger? You hurt yourself, wear yourself out, and in the end one will win anyway. I feel the toll that this way of communicating takes on you. And I am capable of commanding your obedience on a much different level. Why do you force what I would have given, had you simply asked? She could feel his puzzlement. I am sorry, little one. I am used to getting my way with the least amount of effort. Even at the expense of simple courtesy, sometimes it is more expedient. She punched the pillow. You need to work on your arrogance. Simply because you possess power does not mean you have to flaunt it. You forget, most humans cannot detect a mental push. That isn't an excuse to take away free will. And you don't use a push. Anyway, you issue a command and demand compliance. That's worse, because it makes people sheep. Isn't that closer to the truth? You reprimand me. There was an edge to his thoughts this time, as if all that male mockery was wearing thin. Don't try to force me. This time there was menace, a quiet danger lurking in his voice. I would not. Try. Little one. Be assured I can force your compliance. His tone was silky and ruthless. You're like a spoiled child wanting your own way. She stood up, hugging the pillow to her protesting stomach. I'm going downstairs to dinner. My head is beginning to pound. You can go soak your head in a bucket and cool off. She wasn't lying. The effort to fight him on his level was making her sick. She edged cautiously toward the door, afraid he would stop her. She would feel safer if she was among people. Your name, please, little one. It was asked with grave courtesy. Raven found herself smiling in spite of everything. Raven. Raven Whitney. So, Raven Whitney, eat, rest. I will return at 11 for our chess match. The contact was broken abruptly. Raven let out her breath slowly, all too aware that she should be feeling relief, not feeling bereft. There was seduction in his hypnotic voice, his masculine laughter, in their very conversation. She ached with the same loneliness as he did. She didn't allow herself to think of the way her body had come alive at the touch of his fingers. Burned. Wanted. Needed. And he had only touched her with his mind. The seduction was far more than physical. It was some deep, elemental thing she could not precisely put her finger on. He touched her inside her soul. His need. His darkness. His terrible, haunting loneliness. She needed, too, someone to understand what it was like being so alone, so afraid to touch another being, afraid to be too close. She liked his voice, the old-world elegance, the silly male arrogance. She wanted his knowledge, his abilities. Her hand trembled as she opened the door, breathed the air in the hallway. Her body was her own again, moving lightly and fluidly, obeying her instructions. She ran down the stairs, entered the dining room. Several tables were occupied, certainly more than the night before. Ordinarily, Raven avoided public places as much as possible, preferring not to have to worry about shielding herself from unwanted emotions. She took a deep breath and walked in. Jacob looked up with a welcoming smile, stood, as if waiting for her to join the group at his table. Raven made herself smile back at him, unaware of the way she looked, innocent, sexy, completely unattainable. She crossed the room, greeted Shelley, and was introduced to Margaret and Harry Summers, fellow Americans. She tried not to let her alarm show on her face. She knew her picture had been plastered all over the newspapers and even on television during the investigation of the last killer. She didn't want to be recognized, didn't want to relive the horrible nightmare of the man's twisted and depraved mind. There would be no discussion of such a hideous thing at dinner. Sit here, Raven. Jacob graciously pulled out a high-backed chair for her. Carefully avoiding skin contact, Raven allowed herself to be seated. It was hell to be so close to so many people. As a child, she had been overwhelmed by the bombardment of emotions around her. She had nearly gone insane until she learned to protect herself, to build a shield. It worked unless the pain or distress was too concentrated, or if she physically touched another human being, or if she was in the presence of a very sick and evil mind. Right now, with conversation flowing all around her and everyone seemingly having a good time, Raven was experiencing classic signs of overload. Shards of glass pierced her skull, her stomach roiled in protest. She couldn't possibly eat a thing. Mikhail inhaled the night air, moved slowly through the small town, seeking what he needed. Not a woman. He couldn't bear to touch another woman's flesh. He was aroused, dangerous in his highly sexual state, and far too close to turning. He might lose control. So it had to be a man. He moved among the people easily, returned greetings from those who knew him. He was well respected, looked up to. He slipped up behind a young man who was physically fit, strong. His scent spoke of health, veins bursting with life. After a brief, easy conversation, Mikhail spoke his command softly, laid a friendly arm across the other's shoulder. Deep within the shadows he bent his dark head and fed well. He was careful to keep his emotions firmly in control. He liked this young man, knew his family. There could be no mistakes. As he lifted his head, the first wave of her distress hit him. Raven. He had unconsciously been seeking contact with her, touching her mind gently to assure himself that she was still with him. Alert now, he finished his task quickly, releasing the young man from his trance, implanting the continuing conversation, laughing amicably, accepting the handshake with ease, steadying the man when he was a bit dizzy. Mikhail opened his mind, focused on the thread and followed it. It had been years, his skills were rusty, but he could still see when he wanted. Raven was seated at a table with two couples. Outwardly she looked beautiful, serene. But he knew better. He could feel her confusion, the unrelenting pain in her head, her desire to leap up and run from everyone. Her eyes, brilliant sapphires, were haunted, shadows in the paleness of her face. Strain. It amazed him how strong she was. There was no telepathic spillage, no way for anyone with telepathic ability other than he to tell she was in distress. And then the man beside her leaned forward, looked into her eyes, raw longing on his face, desire in his eyes. "Come for a walk with me, Raven," he suggested, and his hand moved from the table to rest just above her knee. At once the pain in Raven's head increased, crushing at her skull, stabbing at her behind her eyes. She jerked her leg out from under Jacob's hand. Demons leaped, raged, burst free. Never had Mikhail felt such terrible fury. It rushed over him, claimed him, became him. That someone could hurt her like that, so casually, without even knowing or caring. That someone might touch her while she was so vulnerable and unprotected. That a man would presume to put his hands on her. He hurtled through the sky, the cool air fanning his rage. Raven felt the force of his anger. The air in the room thickened. Outside, the wind rose, whirled fiendishly. Branches pelted the outside walls. The wind rattled ominously at the windows. Several waiters crossed themselves, looking with fright out into the black, suddenly starless night. The room was unexpectedly, strangely silent, as if everyone was collectively holding his and her breath. Jacob gasped, both hands going to his throat, tearing at it as if its strong, strangling fingers. His face was first red, then mottled, his eyes bulging. Shelley screamed. A young waiter ran to assist the choking man. People were standing, craning their necks to see. Raven forced calmness into her slender body. Emotions were running far too high for her to remain unscathed. "Release him." Silence answered her. Even with the waiter behind him, desperately working at the Heimlich maneuver, Jacob fell to his knees, his lips blue, his eyes rolling back in his head. "Please, I'm asking you, please. Release him. For me." Jacob suddenly inhaled, a terrible gagging sound, labored and harsh. His sister and Margaret Summers were crouched at his side, tears in their eyes. Instinctively, Raven moved toward him. "Do not touch him." The command was stark, without any mental enhancement, more frightening than if he had forced her compliance. Raven was besieged with emotion, from everyone in the room. Jacob's pain and terror. Shelley's fear, the innkeeper's horror, the other American's shocked reaction. They were swamping her, beating at her already fragile state. But it was his all-consuming rage that sent needles shooting through her head. Her stomach heaved, cramped, and Raven nearly doubled over and looked desperately for the ladies' room. If anyone touched her, tried to come to her aid, she might go mad. Raven. The voice was warm, sensual, caressing. Calm in the eye of the storm. Black velvet. Beautiful. Soothing. A curious hush fell in the dining room as Mikhail strode in. He had a hard arrogance, an air of complete command. He was tall, dark, well-muscled, but it was his eyes, burning with energy, with darkness, with 1,000 secrets, that drew immediate attention. Those eyes could mesmerize, hypnotize, just like the power in his voice. He moved with purpose, sending waiters scurrying out of the way. "Mikhail, it is such a pleasure to have you join us," the innkeeper gasped in surprise. He spared the woman a glance, his eyes sweeping over her buxom figure. "I have come for Raven. We have a date this evening." He said it softly, imperiously, and no one dared argue with him. "She has challenged me to a game of chess." The innkeeper nodded her head as she broke into a smile. "Enjoy yourselves." Raven swayed, pressing her hands into her stomach. Her sapphire eyes were enormous, taking up her face at his approach. He was on her before she could move, his hands reaching out for her. "Don't." She closed her eyes, terrified of his touch. She was already on overload. She would not be able to take the overpowering emotions radiating from him. Mikhail didn't hesitate, gathering her into his arms, imprisoning her against his hard chest. His face was a granite mask as he whirled around and took her from the room. Behind them the buzzing started, the whispers. Raven tensed, waiting for the battery on her senses, but he had closed his mind and all she knew was the enormous strength of his arms. He took her into the night, moving fluidly, easily, as if her weight was of no consequence. "Breathe, little one, it will help." There was a trace of amusement in the warmth of his voice. Raven did as he suggested, too worn out to struggle. She had come here to this wild, lonely place to heal, but instead, she was all the more fragmented. She opened her eyes cautiously, looking up at him through long lashes. His hair was the color of dark coffee beans, a dark espresso, drawn back and tied at the nape of his neck. His face was that of an angel or a devil, strength and power, with a sensual mouth that hinted at cruelty. His hooded eyes were black obsidian, black ice, pure black magic. She couldn't read him, couldn't feel his emotions or hear his thoughts. That had never happened to her before. "Put me down. I feel silly with you carrying me off like some pirate." His long strides were taking them into deep forest. Branches swayed, bushes rustled. Her heart was beating out of control. She tensed, pushed against his shoulders, struggled uselessly. His eyes moved possessively over her face, but his pace didn't slow, and he didn't answer her. It was humiliating that he didn't appear to notice her struggles. Raven allowed her head to fall back against his shoulder with a slight sigh. "Did you kidnap me or rescue me?" Strong white teeth gleamed at her, a predator's smile, a man's amusement. "Perhaps a little of both." "Where are you taking me?" She pressed a hand to her forehead, not wanting a battle, physical or mental. "To my home. We have a date. I am Mikhail Dubrinsky." Raven rubbed at her temple. "Tonight might not be so good for me. I'm feeling." She broke off, catching a glimpse of a moving shadow pacing them. Her heart nearly stopped. She looked around, sighted a second, then a third. Her hand clutched his shoulder. "Put me down, Dubrinsky." "Mikhail," he corrected, not even slowing down. A smile softened the edges of his mouth. "You see the wolves?" She felt the indifferent shrug of his broad shoulders. "Be calm, little one, they will not harm us. This is their home, as it is mine. We have an understanding and are at peace with one another." Somehow she believed him. "Are you going to hurt me?" She asked the question softly, needing to know. His dark eyes touched her face again, thoughtful, holding 1,000 secrets, unmistakably possessive. "I am not a man who would hurt a woman in the way you are imagining. But I am certain our relationship will not always be a comfortable one." "You like to defy me," he answered as honestly as he was able. His eyes made her feel as if she belonged to him, as if he had a right to her. "You were wrong to hurt Jacob, you know. You could have killed him. Do not defend him, little one." I allowed him to live to please you, but it would be no trouble to finish the task. Pleasurable. No man had the right to put his hand on Mikhail's woman and hurt her as that human had done. The inability of the male to see that he was causing Raven pain did not absolve his sin. You don't mean that. Jacob is harmless. He was attracted to me, she tried to explain gently. You will not speak his name to me. He touched you, put his hand on you. He stopped abruptly, there in the heart of the deep forest, as wild and untamed as the pack of wolves surrounding them. He was not even breathing heavily, though he had covered miles carrying her in his arms. His black eyes were merciless as they stared down into hers. He caused you much pain. Her breath caught in her throat as he lowered his dark head to hers. His mouth hovered inches from hers so that she could feel the warmth of his breath on her skin. Do not disobey me in this, Raven. This man touched you, hurt you, and I see no reason for his existence. Her eyes searched his hard, implacable features. You're serious, aren't you? She did not want to feel the warmth spreading through her at his words. Jacob had hurt her. The pain was so intense, it had stolen her breath, and somehow, when no one else knew, Mikhail had known. Deadly serious. He began moving again with his long, ground-eating strides. Raven was silent, trying to work out the puzzle. She knew evil, had chased it, soaked in it, the obscene, depraved mind of a serial killer. This man spoke casually of killing, yet she could not feel evil in him. She sensed that she was in danger, grave danger from Mikhail Dubrinsky. A man with unlimited power, arrogant in his strength, a man who believed he had a right to her. Mikhail. Her slender frame was beginning to tremble. I want to go back. The dark eyes drifted over her face again, noting the shadows, the fear lingering in her blue gaze. Her heart was pounding, her slight body trembling in his arms. Go back to what? Death? Isolation? You have nothing with those people and everything with me. Going back is not your answer. Sooner or later you will not be able to take their demands. They continually take pieces of your soul. You are much safer in my care. She pushed at the wall of his chest, found her hands trapped against the heat of his skin. He merely tightened his hold, amusement spreading warmth to the coldness of his eyes. You cannot fight me, little one. I want to go back, Mikhail. She worked to keep her voice under control. She wasn't sure she was telling the truth. He knew her. He knew what she felt, the price she paid for her gift. The pull between them was so strong, she could hardly think straight. The house loomed up, dark, threatening, a rambling hulk of stone. Her fingers twisted in his shirt. Mikhail knew she was unaware of that nervous, telltale gesture. You are safe with me, Raven. I would not allow anyone or anything to harm you. She swallowed nervously as he pushed open the heavy iron gates and mounted the steps. Just you. He allowed his chin to brush the top of her silky hair, feeling the jolt in the core of his body. Welcome to my home. He said the words softly, wrapping her up in them as if they were firelight or sunshine. Very slowly, reluctantly, he allowed her feet to touch the threshold. Mikhail reached past her to open the door, then stepped back. Do you enter my home of your own free will? He asked it formally, his eyes burning on her face, over it, dwelling on her soft mouth before returning to her large blue eyes. She was frightened, he could read it easily, a captive wild thing wanting to trust him yet unable to, run to the ground, cornered, but still willing to fight with her last breath. She needed him almost as much as he needed her. She touched the door frame with a fingertip. If I say no, will you take me back to the inn? Why did she want to be with him when she knew he was so dangerous? He wasn't pushing her. She had too much talent of her own not to know. He looked so alone, so proud, yet his eyes burned over her with hungry need. He didn't answer her, didn't try to persuade her, simply stood in silence, waiting. Raven sighed softly, knowing she was defeated. She had never known another human being she could just sit and talk with, even touch, without the bombardment of thoughts and emotions. That in itself was a type of seduction. She started across the threshold. Mikhail caught her arm. Your own free will, say it. My own free will. She stepped into his home, her lashes sweeping down. Raven missed the look of savage joy that lit his dark, chiseled features. Chapter 2. The heavy door swung closed behind Raven with a thud of finality. She shivered, rubbed her arms nervously. Mikhail whirled a cape around her, enveloping her in warmth, in his woodsy, masculine scent. He strode across the marble floor to throw open the doors to the library. Within minutes he had a fire roaring. He indicated a chair near the flames. It was high-backed, deep-cushioned, and antique, yet curiously not worn. Raven studied the room with awe. It was large, with a beautiful hardwood floor, each parquet piece a part of a larger mosaic. On 3 sides there were floor-to-ceiling shelves, completely filled with books, most leather-bound, many very old. The chairs were comfortable, the small table, in between the chairs, an antique in perfect condition. The chessboard was marble, the pieces uniquely carved. "Drink this." She nearly jumped out of her skin when he appeared beside her with a crystal glass. "I don't drink alcohol." He smiled the smile that made her heart beat faster. His acute sense of smell had already processed that particular bit of information about her. "It is not alcohol. It is an herb mixture for your headache." Alarm slammed into her. She was crazy for being here. It was like trying to relax with a wild tiger in the same room. He could do anything to her, and no one would come to help. If he drugged her. Decisively, she shook her head. "No, thank you, Raven." His voice was low, caressing, hypnotic. "Obey me." She found her fingers curling around the glass. She fought the order, and pain sliced through her head so that she cried out. Mikhail was at her side, looming over her, his hand closing over hers around the fragile glass. "Why do you defy me over so trivial a thing?" There were tears burning in her throat. "Why would you force me?" His hand found her throat, circled it, lifted her chin. "Because you are in pain and I wish to ease it." Her eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be so simple? She was in pain and he wanted to ease it? Was he really that protective, or did he enjoy imposing his will? "It's my choice." That's what free will is all about. "I can see pain in your eyes, feel it in your body. Knowing I can help you, is it logical for me to allow you to continue to hurt yourself just so you can prove something?" There was genuine puzzlement in his voice. "Raven, if I was going to harm you, I would not need to drug you. Allow me to help you." His thumb was moving over her skin, feather-light, sensuous, tracing the pulse in her neck, the delicate line of her jaw, the fullness of her lower lip. She closed her eyes and let him put the glass to her mouth, tilt the bittersweet contents down her throat. She felt as if she was placing her life in his hands. There was far too much possession in his touch. "Relax, little one," he said softly. "Tell me about yourself. How is it that you can hear my thoughts?" His strong fingers found her temples, began a soothing rhythm. "I've always been able to do it. When I was little, I just assumed everybody else could do the same thing. But it was terrible to know other people's innermost thoughts, their secrets. I heard and felt things every minute of the day." Raven never talked about her life, her childhood, to anyone, least of all a complete stranger. Yet Mikhail didn't feel like a stranger. He felt like a part of her. A piece missing from her soul. It seemed important to tell him. "My father thought I was a freak, a demon child, and even my mother was a little afraid of me. I learned never to touch people, not to be in crowds. It was better to be alone, in places of solitude. It was the only way I could stay sane." Gleaming teeth bared above her head, a predator's menace. He wanted to be alone with her father for a few minutes, to show him what a demon really was. It interested him, yet alarmed him that her words could bring about such rage in him. To know she was alone so long ago, had endured pain and loneliness when he was in the world, angered him. Why hadn't he gone looking for her? Why hadn't her father loved and cherished her as he should have? His hands were working magic, slipping to the nape of her neck, his fingers strong, hypnotic. A few years ago a man was murdering families, small children. I was staying with a friend from high school, and when I returned after work, I found them all dead. When I went into the house I could feel his evil, knew his thoughts. It made me sick, the terrible things running around in my head, but I was able to track him and finally led the police to him. His hands moved down the length of her thick braid, found the tie and loosened the heavy mass of silk, tunneling his fingers to release the woven strands, still damp from her shower hours before. "How many times did you do this thing?" She was leaving things out. The details of horror and pain, the faces of those she helped as they watched her work, shocked, fascinated, yet repulsed by her ability. He saw those details, sharing her mind, reading her memories to learn her true nature. 4. I went after 4 killers. The last time I fell apart. He was so sick, so evil. I felt as if I was unclean, as if I could never get him out of my head. I came here hoping to find peace. I decided I would never do anything like that again. Mikhail, above her head, closed his eyes for a moment to calm his mind. That she could feel unclean. He could look into her heart and soul, see her every secret, know she was light and compassion, courage and gentleness. The things she had seen in her young life should never have been. He waited until his voice was calm and soothing. "And you get these headaches if you use telepathic communication?" At her solemn nod, he continued, "Yet when you heard me, unguarded, in pain, you reached out to me, knowing the price you would pay." How could she explain? He was like a wounded animal, radiating so much pain that she had found tears streaming unchecked down her face. His loneliness was hers. His isolation, hers. And she had sensed his resolve to end his pain, his existence. She could not let that happen, no matter what the cost to herself. Mikhail let out his breath slowly, astonished and shocked by her nature, so giving. She was hesitant to put into words why she had reached out to him, but he knew it was her nature to give. He also knew the call had been so strong because that something in him that reached for her had found whatever it needed. He inhaled her scent, taking her into his body, enjoying the sight and smell of her in his home, the feel of her silky hair in his hands, her soft skin under his fingertips. The flames from the fire put blue lights in her hair. Needs slammed into him, hard and urgent, and, as painful as the ache was, he reveled in the fact that he could feel it. Mikhail seated himself across the small table from her, his eyes drifting lazily, possessively over her alluring curves. "Why do you dress in men's clothes?" he asked. She laughed, soft and melodious, and her eyes lit with mischief. "Because I knew it would annoy you." He threw back his head and laughed. Real, genuine, incredible laughter. There was happiness in him, and the stirrings of affection. He couldn't remember what those feelings were like, but the emotions were sharp and clear and a sweet ache in his body. "Is it necessary to annoy me?" She arched an eyebrow at him, realizing that her headache was completely gone. "So easy," Raven teased. He leaned closer. "Disrespectful woman." "So dangerous, you mean?" Maybe that, too." She slid her hand through her hair, pushed it away from her face. The action was an innocent habit, incredibly sexy, drawing his gaze to the perfection of her face, the fullness of her breasts, the smooth line of her throat. "So just how good a chess player are you?" she challenged impudently. An hour later, Mikhail leaned back in his chair to watch her face as she studied the board. She was frowning in concentration, trying to puzzle out his unfamiliar strategy. She could sense that he was leading her into a trap, but she couldn't find it. Raven leaned her chin on the heel of her hand, relaxed, in no hurry. She was patient and thorough, and twice had gotten him into trouble simply because he was too sure of himself. Suddenly her eyes widened, a slow smile curving her soft mouth. "You are a cunning devil, aren't you, Mikhail? But I think your cleverness may have gotten you into a bit of trouble." He watched her with hooded eyes. His teeth gleamed white in the firelight. "Did I happen to mention, Miss Whitney, that the last person impertinent enough to beat me at chess was thrown in the dungeon and tortured for 30 years? I believe that would have made you about 2 at the time," she teased, her eyes glued to the chessboard. He sucked in his breath sharply. He had been comfortable in her presence, felt totally accepted. She obviously believed he was mortal, with superior telepathic powers. Mikhail lazily reached across the board to make his move, saw the dawning comprehension in her eyes. "I believe what we have is checkmate," he said silkily. "I should have known a man who walks in the forest surrounded by wolves would be devious." She smiled up at him. "Great game, Mikhail. I really enjoyed it." Raven sank back into the cushions of the chair. "Can you talk to animals?" she asked curiously. He liked her in his home, liked the way the fire burned blue in her hair and the way the shadows clung so lovingly to her face. He had memorized every inch of it, knew that if he closed his eyes, the picture would still be there, the high, delicate cheekbones, her small nose and lush mouth. Yes, he answered truthfully, not wanting lies between them. Would you have killed Jacob? Her lashes were beautiful and held his attention. Be careful of what you ask, little one, he cautioned. She curled her legs beneath under her, regarded him steadily. You know, Mikhail, you are so used to using your power, you don't even stop to think if it's right or wrong. He had no right to touch you. He was causing you pain. But he didn't know he was. And you had no right to touch me, but you did anyway, she pointed out reasonably. His eyes glittered coldly. I have every right. You belong to me. He said it calmly, his voice soft, with a hint of warning. More importantly, Raven, I did not cause you pain. Raven's breath caught in her throat. Her tongue moistened her lips with a small, delicate gesture. Mikhail, her voice was hesitant, as she chose her words carefully, I belong to myself. I'm a person, not something you can own. In any case, I live in the United States. I'm going back there soon and intend to be on the next train to Budapest. His smile was that of a hunter. Predatory. For a moment the firelight gleamed red, so that his eyes glowed like a wolf's in the night. He said nothing, simply watched her unblinkingly. Her hand fluttered defensively to her throat. It's late. I should be going. She could hear the pounding of her own heart. What was it she wanted from him? She didn't know, only that this was the most perfect, frightening night of her life, and she wanted to see him again. He was utterly motionless, menacing in his complete stillness. She waited breathlessly. Fear was suffocating her, sending tremors through her slender form. Fear he would let her go, fear he would force her to stay. She drew air into her lungs. Mikhail, I don't know what you want. She didn't know what she wanted either. He stood up then, power and grace combined. His shadow reached her before he did. His strength was enormous, but his hands were gentle as they pulled her to her feet. His hands slid up her arms, rested lightly on her shoulders, thumbs stroking the pulse in her neck. His touch sent warmth curling in her abdomen. She was so small beside him, so fragile and vulnerable. Do not try to leave me, little one. We need one another. His dark head bent lower, his mouth brushing her eyelids, sending little darts of fire licking along her skin. You make me remember what living is, he whispered in his mesmerizing voice. His mouth found the corner of hers, and a jolt of electricity sizzled through her body. Raven reached up to touch the shadowed line of his jaw, to place a hand on the heavy muscles of his chest in an attempt to put space between them. Listen to me, Mikhail. Her voice was husky. We both know what loneliness is, isolation. It's beyond my imagination that I can be this close to you, physically touch you, and not be swamped with unwanted burdens. But we can't do this. Amusement crept into the dark fire of his eyes, a hint of tenderness. His fingers curled around the nape of her neck. Oh, I think we can. His black velvet voice was pure seduction, his smile frankly sensual. Raven felt his power right down to her toes. Her body was boneless, liquid, aching. She was so close to him that she felt a part of him, surrounded by him, enveloped by him. I'm not going to sleep with someone I don't know because I'm lonely. He laughed softly, low and amused. Is that what you think? That you would be sleeping with me because you are lonely? His hand was at her throat again, stroking, caressing, heating her blood. This is why you will make love with me. This. His mouth fastened on hers. White heat. Blue lightning. The ground shifted and rolled. Mikhail dragged her slender form against his male length, his body aggressive, his mouth dominating, sweeping her into a world of pure feeling. Raven could only cling to him, a safe anchor in a storm of turbulent emotions. A growl rumbled deep in his throat, animal, feral, like that of an aroused wolf. His mouth moved to the soft, vulnerable line of her throat, down to rest on the pulse beating so frantically beneath her satin skin. Mikhail's arms tightened, pinning her to his body, possessive, certain, his hold unbreakable. Raven was on fire, kneading, burning, hot silk in his arms, her body pliant, liquid heat. She was moving against him restlessly, her breasts aching, nipples pushing erotically against the thin yarn of her sweater. His thumb brushed her nipple through the crocheted lace, sending waves of heat curling through her body, making her knees go weak so that only the hard strength of his arms held her up. His mouth moved again, his tongue like a flame licking over her pulse. And then there was white-hot heat, searing pain, her body coiling with need, burning for him, craving him. Waves of desire beat at her. His mouth on her neck was producing a combination of pleasure and pain so intense that she didn't know where one started and the other left off. His thumb tipped her head back, exposing her throat, his mouth clamped to her skin, his throat working as if he were devouring her, feeding on her, drinking her in. It burned, yet fed her own craving. Mikhail whispered something in his native tongue and lifted his head slightly, breaking the contact. Raven felt warm liquid run down her throat to her breast. Mikhail's tongue followed the path, sweeping across the creamy swell of her breast. Mikhail caught at her small waist, aware suddenly of the way his body raged at him for release. He had to claim her for his mate. His body demanded, burned. Raven caught at his shirt to keep from falling. He swore softly, eloquently, a mixture of two languages, furious with himself as he cradled her in his arms protectively. "I'm sorry, Mikhail." Raven was appalled, frightened at her weakness. The room was spinning, it was difficult to focus. Her neck throbbed and burned. He bent his dark head to kiss her gently. "No, little one, I am moving us too fast." Everything in his nature, beast and centuries-old man, raged at him to keep her, but he wanted her to come to him willingly. "I feel funny, dizzy." He had been that little bit out of control, the beast in him hungry to put his mark on her, hungry for the sweet taste of her. His body was on fire, demanding release. Discipline and control fought with his instinctual predatory nature and won. He breathed deeply, carried her to the chair beside the fire. She deserved a courtship, deserved to know him, to come to feel affection if not love for him before he bound her to him. A human. A mortal. It was wrong. It was dangerous. As he gently placed her on the cushions, he caught the first warning of disturbance. He swung around, his handsome features dark and menacing. His body lost its protective posture, all at once threatening and powerful. "Stay," he ordered softly. He moved so fast that he blurred, closing the doors to his library, turning to face the front door. Mikhail sent a silent call to his sentries. Outside, a lone wolf howled, a second answered, a third, until there was a united chorus. When the noise subsided, he waited, his face an implacable, granite mask. Mist drifted through the forest, tendrils of fog, collecting, moving, massing outside his home. Mikhail lifted his arm and his front door opened. The fog and mist seeped in, collected in pools until his foyer was thick with it. Slowly the mists connected, bodies shimmered and became solid. "Why do you disturb me this night?" he challenged softly, his dark eyes glittering dangerously. A man stepped forward, his fingers clasped solidly in his wife's. She looked pale and drawn, was obviously pregnant. "We seek your counsel, Mikhail, and bring you news." Inside the library, Raven felt fear slam into her, the emotion beating in her head, swamping her, driving out the heavy, trance-like cobwebs. Someone was distraught, crying, feeling pain as sharp as a knife. She staggered to her feet, clutched at the back of a chair. Images pushed in. A young woman with pale, white skin, a large stake protruding from her chest, blood running in rivers, her head detached from her body, something sickening placed in her mouth. A ritual killing, symbolic, a warning of others to come. A serial killer here in this land of peace. Raven gagged, both hands going to cover her ears, as if that could somehow stop the images pouring into her mind. For a moment she couldn't breathe, didn't want to breathe, she just wanted it to end. Wildly, she looked around her, saw a door to her right leading in the opposite direction from the overwhelming emotions. Blindly she stumbled to her feet, weak, disoriented, and dizzy. She staggered out of the library, needing to get some fresh air, away from the details of death and horror that were so vivid in the minds of the newcomers. Their fear and anger was a living thing. They were animals wounded and ready to tear and rend in retaliation. Why were people so ugly? So violent? She had no answer, no longer wanted one. She had taken several steps down a long hall when a figure loomed up. A man a little younger than Mikhail, thinner, with glittering eyes and chestnut, wavy hair. His smile was taunting and held menace as he reached for her. An unseen force hit the man square in the chest, knocking him backward and slamming him into the wall. Mikhail loomed up, a dark, malevolent shadow. He towered over Raven, protectively thrust her behind him. This time the throaty growl was a beast's roar of challenge. Raven could feel the terrible rage in Mikhail, rage mixed with grief, his emotions so intense they beat at the air itself. She touched his arm, her fingers curling halfway around the thickness of his wrist, a tiny deterrent to the violence swirling within him. She felt the tension running through him as if it was alive. There was a collective, audible gasp. Raven realized she was the center of the group's attention. There was one woman and 4 men. All eyes were on her fingers circling his wrist as if she had committed some terrible, criminal act. Mikhail's larger body moved to shield her completely from their scrutiny. He made no attempt to shake off her hand. If anything, he moved his body protectively, backing her farther into the wall so that he was pressing against her, obscuring their vision of her. She is under my protection. A declaration. A challenge. A promise of quick, savage retribution. As we all are, Mikhail, the woman said softly, appeasingly. Raven swayed, only the walls were holding her up. Vibrations of rage and grief were beating at her until she wanted to scream. She made a sound, a single, thread-like sound of objection. Mikhail turned to her at once, his arms sweeping around her, enveloping her. Guard your thoughts and emotions, he hissed at the others. She is very sensitive. I will escort her to the inn and return to discuss this disturbing news. Raven had no real chance to see the others before he was striding past them, taking her with him to the small car waiting in the garage. She smiled tiredly, her head resting against his shoulder. You don't seem like you belong in this car, Mikhail. Your views on women are so archaic. In a former life you must have been lord of the castle. He glanced at her quickly. His gaze slid over the paleness of her face, dwelt on his mark on her neck, visible through the long mane of her hair. In truth, he hadn't meant to leave a mark, but now it was there, his brand of ownership. I am going to help you sleep tonight. He made it a statement. Who were those people? She asked because she knew he didn't want her to ask. She was so tired, even dizzy. She rubbed at her head and wished that for once in her life she was normal. He probably thought she was the fainting type. There was a short silence. He sighed heavily. My family. She knew he spoke the truth, yet he didn't. Why would someone do such a terrible thing? She turned her face up to his. Do they expect you to track this killer, to stop him? There was raw pain in her voice, pain for him. Worry. His grief was sharp, edged with guilt and the need for violence. He turned her question over in his mind. She knew one of his people had been killed. She probably had picked the details out of someone's head. The worry and pain was for him. There was no condemnation. Simply worry. Mikhail felt the tension ease from his body, felt warmth curl in his stomach. I will try to keep you as far from this mess as possible, little one. No one worried about him, about his state of mind or his health. No one thought to feel for him. Something inside him seemed to soften and melt. She was wrapping herself inside him, deep, somewhere he needed her. Perhaps we shouldn't see each other for a few days. I've never been so tired in my life. She tried to give him a gracious way out. Raven looked down at her hands. She wanted to give herself an out too. She had never felt so close to anyone, so comfortable, as if she had known him forever, yet was terrified that he would take her over. And I don't think your family was thrilled to see an American with you. Where to? Explosive together, she finished ruefully. Do not try to leave me, Raven. The car drew up in front of the inn. I hold what is mine, and make no mistake, you are mine. It was both a warning and a plea. He had no time for soft words. He wanted to give them to her, God knew she deserved them, but the others were waiting and his responsibilities weighed heavily on him. She raised her hand to the line of his jaw, rubbing gently. You're so used to having your own way. There was a smile in her voice. I can go to sleep all by myself, Mikhail. I've been doing it for years. You need to sleep untroubled, undisturbed, deeply. What you saw tonight will haunt you if I do not help you. His thumb stroked across her lower lip. I could remove the memory if you wished. Raven could see he wanted to do it, believed that it would be best for her. She could see it was difficult to ask her to make a decision. No, thank you, Mikhail, she said demurely. I think I'll keep all my memories, good and bad. She kissed his chin, slid across the seat to the door. You know, I'm not a porcelain doll. I won't break because I see something I shouldn't. I've chased serial killers before. She smiled at him, her eyes sad. He shackled her wrist in an unbreakable grip. And it almost destroyed you. Not this time. Her lashes swept down, hiding her expression. That's not your decision. If others persuaded him to use his talents to chase the insane, evil killers in the world, she would not leave him alone. How could she? You are not nearly as afraid of me as you should be, he growled. She flashed him another smile, tugging at her wrist to remind him to release her. I think you know what's between us would be worth nothing if you force me to do your will in everything. He held her captive a heartbeat longer, his dark, dangerous eyes moving possessively over her fragile face. She was so strong-willed. She was afraid, but she looked him in the eyes and stood up to him. It made her ill, brought her to the brink of madness to chase evil, but she did it time and time again. He was still a shadow in her mind. He read her determination to help him, her fear of him and his incredible powers, but she would not leave him to face this horrible killer alone. He wanted to keep her with him safe in his lair. Almost reverently, Mikhail trailed his fingers down her cheek. Go, before I change my mind, he ordered, abruptly releasing her. Raven walked away from him slowly, trying to overcome the dizziness that had taken hold of her. She was careful to walk straight, not wanting him to know she felt as if her body was lead, that every movement was difficult. She walked with her head up and kept her mind purposely blank. Mikhail watched her enter the inn. He saw her hand go up to her head, rub at her temple, the nape of her neck. She was still dizzy from his taking her blood. That had been selfish, beneath him, yet he couldn't stop himself. Now she was paying for it. Her head ached from the bombardment of emotions. His included. All of his people would have to be more careful to shield their minds. Mikhail unfolded his large frame from the vehicle, moved to the shadows, his senses flaring out to tell him he was alone. He took the form of mist. In the heavy fog it was unnoticeable, and he could easily see beneath her unsecured window. He watched her as she sank onto the bed. Her face was pale, her eyes haunted. SHW swept her mane of hair back, touching his mark as if it ached. It took her a few minutes to kick off her shoes, as if the task was too great. Mikhail waited until she had flung herself face down, fully clothed on the bed. You will sleep. He gave the order forcefully, expected her compliance. Mikhail. His name echoed in his head, soft, drowsy, with a hint of amusement. Somehow I knew you would just have to have your way. She didn't fight it, but went under willingly, a smile curving her soft mouth. Mikhail undressed her, slid her slender body beneath the covers. He safeguarded the door, a powerful spell guaranteed to keep even the strongest of his own people out, let alone pathetic mortal assassins. He secured the windows and provided the same guards at every possible entry point. Very gently, he brushed his lips across her forehead, then reached down to touch his brand on her neck before leaving her. The others fell silent when he entered his home. Celeste smiled tentatively, pressed a protective hand to the child lying in her womb. Is she all right, Mikhail? He nodded abruptly, curiously grateful for her concern. No one would question him, yet his behavior was completely out of character for him. He got right to the point. How did the assassins find Noelle unprotected? The others looked at one another. Mikhail drilled it into them never to forget the smallest details guarding their safety, but over the years it was so easy to forget, to slip up. Noelle had her baby only 2 months ago. She was so tired all the time. Celeste tried to excuse the slip. And Rand? Where was he? Why did he leave his exhausted wife unprotected while she slept? Mikhail asked softly, dangerously. Byron, the man who had been in such trouble earlier, stirred uncomfortably. You know how Rand is. Always after the women. He took the child to Celeste and went out hunting. And forgot to provide Noel with the proper safeguards. Mikhail's disgust was all too evident. Where is he? Celeste's life mate, Eric, answered grimly. He was crazy, Mikhail. It took all of us to subdue him, but he sleeps now. The child is with him deep in the ground. The healing will do them good. We could not afford to lose Noel. Mikhail pushed grief away. It was not the time to feel it. Eric, can you keep Rand under control? I think you should talk to him, Eric answered honestly. The guilt is making him crazy. He nearly turned on us. Vlad, where is Eleanor? She is at risk, heavy with child. We must protect her as we will Celeste, Mikhail said. We cannot afford the loss of any of our women and certainly not their children. She is so close to term, I was worried about her traveling. Vlad sighed heavily. She is safe and well guarded for the moment, but I think this war is starting again. Mikhail tapped a finger on the small table near the chessboard. Perhaps it is significant that we have 3 of our women giving birth for the first time in a decade. Our children are few and far between. If the assassins somehow have gained knowledge of our women's condition, they will be afraid we are multiplying, growing strong again. Mikhail shot the most muscular of the men a quick glance. Jock, you have no lifemate to encumber you. There was the faintest trace of affection in his voice, affection he could never feel or show before and maybe wasn't aware anyone else knew of. Jacques was his brother. Neither does Byron. You two will get word to all the others. Lie low, feed only in the deepest cover, sleep deep within the ground, and always use the most powerful safeguards. We must watch our women and get them to safety, especially those who are with child. Do not draw attention to yourselves in any way. For how long, Mikhail? Celeste's eyes were shadowed, her face tear-stained. How long must we live like this? Until I find and dispense justice to the assassins. There was a fierce, savage note in his voice. All of you have become soft, mixing so much with mortals. You are forgetting the gifts that could save your lives, he reprimanded them harshly. My woman is mortal, yet she knew of your presence before you knew of hers. She felt your unguarded emotions, knows of the assassins through your thoughts. There is no excuse for that. How can this be? Eric dared to ask. No mortal has such power. She is telepathic and very strong in her gift. She will be here often. She will be protected, as will all of our women. The others exchanged bewildered, confused looks. According to the legend, only their strongest members might be able to convert a mortal. It simply wasn't done, was far too risky. It had been tried centuries earlier, when the ranks of their women had been depleted and the men were without hope. But no one dared try it anymore. Most of them believed it was a myth made up to keep their males from losing their souls. Mikhail was unreadable, implacable, his judgment never questioned throughout the centuries. He settled arguments and protected them. He hunted the males who had chosen to turn vampire, dangerous to mortals and immortals alike. Now this. A mortal woman. They were shocked and it showed. They were obligated to put the life of Mikhail's woman before their own. If Mikhail said she was under his protection, he meant it. He never said anything he didn't mean. And if she was harmed, the penalty would be death. Mikhail was a savage, merciless, and unrelenting enemy. Mikhail felt the weight of his responsibility for Noel's death. He had known of Rand's weakness for women. Mikhail had objected to the union, but he hadn't forbidden it, as he should have. Rand was not Noel's true life mate. Chemistry would never allow a true mate to cheat on his woman. Noel, his beautiful sister, so young and vibrant, lost to them forever. She had been headstrong, wanting Rand because he was handsome, not because her soul called to his. They had lied, but he had known they were lying. Ultimately, it had been his responsibility that Rand continued to try to find emotion by being with other women, and Noel had grown into a bitter, dangerous woman. She must have died instantly or Mikhail would have felt it, even deep in his sleep. Rand should never have had the care of one of their women. Mikhail had thought that, in time, each would find their true life mate, but Nicole only grew more dangerous and Rand worse in his promiscuous behavior. It was impossible for Rand to feel anything with the women he bedded, yet he continued, almost as if it was a punishment for Noelle's tight hold on him. Mikhail closed his eyes for a moment, allowing the reality of Noelle's senseless murder to sweep over him. The loss was intolerable, his grief wild and intense, mixed with an ice-cold rage and deadly resolve. He bowed his head. 3 blood-red tears made their way unchecked down his face. His sister, the youngest of their women. It was his fault. Mikhail felt the stirring in his head, warmth, comfort, as if arms had stolen around him. Mikhail? Do you need me? Raven's voice was drowsy, husky, worried. He was shocked. His command had been strong, far stronger than anything he had ever used on a human, yet his sorrow had penetrated her sleep. He glanced around him, took in the faces of his companions. None of them had picked up the mental contact. It meant that, as groggy as she was, Raven was able to focus, channel, and send directly to him without any spillage. It was a skill few of his people had bothered to accomplish, so complacent were they that humans could not tune into them. Mikhail? This time Raven's voice was stronger, alarmed. I'll come to you. Sleep, little one. J.M. well. He reassured, reinforcing his command with the tone of his voice. Be well, Mikhail. She whispered softly, succumbing to his power. Mikhail gave his attention to those awaiting his orders. Send Rand to me tomorrow. The child cannot stay with him. Deirdre lost another child a couple of decades ago. She still mourns her many losses. The child will be taken to her. Teen will guard them carefully. No one is to use a mental link until we know whether one of our adversaries possesses the same power my woman does. The shock on their faces was complete. None of them considered a human capable of that kind of power and discipline. Mikhail, you're certain this woman is not the one? She could be a threat to us. Eric ventured the suggestion cautiously, even as Celeste's fingers dug warningly into his arm. Mikhail's dark eyes narrowed slightly. Do you believe I have grown lazy, bloated with my own power? Do you think so little of me that I could be in her mind and not recognize a threat to us? I warn you, I am willing to step down as your leader, but I am not willing to withdraw my protection of her. If any of you wish to harm her, know that you will deal with me. Do you wish me to pass on the mantle of leadership? I weary of my duties and responsibilities. Mikhail. Byron's voice was a sharp protest. The others voiced quick, alarmed denials, like frightened children. Jacques was the only one who stood silently, one hip lazily resting against the wall, regarding Mikhail with a secret mocking half-smile. Mikhail ignored him. It is nearly sunrise. All of you go to ground. Use every guard possible. When you awaken, check around your dwelling, feel for intruders. Do not overlook the slightest incident. We must stay in close communication and watch each other. Mikhail, the first year is so critical, so many of our children do not survive. Celeste's fingers were twisting nervously within her husband's hand. I am not sure Deirdre could bear another loss. Mikhail's smile was gentle. She will guard the child as no other, and Teen will be twice as watchful as any other. He has been trying to get Deirdre to conceive, and she has refused. At least this way, her arms will not be empty. And she will long for another child, Celeste said angrily. If our race is to continue, we must have children. As much as I would like to provide them, it is only our women who can produce such a miracle. It is heartbreaking to lose so many, Mikhail, Celeste pointed out. For all of us, Celeste. His tone was final, and no one dared to argue or question. His authority was absolute, his rage and grief beyond boundaries. Not only Rand had failed to protect Noelle, a young, beautiful, vibrant woman, but her life had been lost because of some sadistic game Rand and Noelle had played together. He knew that he was every bit as responsible as Rand for Noelle's fate. His loathing of Rand was directed at himself as well. Chapter 3. Raven woke slowly, in a dense fog, layers and layers of it. Somehow she knew she wasn't supposed to wake, but nevertheless it was imperative she do so. She pried her eyes open and turned her head toward the window. Sunlight was streaming in. She pushed herself into a sitting position, the covers sliding away to expose bare skin. "Mikhail," she whispered aloud, "you take altogether too many liberties." She reached out to him automatically, as if she could not deny herself that need. Sensing he was asleep, she withdrew. The slight touch was enough. He was safe. Raven felt different, happy even. She could talk to someone, touch someone, never mind that it was a bit like sitting on the back of a hungry tiger. The freedom to relax in another's presence was a joy. Mikhail had heavy responsibilities. She didn't know who he was, only that he was someone important. Obviously, he was comfortable with his talents, unlike Raven, who still felt she was some kind of freak of nature. She wanted to be more like he was, confident, not caring what others thought. She knew very little of Romanian life. The rural populations were poor and superstitious. Yet they were a friendly people and truly artistic. Mikhail was different. She had heard of Carpathians, not gypsies, but a people who were well-educated, had money, and lived deep in the mountains and forests by choice. Was Mikhail their leader? Was that why he was so arrogant and aloof? The shower felt good on her body, rinsing away the heavy, groggy feeling. She dressed carefully in jeans, a turtleneck, and a sweater. Even with the sunlight, it was cold in the mountains, and she intended to go exploring. Her neck throbbed for a moment, burned. She peeled back her top to examine the wound. It was a strange mark, like a teenager's love bite, but more intense. She blushed at the memory of how he'd put it there. Did the man have to be sexy on top of everything else? And she could learn so much from him. She noticed that he was able to shield himself from the ever-present bombardment of emotions all the time. That would be such a miracle, to be able to simply sit in the middle of a crowded room and not feel anything but her own emotions. Raven pulled on her hiking shoes. A murder in this place. It was a sacrilege. The villagers must be frightened. As she passed through the doorway, she felt a curious shifting in the air. It felt as if she had to push through some unseen force. Mikhail again? Trying to lock her in? No. If he was capable of such a thing, the locks would stop her. More likely, he was protecting her, locking others out. Torn by grief and rage at the senseless, hideous murder, Mikhail had still helped her go to sleep. The thought of him taking the time to protect and aid her made her feel cherished. It was 3 in the afternoon, well past lunch, but too soon for dinner, and Raven was hungry. In the kitchen, the landlady obligingly fixed her a picnic dinner. Not once did the woman mention a murder. Indeed, she seemed totally oblivious of any such news. Raven found herself reluctant to broach the subject. It was strange. The innkeeper was so friendly and engaging, she even talked of Mikhail, a longtime friend of whom she spoke very highly, yet Raven could not bring herself to say a single word about the murder and what it meant to Mikhail. Outside, she shrugged into her backpack. She couldn't sense the horror of murder anywhere. No one at the inn, no one in the street seemed unduly upset. She couldn't have been wrong. The images had been strong, the grief wild and very real. The images of the murder itself were very detailed, unlike anything her imagination could conjure up. "Miss Whitney." "It is Whitney, isn't it?" A feminine voice called to her from several feet away. Margaret Summers hastened toward her, anxiety on her face. She was in her late 60s, frail, with gray hair and a down-to-earth, sensible way of dressing. "My dear, you're so pale this morning. We all were so afraid for your safety. That young man carrying you off the way he did was very intimidating." Raven laughed softly. "He is rather intimidating, isn't he? He's an old friend and over-anxious about my health. Believe me, Mrs. Summers, he watches over me very carefully. He really is a respectable businessman. Ask anyone in the village." "Are you ill, dear?" Margaret asked solicitously, moving closer so that Raven felt threatened. Recovering, Raven said firmly, hoping it was true. "I have seen you before." Margaret sounded excited. "You're that extraordinary young lady who helped the police catch that murdering fiend in San Diego a month or so ago. What in the world would you be doing here of all places?" Raven rubbed her forehead with the heel of her palm. "That type of work is very draining, Mrs. Summers. It sometimes makes me ill. It was a long chase, and I needed to get far away. I wanted to go somewhere remote and beautiful, somewhere steeped in history. Somewhere people didn't recognize me and point me out like I was a freak of nature. The Carpathian mountains are beautiful. I can hike, sit quietly, and let the wind blow all the memories of a sick mind out of my head. Oh, my dear. Margaret put out her hand in concern. Raven sidestepped quickly. I'm sorry. It bothers me to touch people after I follow a demented mind. Please understand. Margaret nodded. Of course, although I noticed your young man thought nothing of touching you. Raven smiled. He's bossy, and he has such a flair for the dramatic, but he's really good to me. We've known each other a while. You see, Mikhail travels quite a bit. The lie seemed to roll easily off her tongue. She hated herself for that. I don't want anyone to know about me, Mrs. Summers. I dislike publicity and need solitude right now. Please don't tell anyone who I am. Of course not, dear, but do you think it's safe to go wandering off by yourself? There are wild animals roaming these parts. Mikhail accompanies me on my little jaunts, and I certainly don't go poking around in the wilds at night. Oh, Margaret looked mollified. Mikhail Dubrinsky? Everyone talks of him. I told you, he's overprotective. Actually, he likes the landlady's cooking, she confided with a laugh, holding up the picnic basket. I'd better get going or I'll be late. Margaret stepped aside. Do be careful, dear. Raven gave a friendly wave and sauntered unhurriedly along the path that led through the woods, up the footpath into the mountains. Why had she felt compelled to lie? She liked her solitude, never felt the need to justify herself. For some reason, she didn't want to discuss Mikhail's life with anyone, least of all Margaret Summers. The woman seemed too interested in him. It wasn't anything she said. It was in her eyes and voice. She could feel Margaret Summers watching her curiously until the path made an abrupt turn and the trees swallowed her up. Raven shook her head sadly. She was becoming such a recluse, not wanting to be close to anyone, not even a sweet older woman worried about her safety. Raven, wait up. She closed her eyes against the intrusion. By the time Jacob caught up with her, she managed to plaster a smile on her face. Jacob, I'm glad you recovered from that terrible choking spell last night. It was lucky the waiter knew the Heimlich maneuver. Jacob scowled. I didn't choke on a piece of meat, he said defensively, as if she was accusing him of bad table manners. Everyone thinks so, but it wasn't that. Really? The way the waiter grabbed you. Her voice trailed off. Well, you didn't stick around long enough to find out, he accused sulkily, his brows drawing together. You just let that Neanderthal carry you off. Jacob, she said gently, you don't know me, you know nothing about me or my life. For all you know, that man could be my husband. I was very ill last night. I'm sorry I didn't stay, but once I could see you were fine, I didn't think it would be appropriate to throw up all over the dining room. How do you know that man? Jacob demanded jealously. The locals say he's the most powerful man in this region. He's wealthy, owns all the petroleum rights. Quite the businessman, very high-powered. How would you meet a man like that? He was crowding close to her, and Raven was suddenly all too aware of how alone they were, how secluded their surroundings. He had a spoiled, petulant look twisting his boyish good looks. She sensed something else, a kind of sick excitement in his guilty thoughts. She knew she was a big part of his perverse fantasies. Jacob was a rich boy thinking he could have any new toy he wanted. Raven felt a stirring in her mind. Raven? You fear for your safety. Mikhail was heavy with sleep, fighting his way up through the layers to the surface. Now she was worried. Mikhail was a question mark in her mind. She didn't know what he would do, only that he felt protective toward her. For herself, for Mikhail, for Jacob, she needed to make Jacob understand that she wanted no part of him. I can handle this. She sent a sharp reassurance. Jacob, her voice was patient, I think you should leave. Go back to the inn. I'm not the kind of woman to be bullied by your attitude. This is harassment, and I'll have no compunction about registering a complaint with the local police, or whatever they're called. She held her breath, feeling Mikhail waiting. Fine, Raven, sell yourself to the highest bidder. Try to find yourself a rich husband. He'll use you and dump you. That's what men like Dubrinsky do. Jacob shouted. He spat out a few additional ugly words and stomped away. Raven let out her breath slowly, thankfully. See? She forced laughter into her thoughts. I took care of the problem all by my little feminine self. Amazing, isn't it? From the other side of a grove of trees, out of her sight, Jacob suddenly screamed in terror, the sound fading to a thin wail. The roar of an enraged bear mingled with Jacob's second scream. Something heavy crashed through the underbrush in the opposite direction of Raven. She felt Mikhail's laughter, low, amused, very male. Very funny, Mikhail. Jacob was broadcasting fear, but not pain. You have a questionable sense of humor. I need sleep. Quit getting into trouble, woman. If you wouldn't stay up all night, you might not need to sleep the day away. She reprimanded. How? Do you get work done? Computers. She found herself laughing at the thought of him with a computer. He didn't belong with cars or computers.go. Back to sleep, you big baby. I can handle things just fine, thank you very much, without any great big He-Man to protect me. I would much prefer that you return to the safety of the inn until I rise. There was the merest hint of command in his voice. He was trying to soften his manner with her, and she found herself smiling at his efforts. It isn't going to happen, so learn to live with it. American women are very difficult. She continued on her way up the mountain, his laughter still playing softly in her head. She allowed the stillness of nature to seep into her mind. The birds sang to one another softly. The wind whispered through the trees. There were flowers of all colors carpeting the meadow, lifting their petals to the sky. Raven climbed higher, finding peace in her solitude. She perched on a craggy boulder up above a meadow surrounded by forests of thick trees. She ate her lunch and lay back, reveling in her surroundings. Mikhail stirred, allowing his senses to read his environment. He lay in shallow earth, undisturbed. No human had come near his lair. It was less than an hour to sunset. He burst from the earth into the cold, damp cellar. Even as he showered, adopting the human way to cleanliness, although it wasn't necessary, his mind reached out to touch Raven's. She was dozing in the mountains, unprotected, with the darkness gathering. He frowned. The woman had no idea of safety measures. He had an urge to shake her, yet more than that, he wanted to gather her up and hold her forever safe in his arms. He made his way out into the setting sun, climbing the mountain trails with the speed of his kind. The sun touched his skin, warmed his coolness, made him alive. The specially constructed dark glasses protected his ultra-sensitive eyes, yet he still felt a pinprick of unease, as if 1,000 needles were waiting to stab at his eyes. As he approached the rock where Raven slept, he caught the scent of another male. Mikhail bared his teeth. The sun dipped low beneath the edge of the mountain, cast a dark shadow across the rolling hills, and bathed the forest in murky secrets. Mikhail moved out into the open, his arms held out from his sides, his body a fluid combination of power and coordination. He was pure menace, a stalking demon, silent and lethal. Rand had his back to him, approaching the woman on the rock. Sensing the power in the air, he spun around, his handsome features grief-stricken and ravaged. Mikhail, his voice cracked, his eyes dropped. No, you can never forgive me. You knew I was not a true life-mate to Noelle. She would not let me go. She threatened to kill herself if I left her, if I attempted to find another. Like a coward, I remained with her. Why do I find you crouched over my woman? Mikhail snarled, fury rising until the bloodlust coiled in him like a living thing. Rand's excuses sickened him, true though they might be. If Noelle had threatened to walk into the sun, the matter should have been brought before him. Mikhail had power enough to stop Noelle from her destructive behavior. Rand well knew that Mikhail was their prince, their leader, and, although he had not shared blood with Rand, he still could read the male's perverse pleasure in his sick relationship with Noelle, his dominance over her and her obsession. Behind them, Raven stirred, sat up, shoved at her hair from long habit. She looked drowsy, sexy, a siren waiting for her lover. Rand had turned his head to look at her, and there was something sly and crafty in his expression. She felt Mikhail's instant warning to be silent, Rand's unrestrained grief, his jealousy and dislike of Mikhail, The thick tension between the two men. Byron and Jacques told me she was under your protection. I could not sleep and knew she was alone without safeguards. I had to do something or I would have chosen to join Noelle. There was a plea for understanding, if not for forgiveness, yet Raven was unconvinced that Rand meant anything he said. She didn't know why, because his sorrow was real. Perhaps he was desperate for Mikhail's respect and knew he would not get it. Then I am in your debt, Mikhail said formally, working at controlling his loathing of a man who would leave unprotected a woman who had just given birth to his child to deliberately torment her with another woman's scent on him. Raven slid from her perch, a small, fragile woman with compassion in her enormous blue eyes. I'm truly sorry for your loss, she murmured softly, careful to keep her distance. This man was the murder victim's husband. His guilt and grief crawled through her body with torturous intent, yet she worried for Mikhail. Something was not right with Rand. He was twisted inside, not evil, yet not completely right. Thank you, Rand said tersely. I need my child, Mikhail. You need the healing earth, Mikhail disagreed calmly, implacable in his decision, merciless in his resolve. He would not turn over a precious, helpless baby to this male in his present state of mind. Raven's stomach knotted, twisted, and pain went through her heart at the cruelty in those words. She only partially understood what Mikhail's decree meant. This man, grieving for his murdered wife, was being deprived of his child, accepting Mikhail's word as absolute law. She felt his deep pain as if it were her own, yet on some level she couldn't help agreeing with Mikhail's decision. Please, Mikhail. I loved Noelle. Instinctively, Raven knew Rand was not pleading for his child. Fury lent darkness to Mikhail's features, cruelty to his mouth, a red glint to his eyes. Do not speak of love to me, Rand. Go to the earth. Heal. I will find this assassin and avenge my sister. No longer will I be swayed by sentiment. If I had not listened to her pleading, she would be alive today. I cannot sleep. It is my right to hunt. Rand sounded defiant, sulky, like a child who wanted respect and equality, yet knew it would never come. A flicker of impatience, of menace, crossed Mikhail's brooding features. Then I will command you and give you the healing rest your body and mind require. His voice was as soft and neutral as ever. If it hadn't been for the fury burning in his black eyes, Raven would have thought him gentle and caring toward the man. We cannot afford to lose you, Rand. His voice softened to velvet, enticed, commanded. You will sleep, Rand. You will go to Eric and have him prepare you, guard you. You will remain until you are no longer a threat to yourself or others. Raven was shocked and alarmed at the absolute power in his voice, the power he wielded as if it was his due. Mikhail's voice alone could produce a hypnotic trance. No one questioned his authority, even over so grave a decision as keeping a child. She bit at her lip, confused over her feelings. He was right about the baby. She sensed something wrong in Rand, yet that a grown man would obey his order. To obey his orders frightened her. No one should have such a voice, such a gift. Something so strong could be misused, could easily corrupt the one who wielded it. They stood, regarding each other in the gathering darkness once Rand left them. Raven could feel the weight of Mikhail's displeasure pressing down on her. She lifted her chin defiantly. He moved closer, gliding unbelievably fast, his fingers finding her throat as if he might strangle her. You will never repeat this foolhardy act again. She blinked up at him. Don't try to intimidate me, Mikhail. It won't work. No one tells me what to do or where I can go. His fingers slipped to her wrists, tightened, threatened to crush her fragile bones. I will not tolerate any foolishness that might put your life in jeopardy. We have lost one of our women already. I will not lose you. His sister, he had said. Compassion warred with self-preservation. Most of this confrontation was because he was so afraid for her. Mikhail, you can't put me in a box and keep me on a shelf. She spoke as gently as she could. I will not argue over your safety. Earlier, you were alone with a man who thought of forcibly taking you. Any wild animal could have attacked you, and if you had not been under my protection, in his present state, Rand might have harmed you. None of those things happened, Mikhail. She touched his jaw with gentle, placating fingers, a tender caress. You have enough to worry about, enough responsibilities, without adding me to them. I can help you. You know I'm capable. He tugged at her wrist so that she lost her balance and fell against his hard strength. You are going to make me crazy, Raven. His arms came up, pinning her soft slenderness against him. His voice dropped to a drawling caress, mesmerizing, pure black magic. You are the one person I long to protect, yet you will not obey. You insist on independence. All others lean on my strength, yet you seek to help me, to shoulder my duties. He lowered his mouth to hers. There was that curious shifting of the ground beneath her feet, the crackle of electricity in the air around them. Flames licked over her skin, heated her blood. Colors whirled and danced in her head. His mouth claimed hers, aggressive, male, totally dominating, sweeping all thoughts of resistance aside. She opened her mouth to him, allowed his probing exploration, his sweet, hot assault. Her hands found the broadness of his shoulders, crept up to circle his neck. Her body felt pliant, boneless, like hot silk. Mikhail wanted to press her to the soft ground, tear the offending clothes from her body, and make her irrevocably his. There was far too much innocence in the taste of her. No one had asked to share the weight of his countless burdens. No one, until this little slender slip of a mortal, had even thought of the price he continually paid. A human. She had the courage to stand up to him, and he could do no other than respect her for it. His eyes were closed, savoring the feel of her body against his, the fact that he could want her with such intensity. He held her, wanting her, needing her, burning for her, not even understanding how such a firestorm could consume him. Reluctantly, he lifted his head, his body raging at him. Let us go home, Raven. His voice was pure seduction. A slow smile curved her soft mouth. I don't think it's safe. You're the kind of man my mother warned me about. He kept his arm possessively around her shoulders, shackling her to him. Mikhail had no intention of allowing her to leave his side again. His body urged her in the direction he wanted. They walked together in companionable silence. Jacob wasn't going to hurt me, she denied suddenly. I would have known. You were not touching him, little one, and it was lucky for him. He's certainly capable of violence. It's always hard to miss violence. She flashed him her mischievous smile. It clings to you like a second skin. He tugged at her thick braid in retaliation for her teasing. I want you to come stay in my home. At least until we find and dispose of the assassins. Raven walked several steps in silence. He had said, we, as if they were a team. That pleased her. You know, Mikhail, it was the strangest thing today. Not one person at the inn or in the village seemed to know of the murder. His finger flicked along her delicate cheekbone. And you said nothing. She flashed him a quelling glance from under long lashes. Of course. Gossiping is not my form of entertainment. Noelle died cruelly, senselessly. She was Rand's life mate. You used that term before. What does it mean? It is like a wife or husband, he explained. Noelle had given birth to a child only 2 months ago. She was my responsibility. Noelle is not food for gossip. We will find her killers ourselves. Don't you think if there's a serial killer loose in so small a village, the people have a right to know? Mikhail chose his words carefully. The Romanians are not in any danger. And this is not the work of one individual. The assassins wish to stamp out our race. True Carpathians are almost extinct. We have bitter enemies who would see us all dead. Why? Mikhail shrugged. We are different. We have certain gifts, talents. People are afraid of what is different. You should know that. Maybe I have Carpathian blood in me, a diluted version, Raven said with a trace of wistfulness. It was nice to think she had an ancestor with the same gift. His heart went out to her. Her life must have been terribly lonely. Mikhail wanted to wrap her up, safe in his arms, sheltered from life's unpleasantness. His was a self-imposed isolation. Raven had no choice. Our petroleum and mineral rights in a country where most have very little is cause for concern and jealousy. I am the law to my people. I deal with the threats to our position and our lives. It was my poor judgment that placed Noelle in danger. It is my duty to hunt her killers and bring our justice to them. Why haven't you called the local authorities? She was struggling to understand, feeling her way carefully. I am the sole authority to my people. I am the law. Alone. I have others who hunt, many in fact, but it is at my command. I hold the sole responsibility in all decisions. Judge, jury, and executioner, she guessed, holding her breath for the answer. Her senses couldn't lie. She would have felt the taint of evil in him, no matter how good a shield he constructed. No one could be so good that they never once slipped up. She didn't realize she had stopped walking until his hands ran up and down her arms, warming her shivering body. Now you fear me. He said it softly, wearily, as if she had hurt him. And it did hurt. He had wanted her to be afraid of him, had deliberately provoked her fear, yet now, his goal achieved, it wasn't at all what he wanted. His voice tugged at her heartstrings. I don't fear you, Mikhail, she denied gently, tipping her face up to study his in the moonlight. I fear for you. So much power leads to corruption. So much responsibility leads to destruction. You make life and death decisions that only God should make. His hand caressed her silken skin, moved to trace the fullness of her lower lip. Her large eyes were enormous in her small face, her feelings naked to his mesmerizing gaze. There was concern, compassion, the beginnings of love, and a sweet, sweet innocence that shook him to his very core. She worried for him. Worried. Mikhail groaned aloud, turned from her. She had no idea what she was offering to one such as he. He knew he wasn't strong enough to resist it, and he loathed himself for his selfishness. Mikhail. She touched his arm, sending flames licking along his skin, heating his blood. He hadn't fed, and the combination of love, lust, and hunger was explosive, heady, but very, very dangerous. How could he not love her when he was in her mind, reading her thoughts, knowing her intimately? She was light to his darkness, his other half. Forbidden though it might be, mistake of nature probably, he could not help loving her. Let me help you. Share this terrible thing with me. Don't cut yourself off from me. Just the touch of her hand, the concern in her eyes, the purity and truth in her voice, brought out an unfamiliar softness in him. He dragged her to him, all too aware of the urgent demands of his body. With a low, animal growl he lifted her, whispered a soft command to her, and moved with all the speed of which he was capable. Raven blinked and found herself in the warmth of Mikhail's library, with the fire throwing shadows on the wall, unsure how she had gotten there. She didn't remember walking there, yet they were within the walls of his home. Mikhail's shirt was open, exposing the heavy muscles of his chest. His black eyes were steady on her face, watching her with a stillness, a watchfulness reminiscent of a predator. He made no attempt to hide his desire for her. I will give you one last chance, little one. He spoke the words in a harsh, hoarse voice, as if they tore painfully at his throat. I will find the strength to let you go if you say it. Now. Right now. The length of the room separated them. The air stilled. If she lived to be 100, that moment would be etched forever in her mind. He stood waiting for her decision to share herself with him or damn him to eternal isolation. His head was held up proudly, his body fiercely hard, aggressively male, his eyes burning with hunger. He drove every sane thought from her head. If she condemned him, wasn't she condemning herself to the same fate? Someone needed to love this man, care for him just a little. How could he continue so alone? He waited. No compulsion, no seduction, just his eyes, his need, his total isolation from the rest of the world. Others relied on his strengths, demanded his skills, yet they didn't show him affection, didn't thank him for his unceasing vigilance. She could sate his hunger where no other could. She knew it instinctively. There would be no other woman for him. He wanted her. He needed her. She could not walk away from him. Take off your sweater. He said it softly. There was no other path for him now. He had read the decision in her eyes, in the soft trembling of her mouth. She stepped back, her blue eyes widening. Very slowly, almost reluctantly, she pulled off the sweater, as if somewhere deep inside she knew she was giving him more than her innocence. She knew she was giving him her life. The shirt. Her tongue touched her lips, moistened the satin finish. The answering jolt in his body was savage, primitive. As she drew off the turtleneck, His hands went to the buttons of his pants. The fabric was stretched taut and confining, hurting him. He was careful to use the human form of disrobing, not wanting to frighten her any further. Her bare skin gleamed in the firelight. The shadows brushed the contours of her body. Her ribcage was narrow, her waist small, emphasizing the generous fullness of her breasts. The man in him inhaled sharply, raged with need. The beast in him roared for release. Mikhail dropped his shirt on the floor, no longer able to stand the feel of the material against his ultra-sensitive skin. A sound started deep in his throat, animal, feral, a fierce savage claim. Outside the wind began to rise, and dark, ominous clouds roiled across the moon. He kicked aside human garments, exposing his body, chiseled muscle and burning need. Her throat worked convulsively as she slid the lacy straps of her bra loose, let the material slide to the floor. Her breasts thrust invitingly, nipples hard and erotic. He took the length of the room in a single fluid leap, uncaring of later explanations. Age-old instinct was taking over. He ripped the offensive jeans from her body with a single slash and tossed them aside. Raven cried out, blue eyes going smoky with fear at his intensity. Mikhail calmed her with a touch, stroking his hands over her body, committing every line to memory. "Do not fear my hunger, little one," he whispered softly. "I would never hurt you. It would be an impossibility for me to do such a thing." Her bones were small, delicate, her skin hot silk. The mass of hair came loose with his marauding fingers, brushing the hard length of him, sending fiery arrows piercing his groin. His body tightened, raged. God, he needed her so much. So much. His hand closed over the nape of her neck in an unbreakable grip, his thumb tipping back her head to expose her throat and lift her breasts to him. His hand moved slowly, tracing the swell of her breasts, resting for a moment on his mark on her neck so that it burned and throbbed, returned to cup velvet softness. He traced every line of her ribs, feeding his hunger, soothing her fears. Mikhail trailed his fingers over her flat stomach and the ridge of her hip bones, to rest in the triangle of silky curls at the juncture of her legs. She had felt his touch before, but this was 1,000 times more potent. His hand created desperate need, a sensation of drowning in a world of pure feeling. Mikhail snarled something low in his own language and took her to the floor in front of the fire. His body was so aggressive, trapping hers against the wood floor, that for a moment she had the impression of a wild animal forcing its mate into submission. Mikhail had not realized until that moment just how close to turning he really was. The emotions, the passion and lust, were swirling together until he feared for both of them. The light from the flames cast a demonic shadow over him. He looked huge, invincible, a dangerous animal as he crouched over her. Mikhail. She said his name softly, reaching out to ease the lines in his contorted features, needing him to go slower. He caught and pinned both her wrists in one hand, stretched her arms above her head, and held her there. "I need your trust, little one." His voice was a combination of hoarse demand and black velvet magic. "Give it to me. Please give it to me." She was afraid, so vulnerable, stretched out like a pagan sacrifice, like an offering to a long-dead god. His eyes moved over her, hot, glowing, burning her skin everywhere his gaze touched. Raven lay quiet beneath his merciless strength, sensing his implacable resolve, aware of some terrible inner struggle within him. Her blue gaze drifted over the lines etched in his face, his mouth, so sensual, capable of such cruelty, his eyes, burning with such fierce need. Raven moved her body, testing his strength, knowing it would be impossible to stop him. She feared their joining because she was unsure of herself, of what to expect, but she believed in him. The feel of her soft, exposed body writhing beneath his only inflamed him more. Mikhail groaned her name, his hand sliding up her thigh, finding her heated core. "Trust me, Raven. I need your trust." His fingers sought velvet, probed, claimed, produced a rush of hot liquid. He bent his head to taste her skin, the texture, the scent of her. She cried out softly when his hot mouth found her breast, when his fingers probed deeper in her center. Her body rippled with pleasure. He moved lower, tracing the earlier path of his hands with his tongue. With every stroke his body tightened, his heart opened, and the caged beast became stronger. A mate. His. He inhaled her scent deeply, drawing her into the very essence of his body. His tongue slid across her slowly, a long caress. She moved again, still uncertain, but subsided when he raised his head and looked at her with stark possession burning in his eyes. Deliberately, he pushed her knees apart, exposing her vulnerability to him. His eyes holding hers in warning, he lowered his head and drank. Somewhere deep inside, Mikhail recognized that she was too innocent for this particular brand of wild lovemaking, but he was determined that she would know pleasure from their union, pleasure he gave her, not some hypnotic suggestion. He had waited too long for a mate, endless centuries of hunger and darkness and total desolation. He could not be gentle and considerate when his entire being was demanding that she belong to him totally for all time. He knew her trust was everything. Her faith in him would be her safeguard. Her body convulsed, she cried out. Mikhail dragged himself over her, savoring the feel of her skin, her softness, how small she was. Every detail, no matter how small, was imprinted on his mind, became part of the savage pleasure in which he was indulging. He released her wrists, bent to kiss her mouth, her eyes. "You are so beautiful, Raven. Belong to me. Belong only to me." He was pressing against her, his body still, corded muscle, unbelievably strong, trembling with his need for her. "There could be no one else, Mikhail," she answered softly, her fingers soothing on his burning skin. She smoothed the lines of deep despair from his face, reveled in the feel of his hair in her palms. "I do trust you, only you." Mikhail caught her small hips in his hands. "I will be as gentle as I can, little one. Do not close your eyes, stay with me." She was hot liquid, ready for him, but as he eased his hard length into her, he felt her protective barrier. She gasped, stiffened. "Mikhail." There was real alarm in her voice. "Just for a moment, little one, and then I will take you to the heavens." He waited for her consent, waited and burned in agony. Her blue eyes shimmered, looked up at him with wondrous trust. No one, his kind or hers, down through the centuries, had ever looked at him the way she was looking at him now. Mikhail surged forward, buried himself in her tight, fiery sheath. She moaned softly, and he bent his head to find her mouth, to erase the pain with his tongue. He held himself still, felt their combined heartbeats, the blood singing in their veins, her body adjusting to accommodate his. He kissed her gently, tenderly, opening his mind as much as he dared, wanting to share himself with her. His love was wild, obsessive, protective, certainly not given easily, but given completely to her. He moved then, slowly and carefully at first, judging her reaction by her expressive face. Mikhail's body's demands began to assert themselves. Fire licked along his skin, roared in his belly. His muscles contracted, flexed, little drops of perspiration beading on his skin. He dragged her closer, claiming her for his own, his body burying itself in hers over and over, intent on sating an insatiable hunger. Raven's hands moved to his chest, fluttered there as if in protest. He growled a warning, bent his dark head to the spot over her left breast. Soft velvet skin, a fiery hot sheath. He burned, drove harder, seeking relief in the only way he could. They were one, she was his other half. She moved again, shifted away from him, a breathless, inarticulate cry voicing her fear of the rippling pleasure consuming her. He growled again, the animal protesting, sinking his strong teeth into the hollow of her shoulder, pinning her to the library floor. The fire built into a conflagration, turbulent, out of control. Thunder cracked, shaking the house as bolt after bolt of lightning struck the ground. He roared, a cry to the heavens, as he took her with him beyond the earth. It went on, pain edging pleasure, needing more and more. His body's seed spilling triggered a ravenous, sensual hunger, the beast in him totally aroused. Mikhail's mouth slid from her shoulder, traced a path along her throat to find the steady beat of her heart beneath her full, inviting breast. His tongue stroked her hardened nipple, returned to trace the swell of her breast, once, twice. His teeth sank deep and he fed, his body taking hers again, hot and fast, insatiable in its sexual frenzy. The taste of her was sweet and clean and very addicting. He craved more and more, his body building power and strength, driving harder and harder, burying himself deeply in her, pushing her toward another shattering release. Raven struggled with herself, not recognizing Mikhail in the beast whose emotions were pure sensual hunger and ravenous appetite. Her body responded to him, seemingly endless in its need for his. His mouth burned and tortured her skin, fed an endless, spiraling climax. She could feel herself weakening, a curious euphoria stealing over her, languid and sexy. She cradled his head to her, giving herself up to his terrible hunger as his body convulsed over and over. It was her acceptance that brought him back to sanity. This woman was not in a trance. She was offering herself freely because she felt his raging need, because she trusted him to stop before he hurt her, before he killed her. Mikhail's tongue lapped across her breast, closed the wound. He lifted his head, his dark eyes still glowing with the beast, the taste of her in his mouth, on his lips. He swore softly, bitterly, his self-loathing total. She was under his protection. He had never hated himself or his kind more. She had freely given of herself. He had taken selfishly, the beast in him so strong he had given in to the ecstasy of uniting with one's life mate. He gathered her limp body to him, cradled her in his arms. "You will not die, Raven." He was furious with himself. Had he done this on purpose? In some dark corner of his mind, had he wanted this to happen? He would try to find the answer to the question at a later date. Right now she needed blood, and she needed it fast. "Stay with me, little one. I remained in this world because of you. You will have to be strong for both of us. Can you hear me, Raven? Do not leave me. I can make you happy. I know I can." He slashed a burning wound across his chest. He pressed her mouth to the dark crimson stain pouring freely from the slash. "You will drink. Obey me in this." He knew better than to have her drink directly from his flesh, but he needed to hold her, needed the feel of her soft mouth against his skin taking his very essence, his life's blood, into her starving body. Her obedience was reluctant, her body threatening to reject his life-giving fluid. She gagged, tried to turn her head away. Ruthlessly, he clamped her to him. "You will live, little one. Drink deeply." Her will was incredibly strong. Even his own people did not require so much effort to force obedience. Of course, his people trusted in him, wanted to obey. Although Raven was unaware of what he was forcing on her, some deep sense of self-preservation fought his commands. It didn't matter. His will would prevail. It always prevailed. Mikhail carried her to his sleeping chamber. He crushed sweet, healing herbs around the bed, covered her small, still form. He placed her in a deep sleep. In an hour, he would make her drink again. He stood for a moment staring down at her, feeling the need to cry. She looked so beautiful, a rare, precious treasure he had treated cruelly, when he should have guarded her against the beast in him. Carpathians were not human. Their lovemaking was intensely wild. Raven was young, inexperienced, a human. He had not been able to keep his newly acquired emotions under control in the heat of passion. With trembling fingers he touched her face, a light caress, then bent to kiss her soft mouth. With an oath, he spun around and left the room. The safeguards were the strongest he knew, locking her in, everyone and everything out. The storm raged outside, as furious and turbulent as his soul. He took 3 running steps and launched himself into the sky, hurtling toward the village. The winds whirled and screamed around him. The house he sought was no more than a small shack. He stood at the door, his face a mask of torment. Edgar Hummer opened the door silently, stood aside to allow him entrance. "Mikhail." The voice was gentle. Edgar Hummer was 83 years old. Most of his years had been spent in the service of the Lord. He considered himself deeply privileged to be counted among Mikhail Dubrinsky's few real friends. Mikhail filled the small room with his presence, his power. He was agitated, deeply disturbed. He paced restlessly, the storm outside increasing in fury and strength. Edgar settled himself in his chair, lit his pipe, and waited. He had never seen Mikhail anything but completely calm, without emotion. This was a dangerous man, a man Edgar had never even glimpsed. Mikhail slammed a fist against the rock fireplace, creating a fine network of lines across the stones. "I nearly killed a woman tonight." He confessed it harshly, his dark eyes wounded. "You told me God made us for a purpose, that we were created by Him. I am more beast than man, Edgar, and I cannot continue to delude myself. I would seek eternal rest, but even that is denied to me. Assassins stalk my people. I have no right to leave them until I know they are protected. Now my woman is in danger, not only from me but from my enemies." Edgar puffed at his pipe calmly. "You said my woman. You love this woman." Mikhail waved a dismissing hand. "She is mine." It was a statement, a decree. How could he say love? It was an insipid word for what he felt. She was purity, goodness, compassion, everything that he was not. Edgar nodded. "You're in love with her." Mikhail scowled darkly. I hunger. I want. That is my life." He said it in torment, as if he could make it true. "Then why do you feel such pain, Mikhail? You wanted her. Maybe you needed her. I presume you took her. You hungered. I presume you fed. Why should you feel pain? You know it is wrong to take the blood of women for whom we feel other appetites. You have said you have not felt sexual need in centuries. That you cannot feel at all," Edgar reminded him softly. "I feel for her," Mikhail confessed, his dark eyes alive with pain. "I want her every moment of the day. I need her. God, I have to have her. Not only her body, but also her blood. I am addicted to the taste. I crave her, all of her, yet it is forbidden." "But you did it anyway?" "I almost killed her. But you didn't. She still lives. She cannot be the first time you fed too deeply. Did the others cause you pain?" Mikhail turned away. "You do not understand. It was the way it happened, what I did afterward. I feared it from the moment I first heard her voice. If it never happened before, why did you fear it?" Mikhail hung his head, his fingers curling into fists. "Because I wanted her, I could not bear to give her up. I wanted her to know me, know the worst. See all of me. I wanted to bind her to me so she could never leave my side. She is human. Yes. She has abilities, a mental link to me. Compassion. She walks in beauty. I told myself I would not do this thing, that it was wrong, but I knew I would. And knowing you would do something you believe is wrong, you still did it. You must have had a good reason. Selfishness. Did you not hear me? I. Everything for myself. I found a reason to continue my existence, and I took what did not belong to me, and still, even now, talking to you, I know I will not give her up. Accept your nature, Mikhail. Accept yourself as you are." Mikhail's laughter was bitter. "Everything is so clear to you. You say I am one of God's children. I have purpose. I should accept my nature. My nature is to take what I believe is mine, hold it, protect it. Chain it to my side if necessary. I cannot let her go. I cannot. She is like the wind, open and free. If I cage the wind, would it die? Then don't cage it, Mikhail. Trust it to stay beside you." "How can I protect the wind, Edgar?" "You said. Cannot. Mikhail. You cannot let her go. Not would not, will not. You said cannot, there is a difference. For me. What of her? What choice am I giving her? I have always believed in you and your goodness and your strength. It is very possible that the young lady needs you as well. You have heard the legends and lies associated with your kind for so long, you are beginning to believe the nonsense. To a true vegetarian, a meat-eater can be repulsive. The tiger needs deer to survive. A plant needs water. We all need something. You take only what you need. Kneel, receive God's blessing, and go back to your woman. You will find a way to protect your wind." Mikhail knelt obediently, his head bent, allowing the peace of the old man and his words to comfort him. Outside, the fury of the storm abated abruptly, as if it had spent its anger and now could rest in the aftermath. "Thank you, Father," Mikhail whispered. "Do what you must to protect your race, Mikhail. In the eyes of God, they are his children." Chapter 4. Mikhail wrapped his arms around Raven's slender form, pulled her tight against his hard frame. His body curved protectively around hers. She was heavily asleep, her body light, her face pale. There were deep shadows beneath her eyes. He whispered to her softly, "I am sorry for this, little one. Sorry I have placed you in this position. Beast that I am, I know I would do it again. You will not die, I cannot allow it." He traced a line over the vein in his wrist, filled the glass beside his bed with the dark red liquid. "Hear me, Raven. You need this drink. Obey me at once." He pressed the glass to her pale lips, tilted some of the contents down her throat. His blood was very healing, would ensure her life. Raven choked, gagged, tried to turn her head away as she had before. "Obey him at once. You will drink all of it." His command was stronger this time. She detested the contents, her body striving to reject it, but the force of his will won, as it always did. "Mikhail." He heard the forlorn cry in his head. "You must drink, Raven. Continue your trust in me." She relaxed and sank back into the layers of sleep, obeying him reluctantly. Mikhail had caught a brief glimpse of her confused thoughts, the swirl of alarmed emotions. She believed she was fighting a nightmare. Her color was better. Satisfied, he lay down beside her. She would remember the blood exchange as only a part of her nightmare. He propped himself up on one elbow, taking the time to study her face, her long thick lashes, her flawless skin and high cheekbones. It wasn't just her beauty, he knew that. It was what was inside her, the compassion and light that allowed her to accept his wild, untamed nature. It was beyond his imagination that such a miracle could occur. Just when he knew he would walk into the sun without hesitation, he had been sent an angel. A slow smile softened his mouth. His angel refused to do anything he told her. She responded far better when he thought to ask. He had been too long accustomed to obedience from all those under his protection. He had to remember that she was mortal, raised in a different time, with different values. It was imprinted on male Carpathians before their births that it was their duty to protect the women and children. With few women and no female children born in the last centuries, it was essential to safeguard every woman they had. Raven was mortal, not Carpathian. She did not belong in his world. When she left, she would take his color and emotions with her. She would take the very air he breathed. He closed his eyes against the thought. Where would he find the strength to let her walk away? He had so much to do before sunrise. He wanted to stay with her, hold her, persuade her not to leave him, tell her what was in his heart, tell her what she meant to him, tell her she couldn't leave him, that he might not survive. He wouldn't survive. He sighed heavily, rose once more. He needed to replenish himself, get to work. Again he crushed healing herbs, then thrust her more deeply into sleep. He was meticulous about the safeguards in his home and added a command to the creatures in the forest. If anyone came near his lair, threatened her in any way, he would know immediately. At Mikhail's call, Jacques and Byron met him in the trees above Noel and Rand's home. Once the body had been discovered, it had been properly burned, as was their way. "You touched nothing else?" Mikhail asked. "Only the body. All of their clothes and personal items were left as we found them," Byron assured him. "Rand did not go back in the house. You know they must have some sort of trap set for you. The body was left deliberately as bait." "Oh, I am certain of that. They will use all the modern technology they can come up with, cameras, videos." Mikhail's dark features were brooding. "They believe all the legends. Steaks, garlic, beheading. They are so predictable and primitive." There was a snarl in his voice, contempt for the murderers. "They take so much trouble to learn about our kind before they condemn us to death." Byron and Jacques exchanged an uneasy glance. Mikhail in this mood could be lethal. His hooded eyes, burning with fury, slid over them. "You stay and observe. If I get into trouble, you get out. Do not show yourselves." He hesitated. "If something goes wrong, I ask a favor." Mikhail had slipped into old word formality. Byron and Jacques would lay down their lives for him. It was a rare privilege to be asked a favor by the prince of their people. "My woman is sleeping deeply. She rests in my home. The safeguards are many and perilous. You must be careful and take great care to unravel them meticulously. She is to be healed, taught how to shield herself, and, if she chooses, to stay in your protection. Through our bloodline, Jacques, you will inherit the mantle of leadership. I believe it should be offered to Grigory at this time, to give you the time you will need to educate yourself to lead. If Grigory should refuse to accept, and most likely he will, my mantle must pass to you, Jacques. You will find it not to your liking, as I suspect you are already aware. If such becomes the case, you will have to ensure Grigory's loyalty to you and to our people. You will do these things for me. Byron, you will aid Jacques as Grigory has aided me. Both of you will give your sworn allegiance to Grigory should he accept. Both answered formally, speaking the words that bound them to their vow. Byron cleared his throat. Have you? That is she one of us? He ventured the question with great caution. They all knew vampires had attempted the conversion of human women. They had even discussed the possibility that they try, because they were in such a desperate situation. The risk far outweighed the advantages. The women that had been converted had gone mad, had murdered small children, and had been impossible to save. Carpathians were born with their abilities and taught rigid discipline. The few who broke their laws were dealt with instantly and harshly. The race respected all forms of life. Because of their tremendous power, it had to be that way. Mikhail shook his head. I know that she is my true mate. The ritual was hard on her. I had no choice but to replenish her. His words were terse, surly, daring them to continue the Inquisition, warning them that it would be at their peril. I did not bind her to me. She is mortal and it would be wrong. We will do as you wish, Byron reiterated with an uneasy glance at Jacques, who looked more amused than worried. Mikhail dissolved effortlessly, streamed down through the heavy branches of the fir tree. Once on the ground, he took the form of a wolf. Mist couldn't scent, and he needed the unique capabilities of his furred brethren. He would find spoor and follow it. After all, first and foremost, above all else, he was a predator. His shrewd intellect only served to enhance his hunting abilities. The wolf circled the clearing warily, nose close to the ground, examining each tree in the vicinity near the house. The wolf smelled death. It filled his nostrils with its sour, pungent odor. He began to crisscross the ground, covering every inch in his search pattern, identifying Rand's odor, Eric, and Jacques. He found where the assassins had approached the house. For men. He lingered over each scent until they were imprinted deeply in his mind. He took his time unraveling the macabre, gruesome story. The men had approached stealthily, even crawling from cover to cover at times. The wolf followed their path, straying here and there to cover ground, looking for hidden traps. At the door he paused, circled warily, backed off. Suddenly his hind legs dug into the dirt, and he launched himself straight through a window, shattering glass and landing a good 6 feet into the room. Deep within the wolf's body, Mikhail's laughter was grim and without humor. The 4 assassins had returned to the scene of their grisly murder to set up cameras to capture images of his kind. If the assassins had guts, they would have stayed and waited for the body to be discovered. They had done their brutal business and had run like the cowards they were. Ball rose in his throat. The wolf shook its head, growled low. 3 of the scents were unknown to him, the 4th very familiar. A traitor. How much had he received to betray Noel? The wolf leapt again, crashing through a second window. The camera would record a huge wolf, a blurred movement of shattered glass and mist, and the wolf again. Only Mikhail and a few other hunters, Jacques and Grigory, Aiden and Julian, were capable of such speed and shapeshifting. He began backtracking the assassins. One scent split off from the rest, wound into deep forest, came out near the timberline very close to Edgar Hummer's cabin and Dr. Westhamer's office. The wolf stayed in the trees, staring at the small house behind the office with cruel, red, unblinking eyes. Abruptly the wolf spun around, trotted back to where the assassins had split paths, and picked up the trail of the other 3. It led straight to the inn where Raven was staying. Mikhail joined Byron and Jacques in the treetop. 3 of them stay at the inn. I will recognize them when I am close to them. Tomorrow I will escort my woman back to collect her things. While I am there, I will be able to pick out their scents. There is no way of knowing if others are involved. Until we find out, we will have to be very careful. They have a video camera set up in the house. The trigger is on the door. Everyone needs to stay out of there." Mikhail was silent for a long moment. "Does Celeste go to Dr. Westhamer?" he finally asked softly. "I think she sees Hans Romanoff's wife. She works with the doctor and delivers most of the babies," Jacques replied. "And Eleanor?" Mikhail asked. Jacques stirred uncomfortably. "I believe so. This woman assisted Noelle's birth?" Byron cleared his throat. "Noelle delivered the child at home with Heidi Romanoff helping her. Rand was there. I came at his call. After the midwife left, Noelle hemorrhaged. Rand had to give her blood. I stayed with Noelle while Rand hunted. And no, Mrs. Romanoff did not see any of it. There was no one close, I would have known. It was Hans Romanoff who led the others to Noelle. I do not know if his wife was involved, but someone informed the assassins that the Carpathians were reproducing." Mikhail gave the information in a soft monotone. His eyes burned, glowed, his body trembled with fury, his hands opened and closed, but his voice was perfectly controlled. "It is necessary to know if the woman is involved." "She must be," Byron snapped. "Why are we waiting?" "Because we are not the barbaric animals these evil ones have named us. We have to know if the midwife is a traitor. And it is not your duty to dispense justice, Byron. It is not an easy thing to live with, the taking of life." Mikhail had felt the weight of each of those lives down through the centuries, but as his power and responsibilities grew, so did the ease with which he killed. As his emotions had faded, it was only his strong will and sense of right and wrong that prevented him from losing his soul to the insidious whispers of the darkness struggling for supremacy. "What do you want us to do?" Jacques asked. "It is not safe for Eleanor or Celeste to be in their homes. No more trips to the midwife. Take Celeste to my home above the lake. Eric will be able to study the ancient arts, which he has neglected. It is an easy place to defend. Eleanor cannot travel as far. They can use my home," Byron offered. "They will be close if they need help." Eleanor was his sister, and he had always loved her dearly. Despite the fact that his emotions were long gone, he remembered what it felt like. "It is risky. If your relationship is known and she is under suspicion, or if you were seen assisting Rand." Mikhail shook his head, not liking the idea. "Maybe they should take over my home." "No." The simultaneous protests were instant and sharp. "No, Mikhail, we cannot afford the risk to you." Jacques sounded alarmed. "Our women come first before any of us, Jacques," Mikhail reminded him gently. "Without them, our race will die. We can have sex with humans, but we cannot procreate with them. Our women are our greatest treasures. Each of you must eventually mate and father children. But be certain the one you choose is your true life mate. All of you know the signs, colors, emotions, the burning for her. The bond is strong. When one dies, the other usually chooses to die also. It is death or vampire. We all know that. But Rand." Byron trailed off. Rand became impatient with the waiting. Noelle was obsessed with him, but they were not true life mates. I think they ended up hating each other, trapped in the sickness of their relationship. He will survive her passing. Mikhail worked to keep the disgust from his voice. True life mates could not survive long without each other. That fact and the high mortality rate of their children had taken a huge toll on their dwindling race. Mikhail was not certain his people would survive into the next century. No matter how hard he tried, he could not find the hope necessary to keep the males from turning vampire. "Mikhail," Jacques chose his words carefully, "only you and Gregory know the secrets of our race. You know Gregory will choose his solitary existence. Only you can teach the rest of us, lead us, help us to grow. If we are to survive, grow strong again, it cannot be done without you. Your blood is the life of our people." "Why do you say this to me?" Mikhail snapped, not wanting to hear the truth. Jacques and Byron exchanged a long, uneasy glance. "We have been concerned for some time about your continued withdrawal. My withdrawal was inevitable and is hardly your business. You have chosen to remain completely alone, even among those of us you call bloodkin," Jacques went on. "What is it you are trying to say?" Mikhail snapped impatiently. He had been away from Raven for too long. He needed to see her, hold her, touch her mind with his. We cannot afford to lose you. And if you do not wish to continue your life, you will begin to take greater risks, become careless, Jacques drawled slowly. Mikhail's dark, brooding eyes slowly warmed, and a smile tugged at the hard corners of his mouth, softening the lines in his beautifully chiseled features. You young devils. How have you managed to watch me without my knowledge? The alpha pair fear for you also, Jacques admitted. As I am of your blood and under your protection, they accept and speak with me. They watch over you when you take your solitary walks and when you run with the pack. They say there is no joy in you. Mikhail laughed softly. I need a good wolf hide for this winter. Whatever my feelings, Noelle was our sister, one of my people. I will not rest until her murderers are brought to justice. Jacques cleared his throat, a cocky grin dispelling the ruthless set of his dark features. I do not suppose this woman you are hiding has anything to do with your sudden desire to rise with the night. The toe of Mikhail's boot nearly pushed Jacques from his perch in retaliation for his audacity. Byron caught at the branch with a tight grip. Eleanor and Vlad can stay with me. It will be double protection for her and her unborn child. Mikhail nodded. Though he was uncomfortable with the decision, he could see that they would continue their protests if he insisted on taking the personal risk. For a couple of days, until we find a safer solution. Take great care, Mikhail, Jacques warned. Sleep deep tomorrow, he responded. They hunt us. Byron paused, suddenly alarmed. How can you go to ground if the human woman is with you? I will not leave her. Mikhail's voice was implacable. The deeper we are in the earth, the harder to hear your call if you are in trouble, Jacques reminded quietly. Mikhail sighed. You two are as relentless as two old maiden aunts. I am certainly capable of protecting my lair. His body shimmered, bent, and became that of an owl. He spread giant wings and soared into the sky, making his way back to Raven. He inhaled deeply, filling himself with the pure, clean scent of her, wiping out the ugliness of the night's discoveries. Her scent was in the library, mingled with his own. He took their combined scents deep within his lungs, bent to pick up their scattered clothing. He wanted to be inside her, to touch her, to fasten his mouth to hers, their blood one, to recite the ritual words so that they would be tied for eternity the way they were meant to be. The thought of her offering him that gift, accepting his offering, was so arousing that Mikhail had to stand still until the urgent demands of his body eased somewhat. He took a long shower, washing away the wolf from his body, the dust and dirt, the odor of a traitor. All Carpathians took great care to acquire the habits of mortals. Food in the cupboards and clothes in the closets. Lamps throughout the house. All of them took showers when there was no real need, and most of them found they enjoyed it. He left his coffee-colored hair hanging free and went to Raven. For the first time he took pride in his body, the way he hardened, thrusting aggressively at the sight of her. She was asleep, her hair spilling like a curtain of silk across the pillow. The blanket had slipped and her long hair was the only covering across her breast. The picture was erotic. She lay waiting for him, needing him even in her sleep. He gently murmured the command to release her from her trance-induced sleep. She lay gleaming in the moonlight, her skin soft, the color of peaches. Mikhail slid his hand over the contour of her leg. The feel of her jolted his insides. He stroked her hips, traced her small, tucked-in waist. Raven stirred, shifted restlessly. Mikhail stretched out beside her, pulled her into the shelter of his arms, his chin resting on the top of her head. He wanted her, any way he could get her, but he owed her some semblance of honesty. At least as much as he dared give her. She emerged from the layers of sleep slowly, burrowing against his hard strength as if for comfort from a bad dream. How could a human possibly understand the needs of a Carpathian male in the sexual frenzy of a true mating ritual? Down through the long ages, he had feared few things, yet more than anything he feared to see himself through her innocent eyes. He knew by her breathing the moment she was fully awake, and by her sudden tension that she realized where she was and with whom. He had taken her innocence brutally, had nearly taken her life. How could she forgive such a thing? Raven closed her eyes, trying desperately to separate fact from fiction, reality from fantasy. Her body was sore, hurting in places she didn't know she had. She felt different, more sensitive. Mikhail's body against hers was like hot marble, immovable and aggressive, unbearably sexy. She could hear the creaks and rustles of the house acutely, the sway of branches outside the window. She pushed at the wall of Mikhail's chest to try to put space between their bodies. Mikhail tightened his arms, buried his face in her hair. "If you can touch my mind, Raven, you know what I feel for you." His voice was husky, vulnerable. In spite of herself, Raven felt her heart turn over. "I do not want you to leave me, little one. Have the courage to stay with me. Perhaps I am a monster. I do not know anymore, I truly do not, only that I need you to stay with me. You could have made me forget," she pointed out, more for herself than for him, more of a question than a statement. He had been wild, but she couldn't say he'd hurt her. Rather, he had taken her to the very stars. "I thought about it," he admitted reluctantly, "but I do not want that between us. I am sorry I was not more careful with your innocence." She heard the ache in his voice, felt an answering one in her body. "You know you made sure I felt pleasure. Ecstasy was more like it. A baptism by fire, an exchange of souls." He was wild, and he had swept her up with him in the firestorm. And she wanted him again, craved his touch, the driving strength of his body. But he was dangerous, really, really dangerous. She knew that now. She knew he was different, that something lived in him, more animal than man. "Mikhail." Raven pushed against the solid wall of his chest. She needed to breathe, to think without feeling the heat of his skin and the urgent demands of his body. "Do not do this." His voice was a sharp command. "Do not shut me out. You're talking about a commitment to something so beyond anything I can imagine." Raven bit at her lip. "My home is so far from here. You have nothing but sorrow there, Raven." He refused the simple out for both of them. "You know you will not survive on your own, and although it is in your mind to deny them your talents when they come to you with another hideous crime, you know in your heart you will be unable to say no. It is not in you to allow a killer to go free when you might save his next victim." His hand bunched in the silken length of her hair, as if that could hold her to him. "They cannot care for you as I can. What of our differences? You have this attitude toward women, as if we're second-class citizens and not too bright. Unfortunately, you have the capability to force your will on anyone who might oppose you. And I would. All the time. I have to be myself, Mikhail." He lifted the weight of her hair from the nape of her neck and brushed a kiss, feather light, on her exposed skin. "You know my attitude toward women reflects my need to protect them, not that I think them less than myself. Oppose me all you wish, little one. I love everything about you." His thumb was stroking the soft swell of her breast, heating her blood, sending a shiver of excitement down her spine. Raven wanted him wild and untamed, wanted him needing her. He was so in control. It was a powerful aphrodisiac to realize she could make him lose that control. Mikhail bent his head to the hardened nipple beckoning him. His tongue touched her gently. He kissed the velvet peak, drew her into the moist, hot cavern of his mouth. Raven made a sound, a soft sigh, closed her eyes. Her body was coming alive, every nerve ending screaming for his touch. She felt boneless, pliant, her body melting into the heat of his. She didn't want this. Tears burned in her throat, behind her eyes. She didn't want this, but she needed it. "Don't hurt me, Mikhail." She whispered the words against the heavy muscles of his chest. It was a plea for their future. Raven knew he would never hurt her physically, but their life could be very stormy together. He lifted his head, shifted so that his weight pinned her beneath him. His dark eyes moved possessively over her small, fragile face. His hand cupped her face, his thumb stroking across her chin, her full lower lip. "Do not fear me, Raven. Can you not feel the strength of my emotions, my tie to you? I would give my life for you." Because he wanted truth between them, he admitted the inevitable. "It will not be easy, but we will work things out between us." His hand stroked her flat stomach, moved lower to nestle in her midnight black curls. Her hand stilled his. "What happened to me?" She was confused. Had she fainted? Everything was so jumbled. She knew for certain Mikhail had forced her to drink some disgusting medicinal concoction. She had slept. Later there had been nightmares. She was used to nightmares, but this one had been horrible. She had been forced to a naked chest, her mouth clamped to a terrible wound. Blood, running like a river, forced down her throat. She choked, gagged, fought, but somehow, in that nightmare world, she could not pull away. She had tried to call for Mikhail. And then she had looked up and there he was, looking down at her with his dark, mysterious eyes, his hand forcing her head against the wound in his chest. Was it because she was in the heart of Dracula country and Mikhail reminded her of a dark, mysterious prince? Raven couldn't help herself. She smoothed gentle fingertips over his unblemished chest. Something had happened to her, and she knew she was changed for all time, that she was somehow a part of Mikhail, and he was a part of her. Mikhail's knee gently pushed her legs apart. He shifted once more above her, blocking out everything with his broad shoulders. He took her breath away with his size and power, his strength and beauty. Very gently, the way he should have the first time, he eased into her. Raven gasped. She would never get over the way he filled her, stretched her, the way he could turn her body to liquid fire. If he had been wild the first time, he was tender and gentle this time. Every deep stroke built a heavy craving for more, an urgency that had her hands caressing the chiseled muscles of his back, her mouth moving over his neck, his chest. Mikhail worked at control, called on his extraordinary discipline. Her mouth was driving him mad, the feel of her fingers on his skin. Raven was so tight, hot velvet gripped him, fed the fires. He could feel the beast in him fighting to break free, his hunger raging, his body moving harder, faster, burying itself in her, merging their bodies, their hearts. He opened his mind, sought hers. The need in her drove him on. Her fingernails dug into his back as wave after wave rippled through her body. Mikhail gave in to the fire before the beast could break free. He surged into her, felt her body, tight and hot, grip his. He allowed himself a low growl of total satisfaction. Mikhail lay over her slender body, still joined to her, momentarily sated. He felt her tears on his chest. Lifting his head slowly, he bent to taste her tears. "Why do you cry?" "How will I ever find the strength to leave you?" she murmured softly, painfully. His eyes darkened dangerously. Mikhail rolled over, felt how uncomfortable she was with her nudity, and dragged a blanket around her. Raven sat up, pushed the heavy fall of hair from her face with that curiously innocent, sexy gesture of hers that he loved. Her blue eyes were frankly wary. "You will not leave me, Raven." His voice was much harsher than he intended. With great effort, he forced himself to gentle it. She was young and vulnerable. He had to remember that above all else. She had no idea what the cost of separation would be to either of them. How can you share what we have and just walk away? You know why. Don't pretend you don't. I feel things, sense them. This is all too bizarre for me. I don't know the laws in this country, but when someone is murdered, the law and the press are notified. That's just one thing, Mikhail. We won't even get into the things you're capable of doing. Nearly strangling Jacob, for heaven's sake. You're way out of my league, and we both know it. She pulled the blanket closer around her shoulders. I want you. I can't even think about being without you, but I'm not certain what is going on here. His hand stroked down the length of her hair in a disturbing caress, his fingers moving through silken strands to wisp down her back to the base of her bare spine. His touch melted her insides, curled her toes. Raven closed her eyes, laid her head on her knees. She was no match for him in any way. Mikhail shifted his hand to her nape, his fingers soothing. "We are already committed to one another. Can you not feel it, Raven?" He whispered the words, a husky blend of warmth and sensuality. He knew he was fighting her instincts, her innate sense of self-preservation. He chose his words carefully. "You know who I am, what is inside me. If distance separated us, you would still need to feel my hands on you, my mouth on yours, my body in yours, a part of yours." Just his words alone warmed her blood, fed the ache deep inside. Raven covered her face, ashamed that she had such need of what amounted to a total stranger. "I'm going home, Mikhail. I'm so wrapped up in you, I'm doing things I never thought possible." It wasn't only physical, she wished it were. She didn't want to feel his loneliness, his greatness, his incredible will and drive to keep those he led safe from harm. But she did feel it. She could feel his heart, his soul, his mind. She had talked to him without speaking aloud. She had shared his mind. She knew he was in her. His arm curved around her shoulders, drew her huddled form beside him. To comfort or to restrain? Raven swallowed the burning tears. There were sounds pouring into her head, rustlings, creaks. She put her hands over her ears to shut them out. What's happening to me, Mikhail? What did we do that's changed me like this? You are my life, my mate, the half of myself that was missing. His hand returned to stroking her hair with infinite gentleness. My people mate for life. I am a true Carpathian. I am of the earth. We have special gifts. She turned her head, regarding him with enormous blue eyes. Telepathic ability. Yours is very strong, much stronger than mine. And so developed. It amazes me, the things you can do. The price for these gifts is high, little one. We are cursed with the need for one mate, a sharing of souls. Once this occurs, and the ritual can be brutal to an innocent woman, we cannot live apart from our mates. Our children are few, we lose many in the first year, and most of those born are male. We are both blessed and cursed with longevity. For those of us who are happy, a long life is a blessing. For someone alone and tormented, it is a curse. It is one long eternity of darkness, a barren, stark existence. Mikhail cupped her chin in the palm of his hand, tipped her chin up so that she could not escape his dark, hungry eyes. He took a deep breath, let it out. We did not have sex, little one. We did not make love. Ours was as close to a true Carpathian mating ritual as is possible without your being of our blood. If you leave me... His voice trailed off and he shook his head. He needed to bind her to him irrevocably. The words were in his mind, his heart. The beast raged to say them. She would never escape, yet he could not do that to her, say the words to a mortal. He had no idea what would happen to her. The spot over her left breast ached, throbbed, even burned. Raven looked down, saw the dark evidence of his brand, touched it with her fingertips. She remembered the feel of his teeth pinning her to the floor, his strength, the warning growl rumbling in his throat like that of an animal. He had taken her body as if it belonged to him, wildly, a little brutally, yet something in her had responded to the ferocious hunger and need in him. At the same time, he had been tender, ensuring her pleasure before his own, so careful of her size and the frailty of her small bones. The mixture of his tenderness and wild nature was so impossible to resist. Raven knew no other man could ever touch her as he had. There would only be Mikhail for her. Are you telling me you're of another race, Mikhail? She was striving to put it all together. We believe that we are of another species. We are different. We hide it well, we have to, but we can hear things humans cannot. We speak to the animals, share our minds as well as our bodies and hearts. Understand, this information in the wrong hands would doom us all. My life is literally in your hands. In more ways than one. She caught the echo of his thought before he could censor it. Would you have stopped if I had panicked? He closed his eyes, ashamed. I would like to lie to you, but I will not. I would have soothed you, made certain you could accept me. Commanded me? No. He denied that vehemently. He would not have gone that far. He was certain of that. He believed absolutely that he could have persuaded her to accept him. These gifts. She rubbed her chin across her knees. You are stronger physically than any human I've ever met. And that leap in the library, you reminded me of a great jungle cat. Is that part of your heritage, too? Yes. His hand tangled in her hair again, brought a fistful up to bury his face in it, breathing her in. His scent lingered on her, would remain in her. A trace of satisfaction touched his fathomless eyes. You bit me. She touched first her neck, then her breast. A sweet, hot ache filled her at the memory of him wild in her arms, his body frenzied with need, his mind a turbulent, red desire, his mouth working eagerly, hungrily at her. What was wrong with her that she wanted more? She had heard of women so enthralled by sex that they were virtual slaves. Was that what was happening to her? She flung up a hand as if to ward him off. Mikhail, this is so fast. I can't fall in love in a couple of days, decide my life in a few minutes. I don't know you. I'm even a little bit afraid of you, of what you are, the power you wield. You said you trusted me. I do. That's what makes me so crazy. Can't you see that? We're so different. You do crazy things, yet I want to be with you, hear your laughter, argue with you. I want to see your smile, the way your eyes light up, the hunger and need in you when you look at me. I want to take that coldness from your eyes, the distant, faraway stare when your mouth hardens and you look cruel and ruthless. Yes, I trust you, but I have no reason to. You are very pale. How do you feel? He wanted to tell her it was too late, that they had gone too far, but he knew it would only build her resistance and alarm her needlessly. Funny, sort of sick to my stomach, like I should eat something, but the thought of food makes me ill. You gave me one of your herb concoctions, didn't you? Drink water and juices for a few days, a little fruit. No meat. I'm a vegetarian. She looked around. Where are my clothes? He grinned unexpectedly, a perfect male smirk. I got carried away and ripped your jeans. Just stay with me tonight, and I will get you new clothes tomorrow. It's nearly morning now, she pointed out, unwilling to lie down with him again. She couldn't lie beside him and not burn for him. Besides, I want a shower. Before he had a chance to protest, she slid off the bed, wrapped safely in the old-fashioned quilt. Mikhail kept his smile to himself. Let her feel safe. It cost him nothing. No way was she leaving his house, not with the assassins residing at her inn. To keep his mind off the image of her naked beneath the spray of water, he concentrated on the details of her emotions before he had taken her by force from the inn's dining room. What had caused her frantic distress that night? She had been literally sick, her head pounding. She thought her reaction was caused by his rage, but he had been enraged at her distress. He had felt it before that oaf of a human had laid an unholy hand on her. Mikhail touched her mind because he had to. He found what he expected, tears and confusion. Her body was changing, had changed with his blood running in her veins. Legend required a human and Carpathian to exchange blood 3 times for conversion. The blood he had given her from the cup would not count, because she had not taken it directly from his body. He had no intention of converting her, of taking a chance that she might become a deranged vampiress. As it was, he had gone dangerously over the line. He would once more. It would have to last an eternity. Raven had heard his words, all of which held truth, but he knew she had no idea of the reality. She would hear the whispers from every room in the inn. No one entered the downstairs dining room. The sun would bother her eyes, and she would burn easily. Animals would reveal their secrets to her. Most foods would make her sick. But most of all, she would need him close, need to touch his mind, feel his body, burn with him. She already felt it, and she was fighting it in the only way she knew how, fighting to free herself from him, fighting to understand what was happening to her. Raven leaned her body against the glass shower stall. She knew she couldn't hide in the bathroom like a runaway child, but he was so potent, so compelling. She wanted to ease those lines of strain around his mouth, wanted to tease him, argue with him, hear his laughter. She was curiously weak still, a bit dizzy. Come on, little one. Mikhail's voice wrapped her in a black velvet caress. His arm reached into the glass shower, turned off the water. He shackled her wrist and pulled her from the safety of the large stall, enveloped her slender body in a towel. Raven wrung out her long hair, a blush stealing over her entire body. Mikhail was so comfortable, uncaring of his nudity. There was something untamed and magnificent about his raw strength, the casual way he accepted it. He rubbed her body with a large bath towel, buffing her skin until she was warm and rosy. The towel brushed her sensitive nipples, lingered along her rounded bottom, delved in the crease of her hip. Despite her resolve, her body came alive under his ministrations. Mikhail cupped her face, bent to brush his mouth against hers, feather-light, enticing. Come back to bed, he whispered, leading her there. Mikhail, she protested softly, breathlessly. He tugged on her wrist, unbalanced her so that her body came up against him. Her body melted into his, soft breasts pushing against heavy muscle, the evidence of his desire pressing against her stomach. His thighs were 2 strong columns welded with hers. I could love you all night, Raven, he murmured enticingly against her throat. His hands moved over her body, leaving fire in their wake. I want to love you all night. Isn't that the point? It's dawn. Her hands had a mind of their own, finding every defined muscle with her fingertips. Then I will spend the day making love to you. He whispered the words against her mouth, bent closer to nibble at the corners of her lower lip. I need you with me. You chase away the shadows and lighten the terrible load that threatens to drown me. She skimmed her fingertips across the hard edges of his mouth. Is this possession or is it love? She dipped her head to press her mouth to the hollow of his sternum, to slide her tongue over the ultra-sensitive skin above his heart. There was no mark, no scar, but the sweep of her tongue followed the exact line of his earlier wound, where he had forced her to accept his life's blood. She was merged with him, reading his mind, his erotic fantasies, wanting to bring them to life. His gut clenched hotly, his body responding with fierce aggression. Raven smiled at the feel of his hard length burning against her skin. She had no inhibitions when she lay with him, only a fierce desire to burn with him. Answer me, Mikhail, the truth. Her fingertips brushed his velvet tip, fingers curled around the heavy thickness of him, sending hunger raging through his body. She was playing with fire, but he didn't have the strength to stop her. He didn't want to stop her. His hands curled in her damp hair, two tight fists. Both, he managed to gasp. He closed his eyes when her mouth moved over his flat belly, leaving behind a trail of fire. Wherever she touched him, her mouth, hot and moist, followed. He dragged her closer, urging her onto him. Her mouth was tight and hot and driving him mad. A low, ominous growl escaped, the beast shuddering with pleasure, needing primitive satisfaction. Her fingernails raked the hard column of his thighs, light, erotic, sending fire leaping, coiling in his gut. His mind blurred, merged more deeply with hers, a red haze of lust and need, love and hunger. He craved her touch, her hands, her silky mouth turning him into a living, breathing flame. Mikhail dragged her up, his hands like bands, although he made every effort to be conscious of his strength. His mouth took hers, mating, dancing, so much hunger beating in him she caught it, pressing closer, her body sliding against his, rubbing, heating. Say you want me. His mouth moved over her throat, closed over her aching breast. Every strong pull sent an answering rush of liquid heat. You know I do. She pressed him to her, wound a leg around his. She could barely breathe with her need, clawing at him to get closer, to crawl inside the shelter of his body, his mind, to feel his body in hers, taking possession as he was meant to feel his mouth at her breast, dragging her further into his world. All of it, he said hoarsely, his fingers probing the nest of tiny curls, stroking, caressing. Mate with me my way. She moved in a kind of anguish against his hand. Yes, Mikhail. She was frantic for release, frantic to relieve him. She was consumed with the same red haze, not separating love from lust or hunger from need. She was on fire, hurting, aching, body and mind, even her soul in torment, not knowing where his wild, uninhibited emotions left off and hers began. Mikhail lifted her easily with his enormous strength, slid her slowly, erotically down his clenching belly until she was pressed against his raging velvet tip. Her heat seared him, beckoned. Raven's arms slid around his neck, her legs around his hips, opening for him. Slowly he lowered her body over his, impaled her on the thick length of fire so that she surrounded him with such a moist, tight sheath he shuddered, somewhere beyond mere pleasure, a kind of erotic heaven and hell. Her nails dug into his shoulders. Stop. You're too big this way. Alarm was spreading across her face. Relax, little one. We belong together. Our bodies were made for one another. He slid in farther, began to move in a long, slow rhythm, his hands caressing, soothing. He shifted his shoulders so that he could see her face, his body claiming hers with deep, sure, possessive strokes. Without conscious thought, the words poured out of his soul. I claim you as my life mate. I belong to you. I offer my life for you. I give to you my protection, my allegiance, my heart, my soul, and my body. I take into my keeping the same that is yours. Your life, happiness, and welfare will be cherished and placed above my own for all time. You are my life mate, bound to me for all eternity and always in my care." With those words, a male Carpathian bound his true life mate to him for all eternity. Once said, she could never escape him. Mikhail had no intention of binding her to him, but every instinct in him, everything he was, forced the words out of his soul so that their hearts were one as they were meant to be. Their souls were finally united, their minds one. Raven allowed his words and the hot strength of his possession to calm her. Her body seemed to melt around his. He took them higher, bending his head to lap at her nipple, his hands cupping her small bottom possessively. She threw back her head, her hair flowing around them, over them, brushing their bare skin so that their flesh burned. She felt as if she truly was where she belonged. She felt wild and free. She felt a part of him, his other half. There could be no other than this man who was so hungry for her, who needed her so desperately, who knew her own kind of lonely existence. He moved harder, deeper, turning so that he could lay her half across the end of the bed, so he could drive them closer and closer to the edge. He felt her body ripple, tighten, drag at his, once, twice. She cried out with pleasure, felt as if her body was dissolving into his. There was so much pleasure, wave after wave, until Raven thought she couldn't possibly stand anymore. He bent his dark head to her slowly, giving her every opportunity to stop him. His body continued to bury itself in hers, his dark eyes holding her blue ones captive. Mesmerizing, pleading, so in need. Raven arched her body toward him, thrusting her breasts invitingly, offering to assuage his burning hunger. Mikhail's soft growl of satisfaction rumbled in his throat, sent a thrill of excitement leaping in her blood. His body was aggressive now, his hands lifting her small hips for better access. She felt the brush of his lips so gently over her breast, her heart. His tongue slid over her skin, over his mark on her, erotic and warm. He surged into her powerfully, filling her, stretching her. He sank his teeth into soft flesh. Raven cried out as white-hot heat seared her breast. She cradled Mikhail's head to her, feeling the whirlwind of emotion storming through him as the fire in him built and built, higher and higher, until she thought they would both go up in flames. His mouth moved over her skin, devouring her as he took her, consuming them both. The feeling was like nothing she had ever experienced, erotic and burning. She could hear herself screaming his name in joy, in wild abandon, her nails digging into his back. She had a primitive desire to find the heavy muscle over his breast with her mouth. They were exploding together, disintegrating, flying to the sun. Mikhail lifted his head to give a throaty growl, dipped his head to feed more. He was careful this time, just taking enough for an exchange. His body was still locked with hers. He gave one last flick of his tongue to close the wound, heal even the smallest of pinpricks. Mikhail studied her face. Pale. Drowsy. He uttered his command, his body hard and eager at the idea of what he was doing. Her body was still rippling with life, accepting his long, possessive strokes. He made the slash across his chest, pressed her soft mouth to his burning skin. It was ecstasy, his body convulsing almost painfully. The beast in him threw back its head and roared with pleasure, contentment, the terrible hunger temporarily assuaged. He cupped the back of her head in his large hand, held her to him, stroking her throat, savoring the feel of her feeding. It was pure eroticism, pure beauty. He spoke softly, reluctantly, when he was certain she had taken enough for an exchange, enough to replenish what he had taken. He caressed the length of her hair, allowed her to surface. She blinked up at him, a frown creasing her forehead. "You did it again." She rested her head tiredly against the quilt. "Either that, or every time we get carried away I'm going to faint." She tasted a faint coppery taste in her mouth. Before she had a chance to identify what it was, Mikhail kissed her, his tongue licking along her teeth, the roof of her mouth, probing, exploring, dancing with hers. Very slowly he eased from her body, his hands caressing her soft skin. "I can't move," Raven admitted with a smile. "We will catch a nap and face the world later," he suggested, his voice pure black magic. Very gently, he cradled her in his arms, placed her properly in the bed, and pulled up the blanket. Her long lashes caught and held his fascinated gaze. His fingertips stroked her throat, traced the valley between her breasts. She was still so sensitive. He could feel her shiver beneath his touch, and it flooded him with warmth. "If I really wanted you to love me, I should have presented more of a challenge." She burrowed deeper into a pillow. "My hair is a mess." Mikhail sat on the edge of the bed, took the mass of silk in his hands, and gently began to weave the thick strands into a long, loose braid. "If you presented much more of a challenge, little one, my heart would never be able to take it." He sounded amused. Her fingertips brushed the bare skin of his thigh, but she didn't lift her long lashes. Mikhail sat for a long time on the edge of the bed, just watching her drift off to sleep. She was so small, a human, yet she had changed his life overnight. And he had taken hers. Taken her life. He had not wanted to say the ritual words. He had been as much under compulsion as his own prey when they exposed their throats to him. She might say he was a stranger, but they had been in one another's minds, shared the same body, and offered their lives for each other. The exchange of blood as they made love was the ultimate in confirmation of their commitment. Each literally offered his life, vowed to give up his own life to safeguard the other. It was a beautiful, erotic ritual. It was a oneness of mind, heart, soul, body, blood. Carpathians safeguarded their sleeping quarters from one another. They were vulnerable in sleep and while they were in the throes of sexual passion. The decision to take a life mate was not a conscious act, it was instinct, a hunger and need. They knew. They recognized their other half. Mikhail recognized Raven as his. He had fought the binding ritual, yet his animal instinct had overcome his civilized trappings. He had dragged her halfway into his world, and he was totally responsible for the consequences. Light was beginning to filter in from upstairs. Mikhail completed the task of making his home safe against intruders. The next night would be long. Work had piled up, and he needed to go hunting. But he had this moment for peace and contentment. Mikhail slid into bed beside Raven, dragged her hard against his body, wanting to feel every inch of her. She murmured his name sleepily, snuggled into him with the innocent trust of a small child. Instantly his heart somersaulted, and a curious warmth and contentment spread through him. Peace. He touched her because he could. His hand cupped the fullness of her breast, his mouth brushed her nipple, feather light, just once. After pressing a kiss to the vulnerable line of her throat, he sent the command for deep sleep, regulating his breathing to join her. Chapter 5. Raven surfaced through layer after layer of sleep, felt as though she were wading through quicksand. "You did it again." It was sheer outrage that brought her awake, had her sitting up quickly. She was alone in the bedroom. His bedroom. His mocking, masculine laughter echoed in her mind. Raven threw the pillow against the wall, wishing she could hit him with it. She had lost another day. What was she becoming? His sex slave? The idea has possibilities. He mused. "Get out of my head." She snapped indignantly, then stretched languidly, a lazy, feline quality to her movements. Her body was deliciously sore, aching everywhere, an intimate reminder of his possession. She couldn't be angry with him. He made her laugh at his outrageous behavior. How could she mind when her body felt the way it did? When she rose to take her shower, she saw clothes laid out for her at the end of the bed. Mikhail had already been out shopping. Raven found herself smiling, absurdly pleased that he had remembered. She fingered the skirt, the soft, full midnight blue material, the matching blouse. "You didn't buy me jeans." She couldn't resist teasing him. Women do not belong in men's clothing. He was unruffled. Raven stepped into the shower, released the thick braids so she could shampoo her hair. "You don't like the way I look in a pair of jeans?" His laughter held deep, genuine amusement. "That is a loaded question. Where are you?" Without realizing it, Raven was communicating a sultry invitation. She touched his mark over her breast with light fingertips. The contact caused her blood to heat, the mark to throb. "Your body needs rest, little one." I have not exactly been the gentlest of lovers, have I? There was self-mockery in his tone, guilt in his mind. She laughed softly. I don't have very much to judge you by, do I? There hasn't been a parade of men in my life. Her soft laughter wrapped him in loving arms. If you like, I could always find someone to compare you with. She offered it sweetly. She felt the brush of strong fingers on her throat, curling around the fragile column. How did he do that? I'm so scared, macho man. Someone needs to drag you kicking and screaming into this century. The fingers brushed her face, caressed her lower lip. You love me the way I am. Love. The smile faded from her soft mouth at the word. She didn't want to love him. He already had far too much power over her. You can't hold me here, Mikhail. Obsession might be the right word, not love. Little rabbit. There are no chains on the doors, and the telephone is in working order. And you do love me, you cannot help yourself. I am perfect for you. Hurry up, you need to eat. You're a pain in the neck. As she brushed out her hair, she realized how much easier their telepathic communication was. Practice? Her temples didn't ache from the effort. She tilted her head for a moment, listened to the sounds of the house. Mikhail was pouring liquid into a glass. She could hear it clearly. Raven dressed slowly, thoughtfully. Her telepathic abilities were increasing. Her senses were more acute. Was it simply Mikhail's company, or was it something in the herb concoctions he was always pouring down her throat? There was so much she wanted to learn from him. He had great psychic talent. The skirt swung around her ankles with a sexy little swish, and the blouse clung to her curves. She had to admit that the outfit made her feel feminine, as did his choice of sheer lace panties and matching bra. Are you going to sit there and moon about me all night? Night. It had better not be night again, Mikhail. I'm turning into some kind of a mole. And don't flatter yourself, I was not mooning over you. It took great effort to lie blatantly. She was proud of herself. And you think I believe your nonsense? He was laughing again, and Raven found she couldn't help giving in to her own sense of humor. She found her way through the house, marveling at the artwork, the sculpture. Outside, the sun had already disappeared behind the mountains. Raven gave a little resigned sigh. Mikhail had set a small antique, beautifully carved table on the porch outside the kitchen. He turned his head as she approached, a smile warming his eyes, chasing away the shadows. Heat pooled in her abdomen, ran liquid through her body. Mikhail bent his dark head to hers, his mouth brushing hers tenderly. Good evening. He touched her hair, skimmed his fingers down the side of her face in a long caress. She allowed him to seat her at the table, marveling at his gallant, old-world courtesy. He placed a glass of juice in front of her. Before I go to work, I thought we could collect your things from the inn. His long fingers selected a blueberry muffin and transferred it to the antique plate. It was exquisite, but Raven was so shocked at his words, she could only stare at him for a moment, her blue eyes enormous. What do you mean, collect my things? It hadn't occurred to her that he might expect them to live in the same house together. His house. His smile was slow, wicked, sexy. I could keep providing you with new things. Raven's hand trembled. She put it in her lap, out of sight. I'm not moving in with you, Mikhail. The idea was scary. She was a very private person, needing large amounts of time alone. He was the most overwhelming being she had ever encountered. How would she ever be able to sort things out with him so near all the time? His eyebrows shot up. No? You accepted our ways. We went through the required ritual. In my eyes, the eyes of my people, you are my life mate, my woman. My wife. Is it the way of the American women to live apart from their husbands? There was that infuriating trace of mocking male amusement in his voice, the note that always made her want to throw something at him. She had an idea he was laughing at her secretly, amused by her caution. We aren't married, she said decisively. It was difficult to ignore the way her heart leapt with joy at his words. Tendrils of fog were drifting into the forest, winding around thick tree trunks, spreading out to hover a few feet from the ground. The effect was eerie but beautiful. In the eyes of my people, in the eyes of God, we are. There was an implacable resolve, a my word is law in his voice that set her teeth on edge. What about in my eyes, Mikhail? My beliefs? Do they count for nothing? She demanded belligerently. I see the answer in your eyes, feel it in your body. You struggle needlessly, Raven. You know you're mine. She stood up quickly, pushed the chair out of her way. I don't belong to anyone, least of all you, Mikhail. You can't just decree what will be in my life and expect me to fall in with your plans. Raven ran down the 3 steps to the path winding into the forest. I need some air. You're driving me crazy. Mikhail laughed softly. Are you so afraid of yourself? Go to the devil, Mikhail. Raven set her foot on the path and began walking quickly before he could charm his way around her. And he could, she knew it. It was his eyes, the shape of his mouth, the little grin he gave her when he was deliberately provoking her. The fog was very dense, the air wet and heavy with it. With her acute sense of hearing, she could hear every rustling in the bushes, every swaying of the branches, the beat of wings in the sky. Mikhail paced himself behind her. Perhaps I am the devil, little one. I am certain that has crossed your mind. She glared at him over her shoulder. Stop following me. Am I not a gentleman, obligated to see his lady home? Stop laughing. If you laugh at me one more time, I swear I won't be responsible for what I do. Raven became aware of the slinking figures then, the burning eyes following her. Her heart nearly stopped, then began to pound. Fine. She whirled around and glared at him. This is great. Just great, Mikhail. Call in the wolves to eat me alive. I find the idea so. So logical. He bared his white gleaming teeth at her like a hungry predator and laughed softly, teasingly. It is not the wolves that would find you delicious. Raven picked up a broken branch and flung it at him. Stop laughing, you hyena. This is not funny. Your arrogance is enough to make me want to throw up. It took every ounce of self-control she had not to laugh. The beast, he was far too charming for his own good. Your American colloquialisms are very colorful, little one. She threw another branch, then followed it up with a small rock. Someone needs to teach you the lesson of a lifetime. She looked like a beautiful little spitfire, all sparks and flame. Mikhail drew in his breath slowly, carefully. She was his, all fire and fury, all independence and courage, all heated passion. She melted his heart with it, entered his soul with her soft laughter. He felt it in her mind, although she was being extremely careful not to allow him to see it. And you think you are the one to do this thing, he teased. Another rock came flying at his chest. He caught it easily. Do you think I'm afraid of your wolves? She demanded. The only big bad wolf around here is you. Call all your wolves. Go ahead. She pretended to glare into the secret, dark interior of the forest. Come and get me. What did he tell you? Mikhail pried her fingers loose from the branch she held like a club, allowed it to fall. He curved an arm around her slender waist, brought her small, soft body up against his much larger, rock-hard frame. I told them you tasted like warm honey. He whispered the words with his black velvet sorcerer's voice. Turning her in his arms, he cupped her small, beautiful face in his hands. Where is all that marvelous respect a man as powerful as myself deserves? His thumb stroked across her full lower lip, a sensuous caress. Raven closed her eyes against the inevitable. She wanted to cry. Her feelings for him were so strong, her throat was aching and burning. Mikhail brushed her eyes with his lips, tasted a tear, sought refuge in the sweetness of her mouth. Why would you cry for me, Raven? He murmured the words against her throat. Is it that you still want to run from me? Am I really so terrible? I would never allow any living creature, man or beast, to harm you, not if it was in my power to prevent it. I thought our hearts and minds were in the same place. Am I wrong? Is it that you no longer want me? His words tore at her heart. It isn't that, Mikhail, never that, she denied quickly, afraid she had hurt him. You defeat my every good intention. She caressed his face with her fingertips, reverence in her touch. You are the most fascinating man I've ever known. I feel as if I belong here with you, as though I know you completely. It's impossible in the short time we've been together. I know if I could put some distance between us, I could think more clearly. Everything happened so fast. It's as though I'm obsessed with you. I don't want to make a mistake that will cause both of us pain. His hand cupped her cheek. It would cause me great pain if you were to desert me, to leave me alone again after I have found you. I just want some time, Mikhail, to think things through. It's frightening, the way I am about you. I think about you every minute. I want to touch you, just to know I can, to feel you beneath my fingers. It's as if you crawled into my head and my heart, even my body, and I can't get you out. She said it like a confession, her head bent, ashamed. Mikhail took her hand, tugged at her to get her walking with him. This is the way of my people, the way we feel about a mate. It is not always comfortable, is it? We are passionate by nature, highly sexual, and very possessive. The things that you are feeling, I feel, too. Her fingers tightened around his, and she sent him a small, tentative smile. Am I right in thinking you're deliberately keeping me here? Mikhail shrugged his broad shoulders. Yes and no. I do not want to force you against your will, but as to my wanting you to stay, I believe us to be life mates, bound more irrevocably than by your marriage ceremony. I would be extremely uncomfortable without you here, both in body and mind. I do not know how I would react to your contact with another man, and, quite frankly, I fear it. We really are from two different worlds, aren't we? She asked sadly. He brought her hand to the warmth of his mouth. There is such a thing as compromise, little one. We can move between the two worlds or create our own. Her blue eyes slid over him, a faint smile touching her mouth. That sounds so good, Mikhail, so 20th century, but somehow I think it's more likely I would be the one compromising. With his strange old-world courtesy, Mikhail held up a branch for her to pass beneath. The path was a large oval leading back to his home. Perhaps you are right, male amusement again, but then, it has always been my nature to control and protect. I have no doubt you are more than a match for me. Then why are we back at your house instead of at the inn? She asked, one hand on her hip and a smile dancing in her blue eyes. What would you do there so late at night anyway? His voice was pure velvet, more enticing than ever. Stay with me tonight. You can read while I work, and I will teach you how to build better shields to protect yourself from the unwanted emotions of those around you. How about for my hearing? Your little medicinal concoctions have increased my hearing to the point of absurdity. She arched an eyebrow at him. Do you have any idea what else is going to happen to me? His teeth grazed the back of her neck. His fingers brushed across her breast possessively. I have all kinds of ideas, little one. I'll just bet you do. I think you're a sex maniac, Mikhail. Raven slipped out of his grasp. I think you put something in that concoction to make me a sex maniac, too. She seated herself at the table, calmly picked up her glass of juice, and looked up at him steadily. Did you? Drink that slowly, he ordered absently. Where do you come up with your ideas? I have been so careful with you. Have you felt me giving you suggestions? She found herself reluctant to drink. You're always making me sleep. Raven took a cautious sniff of the juice. Pure apple, nothing else. She hadn't had a thing to eat or drink in nearly 24 hours, so why was she reluctant? You needed to sleep, he said without remorse. Mikhail watched her with his brooding, hawk-like eyes. Is something wrong with your juice? No, of course not. Raven put the glass to her lips, felt her stomach clench in protest. She replaced the glass on the table, the contents untouched. Mikhail sighed softly. You know you must take nourishment. He leaned close. How simple it would be if you allowed me to help you, but you have said I should not. Does this make sense? Her gaze slid from his, her fingers nervously fiddled with the glass. Maybe I'm just coming down with the flu. I've been feeling funny for a few days, dizzy and weak. She pushed the glass away. Mikhail pushed it back. You need it, little one. He touched her slender arm. You already are too small. I do not think losing weight is a good idea. Take a sip. She speared a hand through her hair, wanting to please him, knowing he was right. Her stomach insisted on rebelling. I don't think I can, Mikhail. She raised a troubled gaze to his. I'm really not trying to be difficult. I think I'm sick. His face, dark and sensual, had a slightly ruthless set to it. He loomed over her, his fingers curling around the glass of juice. You will drink. His voice was pitched low and intense, brooking no argument, making it impossible to disobey. The juice will stay down. Your body will accept it. He spoke gently aloud, his arms protective as he circled her shoulders. Raven blinked up at him, then looked at the empty glass on the table. She shook her head slowly. I can't believe you're capable of doing that. I don't remember drinking it and I'm not sick now. She turned her face from him, staring out into the dark mystery of the forest. The fog caught the light from the moon, glistened and gleamed. Raven. His hand caressed the nape of her neck. She leaned into him. You don't even know how really special you are, do you? The things you can do are beyond anything I've ever seen. You scare me, you really do. Mikhail leaned his weight against the post, genuine puzzlement on his face. It is my duty and my right to take care of you. If you need the healing of sleep, then I must provide it. If your body needs to drink, then why should I not aid you? Why should this frighten you? You really don't understand, do you? Raven fixed her gaze on a particularly intriguing wisp of fog. You are a leader here. Obviously your skills are far superior to mine. I don't think I could ever fit into your life. I'm a loner, not the first lady. I have great responsibilities, yes. My people count on me to keep our businesses running smoothly, to hunt down the assassins murdering our people. They even think I should single-handedly find out why we lose so many of our children in their first year of life. There is nothing special about me, Raven, except that I have a will of iron and I am willing to shoulder these burdens. But I have nothing for myself I never have had. You give me a reason to go on. You are my heart, my soul, the very air I breathe. Without you, I have nothing but darkness, emptiness. Just because I have power, because I am strong, that does not mean I cannot feel utterly alone. It is cold and ugly to exist alone. Raven pressed a hand to her stomach. Mikhail looked so remote, so alone. She hated the way he stood silent, straight and proud, waiting for her to rip his heart out. She had to comfort him, and he knew it. He read her mind. He knew she couldn't bear that loneliness in his eyes. She crossed the distance separating them. Raven didn't say anything. What could she say? She simply laid her head over his heart and slipped her arms around his waist. Mikhail closed his arms around her. He had taken her life away from her, without her knowledge. She was comforting him, declaring him to be a special man, great in her eyes, yet she didn't know of his crime. She was bound to him, could not be away from him for long. He had no words to explain it to her without giving away more about their race than he could safely do. She thought she couldn't live up to his greatness. She made him feel humble and ashamed of himself. His hand cupped her face, his thumb caressing the delicate line of her jaw. Listen to me, Raven. He brushed a kiss on the top of her silky head. I know I do not deserve you. You think you are somehow less than what I am, but in truth, you are so far above me, I have no right even to reach for you. When she stirred as if to protest, Mikhail held her tighter. No, little one, I know this is true. I see you clearly, whereas you do not have access to my thoughts and memories. I cannot give you up. I wish I was a stronger, better man so that I could do so, but I cannot. I can only promise you that I will do everything in my power to make you happy, to provide for you everything I can possibly give you. Ask for time to learn your ways, for room to make mistakes. If you need to hear words of love, his mouth skimmed down the side of her face to find the corner of her mouth, then I can say them to you in all honesty. I have never wanted a woman for my own. I have never wanted anyone to have that kind of power over me. I have never shared with any woman what I have shared with you. His kiss was infinitely tender, a searing, smoky flame tasting of love and longing. You are in my heart to stay, Raven. I know better than you the differences between us. I ask only for a chance. She turned herself in his arms, pressed her body lovingly against his. You really think we can make this work? We can find a middle ground. She really had no idea of the risk he would be taking. Once she lived with him, he could never seek the safety and sanctuary of the earth. He could not leave her without his protection even for a day. From the moment she moved in with him, the danger to him would increase tenfold, as it would to her. The assassins would not differentiate between them. She would be condemned in their eyes. On top of all his other crimes, he was dragging her into a dangerous world. His hand moved to the nape of her neck. So fragile, so small. We will never know unless we try. His arms closed around her, holding her to him as if he would never let her go. Raven felt the sudden tensing of his body. He lifted his head alertly, as if scenting the wind, as if listening to the night. She found herself doing the same, inhaling deeply, striving to hear deep into the forest. Far away, the faint, distant howls of the wolf pack floated on the breeze as they called to one another, called to Mikhail. Shocked, Raven flung back her head. "They're talking to you." "How do I know that, Mikhail? How could I possibly know such a thing?" He ruffled her hair lightly, affectionately. "You hang out with the wrong crowd." He was rewarded with a bubble of laughter. It tugged at his heart, left him open and vulnerable. "What is this?" she teased. "Lord of the Manor picks up 90s slang?" He grinned at her boyishly, mischievously. "Maybe I am the one hanging out with the wrong crowd. And maybe there's hope for you yet." She kissed his throat, his chin, the stubborn line of his blue-shadowed jaw. "Did I tell you how beautiful you look in that outfit?" His arm curved around her shoulders, turned her toward the table. "We are about to have company." With unhurried movements, he poured half a glass of juice into the goblet on his side of the table, crumbled a small piece of pastry to dust between his fingers, and sprinkled it over both of their plates. "Mikhail." Raven's voice was wary. "Be careful if you use mental contact. I think there is another person besides me who has telepathic abilities." "All of my people have this ability," he answered carefully. "Not like you, Mikhail." She was frowning, rubbing her forehead. "Like me. Why did you not mention this to me?" he asked softly, his voice a whip of demand. "You know my people are being stalked, our women murdered. I tracked 3 of the assassins to the very inn where you are staying. Because I don't know for certain, Mikhail. I try never to touch people. Over the years I've taught myself not to have contact, not to allow anyone to touch me." She speared her hand through her hair, a little frown creasing her forehead. "I'm sorry. I should have said something about my suspicions, but I wasn't certain." Mikhail smoothed the line on her forehead with a gentle fingertip, touched her mouth tenderly. "I did not mean to jump down your throat, little one. We need to discuss this at our first opportunity. Can you hear it?" She reached out into the night. A car. A mile or so away. He dragged the night air into his lungs. Father Hummer and 2 strangers. Women. They wear perfume. One is older. There are only 8 guests besides myself staying at the inn. Raven was finding it hard to breathe. They came in on a tour together. An older couple from the States, Harry and Margaret Summers. Jacob and Shelley Evans are a brother and sister from Belgium. There were 4 men from different places, somewhere on the continent. I really haven't spoken much to them. Any of them could be with the assassins, he said grimly. He was secretly pleased that she hadn't paid much attention to the other men. He didn't want her looking at other men, not ever. "I think I would have known, don't you?" she asked. "I deal with killers more than I would like to admit. Only one of these people has telepathic abilities, and certainly no stronger than mine." She could hear the car easily now, but the dense fog prevented them from seeing it. Mikhail tipped up her chin with 2 fingers. "We are already bound together in the way of my people. Will you speak vows in the way of yours?" Her blue eyes widened with shock, eyes a man could drown in. Eyes a man could spend eternity staring into. A small, very male smile tugged at his mouth. He had succeeded in shocking her. "Mikhail, are you asking me to marry you?" "I am not really certain I know how it is done. Should I be on my knee?" He was grinning openly at her. "You're proposing to me with a carload of assassins approaching?" "Wannabe assassins." He displayed knowledge of stateside slang with a small, heart-wrenching smile. "Say yes. You know you cannot possibly resist me. Say yes. After you made me drink that disgusting apple juice? You set your wolves on me, Mikhail. I know there's a long list of sins I should be reciting." Her eyes were sparkling with mischief. He pulled her into his arms, against the heavy muscles of his chest, fitting her neatly into the cradle of his hips. "I can see this is going to take some heavy persuasion." His lips moved over her face like a brand, fastened on her mouth and rocked the very earth. "No one should be able to kiss like this," Raven whispered. He kissed her again, tantalizingly sweet, his tongue sliding over hers sensuously. Pure magic, pure promise. "Say yes, Raven. Feel how much I need you." Mikhail dragged her closer so the hard evidence of his desire was clearly imprinted against her flat stomach. Taking her hand in his, he brought it down to cover the aching bulge, rubbed her palm slowly back and forth across him, tormenting both of them. He opened his mind so she could feel the sharpness of his hunger, the edge to his passion, the flood of warmth and love enveloping her, them. "Say yes, Raven." He whispered it in her head, needing her to want him back, to accept him, good or bad. "You take such unfair advantage." Her reply held a trace of amusement, was warm honey spilling over with love. The car nosed out of the mist, came to a halt under a canopy of trees. Mikhail turned to face the outsiders, instinctively placing his body protectively between Raven and the three visitors. "Father Hummer, what a pleasant surprise." Mikhail extended a welcoming hand to the priest, but there was a hard bite to his voice. "Raven." Shelley Evans pushed rudely past the priest and rushed toward Raven, although her eyes were devouring Mikhail. Mikhail saw the ripple of dismay in Raven's eyes before Shelley reached her, flinging her arms around Raven and hugging her tightly. Shelley had no idea Raven could read her envy and her sexual interest in Mikhail. He could feel Raven's natural revulsion to physical touch, to the woman's concern, to her fantasies about Mikhail, but Raven managed to smile and returned the hug. "What's this all about? Is something wrong?" Raven asked softly, gently disentangling herself from the taller woman. "Well, my dear," Margaret Summers said firmly, glaring at Mikhail and reaching for Raven. "We insisted Father Hummer bring us to check on you." The moment the thin, wrinkled hand touched her arm, Raven recognized the push at her mind. At the same time her stomach heaved, rolled, and shards of glass pierced her skull, fragmenting her mind. For a moment she couldn't breathe. She had touched death. She drew away instantly, wiping her palm on her thigh. "Mikhail." She focused on him entirely. "I'm sick." "Mrs. Galvenstein did not assure you Raven was safe in my care?" Mikhail gently but firmly inserted his body between Raven and the older woman. He had felt the older woman's clumsy attempt at a probe when she brushed by him. His teeth gleamed whitely. "Please enter my home and make yourselves comfortable. I believe it is growing rather cold out." Margaret Summers was twisting this way and that, observing the table with 2 glasses and plates, the crumbs of pastry on 2 plates. Her eyes pinned Raven, as if trying to see through the material of her dress to her neck. Mikhail's arm curved around Raven's shoulder, swept her into the healing shelter of his body. He hid his smile as he watched Mrs. Summers hold Shelley back until Father Hummer preceded them into Mikhail's house. They were so predictable. He bent his head. "Are you all right?" "I'm going to throw up. The apple juice." She looked up at him accusingly. "Let me help you." "They will not know." He turned, blocking her smaller frame with his large one. He spoke a soft command, kissed her gently. "Better?" She touched his jaw, her fingers conveying what she felt. "Thanks." They turned together to face their visitors. Margaret and Shelley were staring in awe at Mikhail's home. He had money, and the interior of his home reeked of it, marble and hardwood, soft, warm colors, artwork and antiques. It was obvious Margaret was both surprised and impressed. Father Hummer seated himself comfortably in his favorite armchair. "I believe we interrupted something important." He looked pleased with himself and secretly amused, his faded eyes twinkling every time they met the blackness of Mikhail's fathomless gaze. "Raven has consented to become my wife." Mikhail brought her fingers to the warmth of his mouth. "I did not have enough time to give her the ring. You drove up before I could put it on her finger." Margaret touched the well-worn Bible sitting on the table. "How very romantic, Raven. Do you plan on being married in the church?" "Of course the child must be married in the church." "Mikhail is strong in his beliefs and would consider nothing less," Father Hummer said in a mild rebuke. Raven kept her hand in Mikhail's as they curled up together on the sofa. Margaret's faded eyes were as sharp as talons. "Why have you been hiding out, my dear?" Her gaze was darting everywhere, trying to ferret out secrets. Mikhail stirred, leaned back lazily. "You could hardly call it hiding out. We phoned Mrs. Galvenstein, your landlady, and let her know Raven was staying with me. Surely she told you." "The last I heard of Raven, she had gone into the wilds to meet you for a picnic," Margaret declared. "I knew she was ill and I was worried, so I found out your name and asked the priest to escort us here." Her sharp gaze rested on a silver antique mirror. I'm sorry I caused you distress, Mrs. Summers, Raven said sweetly. I've had a terrible case of the flu. If I had known anyone would be worried, I would have called. She said it pointedly. I wanted to see you for myself. Margaret pursed her lips together stubbornly. We're both Americans, and I feel responsible for you. I am grateful for your concern. Raven is the light of my life. Mikhail leaned forward with his predator's smile. I am Mikhail Dubrinsky. I do not believe we have been formally introduced. Margaret hesitated. Then, with a lift of her chin, she placed her hand in his and muttered her name. Mikhail oozed goodwill and love spiced mischievously with a healthy dose of lust for Raven. Shelley eagerly introduced herself. Mr. Dubrinsky? Mikhail, please. His charm was so intense, Shelley nearly fell off her chair. She wiggled a lot and crossed her legs to give him a better view. Mikhail, then. Shelley flashed a coquettish smile. Father Hummer tells us you are somewhat of a historian and would know all the folklore in and around the country. I'm doing a paper on folklore. Specifically, if there is any truth to the local legends. Would you know anything about vampires? Raven blinked, tried not to burst out laughing. Shelley was definitely in earnest, and she had fallen for Mikhail's magnetism. She would be very embarrassed if Raven laughed. She concentrated on Mikhail's thumb stroking the inside of her wrist. It helped her feel stronger. Vampires. Mikhail repeated the term matter-of-factly. Of course, the most popular area for vampires is in Transylvania, but we have our own stories. All through the Carpathian Mountains there are extraordinary tales. There is a tour, following Jonathan Harker's route to Transylvania. I am sure you would find it most enjoyable. Margaret leaned forward. Do you believe there is truth to the stories? Mrs. Summers. Raven showed her shock. You don't, do you? Margaret's face closed down, her lips pursed again belligerently. I always have believed there is a grain of truth in nearly every story handed down through the ages. Perhaps that is what Mrs. Summers believes, Mikhail said gently. Margaret nodded her head, relaxed visibly, and bestowed a benevolent smile on Mikhail. I'm so glad we agree, Mr. Dubrinsky. A man in your position should certainly be a man with an open mind. How could so many people over hundreds of years tell such similar stories without some truth to the legend? A living corpse? Raven's eyebrows shot up. I don't know about the Middle Ages, but I'd notice if dead people started walking around dragging off children. There is that, Mikhail agreed. We haven't had a large number of unexplained deaths that I'm aware of in the last few years. But some of the locals tell stories of some pretty strange things. Shelley was loath to give up her ideas. Of course they do. Mikhail grinned engagingly. It is so much better for business. A few years ago. When was it, Father? You remember when Swaney wanted to drum up the tourist trade, and he poked himself in the neck with a couple of knitting needles and had the newspaper take pictures. He hung a wreath of garlic around his neck and walked about town, claiming the garlic made him sick. How do you know it wasn't real? Margaret demanded. The pinpricks became infected. It turned out he was allergic to the garlic and he had no option but to confess. Mikhail grinned mischievously at the two women. Father Hummer made him do penance. Swaney said the rosary 37 times in a row. Father Hummer threw back his head and laughed heartily. He certainly had everyone's attention for a while there. Newspaper people were flying in from all directions. It was quite an entertaining show. Mikhail grimaced. As I recall, I had to spend so much time out of my office, I worked day and night for a week to catch up. Even you had enough of a sense of humor to appreciate his little venture, Mikhail, Father Hummer said. I've been around a long time, ladies, and I've never once encountered a walking corpse. Raven swept a hand through her hair, rubbed at her pounding head. The slivers of glass were relentless. She always associated such pain with prolonged exposure to a sick mind. Mikhail's hand came up, brushed her temple tenderly, trailed his fingers down her soft skin. It is getting late and Raven is still feeling the effects of the flu. Perhaps we could continue this discussion another evening. Father Hummer instantly rose. Of course, Mikhail, and I do apologize for barging in at such an inopportune moment. The ladies were very agitated, and it seemed the most expedient way to alleviate their fears. Raven can come back with us, Margaret offered solicitously. Raven knew she would never survive a car ride with the woman. Shelley was nodding her head eagerly, giving Mikhail her best smile. Thank you so much, Mikhail. I would love to discuss this further with you, maybe take some notes. Of course, Miss Evans. Mikhail handed her his business card. I am swamped with work right now and Raven and I want to be married as soon as possible, but I will do my best to find some time. He was ushering his guests to the door, using his large, muscular frame and his beguiling smile to prevent anyone from touching Raven. Thank you, Mrs. Summers, for offering to look after Raven for me, but we were interrupted, and I intend to make certain she does not leave me without the all-important ring. When Raven moved to step around him, he cut her off, his body so graceful and subtle that his movement was not noticed. His hand slid down her arm, shackled her fragile wrist. Thank you for coming, she called softly from behind him, afraid that if she spoke too loud her head would shatter into 1,000 fragments. When their visitors had left, Mikhail dragged her protectively into his arms, his face a mask of dark menace. I am sorry, little one, that you had to endure such a thing. He carried her into his house and made for the library. Raven could hear soft words in his own language muttered under his breath. He was swearing and it made her smile. She isn't evil, Mikhail. She's twisted, fanatical. It was like touching the mind of a burning crusader. She believes what she's doing is right. She rubbed the top of her head against the rigid set of his jaw. She is beneath contempt. He spat the words. She is obscene. Very gently Mikhail deposited her in the comfort of his armchair. She came to test me, to bring a priest into my home and try to outwit me. Her brush in my mind was clumsy and inept. She uses her gift to mark others for murder. She read only what I allowed. Mikhail. She believes in vampires. How could she possibly think you're a walking corpse? You have unusual gifts, but I can't see you murdering a child to keep yourself alive. You go to church, you're wearing a cross. The woman is nuts. She rubbed at her pounding temples in an effort to relieve the pain. Chapter 6. Mikhail loomed over her, a dark shadow holding one of his herb concoctions in his hand. And what if I was a mythical vampire, little one, holding you captive in my lair? She smiled up at his serious face, the pain in his brooding eyes. I would trust you with my life, Mikhail, vampire or no. And I would trust you with the life of my children. You're arrogant and sometimes overbearing, but you could never be evil. If you are a vampire, then a vampire is not the creature of the legends. He moved away from her, not wanting her to see how much her words meant to him. Such total, unconditional acceptance. It didn't matter to him that she didn't know what she was saying. He felt the truth of her words. Most people have a dark side, Raven, I more than others. I am capable of extreme violence, cruelty even, but I am not a vampire. I am a predator, first and foremost, but I am not a vampire. His voice was husky, strangled. Raven moved to close the distance between them, to touch the edge of his mouth, smooth a deep line. I never thought such a thing. You sound like you believe such a terrible being exists. Mikhail, if such a thing was true, I would know you could not be one of them. You always judge yourself so harshly. I can feel the good in you. Can you? He asked grimly. Drink this. It better not put me to sleep. I'm going back to the inn to my own bed sometime this night, she told him firmly as she took the glass from him. Her voice teased him, but her eyes were anxious. I do feel the good in you, Mikhail. I see it in everything you do. You put everyone else first in your life. He closed his eyes in pain. Is that what you think, Raven? She studied the contents of the glass, wondering why her words were hurting him. I know it. I have done what is being asked of you, yet I did not have to follow through and bring the killer to justice. That must eat away at you all the time. You give me far too much credit, little one, but I thank you for your faith in me. His hand curled around the nape of her neck. You are not drinking. It will help with your headache. His fingers found her temples with their soothing magic. How can you go back to that inn when we both know the assassins are staying there? It is the old woman who leads them to our people. She is curious about you already. She can't possibly believe I'm a vampire, Mikhail. Why would I be in danger? I might even be of some help to you. A mischievous smile curved her soft mouth. I can hear so much better these days. She toasted him with the glass and drank the mixture. There is no argument when your safety is involved. I will not have you in the middle of this battle. His black gaze was clearly troubled. We agreed to compromise. Your world and mine. I have to be my own person, Mikhail. I have to make my own decisions. I know you would never let me go through the torment of tracking a killer by myself. I want to help you, be there for you. That's what a partnership is. Being apart from you even under normal circumstances would torment me. How can I tolerate such a thing as you being in the same house with those who murdered my sister? She attempted to tease him, wanting the darkness to recede from his eyes. Do one of your sleeping numbers on yourself or teach me how to do it. I'll be more than happy to put you out. His hand slipped around her throat experimentally. I bet you would. How does your head feel, little one? Better. Much, thank you. So, tell me what you know so far. Raven watched him pace across the hardwood floor, all restless energy. I have done this, Mikhail. I'm not an amateur, and I'm not stupid. Mrs. Summers may look like a sweet old lady, but she's very sick. If she's targeting people as vampires and has a fanatical following, a lot more people could be hurt. And these people must believe Mrs. Summers. They killed the woman. Noelle, he supplied softly. Her name was Noelle. Her eyes touched his face, her mind flooding his with warmth and comfort. Noelle, she echoed gently, was killed in a textbook style for vampires. Steak, beheading, garlic. This is a sick group. We at least have a place to start. I think it would be safe to assume Mr. Summers is involved. So that's two of them. That silly girl Shelley is a blind. They are using her to help them by asking her ridiculous questions. She is not directly involved. They do not trust her to keep her mouth shut. Her brother planted the idea of studying folklore in her head, and this tour is supposedly a research trip for her. She is easily led by him. He raked a hand through his thick hair. He needed to feed soon. There was a dark, cold anger in him. It crawled through his body, dangerous and deadly. Jacob was unscrupulous, even with his sister, it seemed. And he had looked upon Raven with lust. Raven looked up and found unblinking eyes on her. They were dark, fathomless, the eyes of a hunter. A prickle of unease ran down her spine. She felt her hand tremble as she smoothed out her skirt. What is it? Sometimes Mikhail looked like a stranger, not the warm man she knew with laughter and tenderness in his heated gaze, but someone calculating and cold, someone more lethal and cunning than any she could imagine. Automatically her mind reached out to his. Do not. He slammed a block down hard. Raven's lashes fluttered against a sudden spurt of tears. Rejection was painful, and coming from Mikhail it hurt like hell. Why, Mikhail? Why are you shutting me out? You need me. I know you do. You're so willing to help everybody, be everything for everybody. I'm supposed to be your partner, be all things, everything to you. Let me help you. She approached him slowly, cautiously. You do not know what could happen, Raven. He stepped backwards away from temptation, away from her pain. She smiled. You always help me, Mikhail. You look after me. I'm asking you to trust me enough to let me be what you need. He was allowing his mind block to fragment, bit by bit. She sensed grief mixed with rage at Noelle's senseless murder and fear for Raven's safety. Love, strong and growing, a hunger, sexual and physical. Raw need. Someone definitely needed to love and comfort this man. I need you to do as I ask you, he said in desperation, fighting the beast lifting its head hungrily. Her laughter was soft, enticing. No, you don't. Too many people think your word is law. You need someone to defy you a little bit. I know you won't hurt me, Mikhail. I can feel your fear of yourself. You think there's something in you I can't love, some kind of monster you're afraid for me to see. I know you better than you know yourself. You are so reckless, Raven, so heedless of danger. He gripped the back of a chair so hard the wood threatened to disintegrate into dust. As it was, it would hold the imprint of his fingers for all time. Danger, Mikhail? She tipped her head to one side, her hair falling in a slide over one shoulder. Her hands went to the top button of her blouse. I would never be in danger from you, even if you were furious with me. The only danger right now is to my clothes. She took a step back, laughing again, letting the sound warm him, ignite the fuse deep inside him. Heat coiled, spread, needs slammed into him, hard and urgent. Hunger tore at him, a blind red haze. You, little one, are playing with fire, and I am totally out of control. He made one last attempt to save her. Why couldn't she see how selfish he really was? How he had taken over her life and would never release her. He was the monster she couldn't see. Perhaps with the rest of the world, cold logic and justice ruled him, but not with her. With Raven, he was taken over by emotions with which he was so unfamiliar that he could not control them. He did things he felt were unconscionable. He let her see the violence in his mind, tearing her clothes, taking her body without thought or control. She answered him in her mind, warmth, love, her body eager for his, receptive, accepting of his violent side. She had total trust and faith in his feelings for her, in his commitment to her. He swore softly, ripping the clothes from his fettered body, leaping upon her like an attacking jungle cat. "Mikhail, I love this dress," she whispered against his throat, laughter still spilling into his mind. Laughter. Joy. No fear. "Get out of the damned thing," he said hoarsely, not realizing he was confirming her belief in him. She took her time, teasing him by fumbling at buttons, making him find the hook in her skirt. "You do not know what you are doing," he objected raggedly, but his hands were gentle on her body, carefully stripping away her clothes until she was all bare satin skin and long silky hair. Mikhail curled strong fingers around the nape of her neck. She felt so small and fragile, her skin warm. She had a woman's haunting scent, like wild honey, a breath of fresh air. He backed her into the bookcase, his hands shaping her body, stroking the soft swell of her breast, absorbing the feel of her into his skin, his tissues, his very insides. He lowered his head, found the dark tip of her nipple with his tongue. The demon in him receded at the feel of her soft skin, her acceptance of his nature. He didn't deserve her. Raven's body went weak at the first touch of his mouth, so hot and demanding, fastened on her breast. The shelf behind her held her up, pushing against the bare skin of her bottom. Excitement surged through her, anticipation. His eyes drifted over her with so much hunger, so much possession, with so much tenderness. That melted her heart, made her want to cry that he could have so much feeling for her. Everywhere his gaze traveled, her skin burned for him, her body ached for his touch. She reached up to loosen his hair, to fill her hands with it, to revel in her ability to smooth her fingertips over his heavy muscles. She could feel him tremble under her caressing hands, feel the wildness in him striving to break free. It touched something wild in her. She wanted to feel him in her arms, trembling for her, his hard muscles against her soft skin, his body surging into hers. She sent him the erotic pictures dancing in her head as she tasted his skin with her soft mouth. His hands were everywhere, and so were hers. His mouth blazed fire, and so did hers. His heart pounded, and hers matched it. Their blood surged like molten lava. His fingers found her moist and open to him. Mikhail dragged her to the floor, lifting her hips so he could join them. Blood roared in his ears, his every emotion swirling together in a violent storm of need. The harder and deeper he thrust, the more soft and welcoming she became. Her body was hot and tight, taking his, accepting his storm. Hunger raged dangerously. He craved the sweet taste of her, wanted the ecstasy of the ritual exchange. If he fed, he groaned at the temptation. He would never be able to stop without needing to replenish her. He could not do that. She had to consciously make the decision to become fully a part of his world. It was too big a risk. If she did not survive, he would follow her into the unknown. He knew exactly what the ancients meant when they said one life mate could not survive the passing of the other. He would not want to live in the world without her. There would be no Mikhail without Raven. His body, his needs, his battered emotions were taking over again, pushing him to the very edge of control. He had never known such a depth of feeling, such a total, encompassing love for another. She was everything. His air, his breath, his heart. Mikhail's mouth found hers in long, drugging kisses, moved to her throat, her breast, found his mark. One taste. Only one. Raven moved in his arms, turned her head to give him better access, her hands entwined in his hair. "I'd better marry you, Mikhail." You need me desperately. He lifted his head, looked at her face, so beautiful with his lovemaking, so accepting of him and his needs. Her heart wrapped his in love, her mind soothed his, fed his, teased his, matched the wildness in him. His hands framed her face, his black eyes staring into her blue-violet ones, drowning in his feelings for her. Then he was smiling. "Mikhail," she protested as he very gently eased out of her. He turned her over, dragging her hips back toward his. When he entered her, his hands pinning her small waist, he felt exultant. She was safe. Joy surged through him, and he gave himself up to the sheer pleasure of her body. He moved, she moved. She was incredibly tight, fiery hot, velvet soft. The combination was explosive. The wolves had said he no longer knew joy, but Raven had brought it back to him. His body sang with it, shone with it. Twice he felt her body ripple, pulse, and still he went on wanting their bodies to be one for all eternity. The dark shadow across his soul was lifting. This small, beautiful woman had given him that. He built the pace of their rhythm, reveling in the way her body followed the lead of his. He felt her body clench, grip, heard her cry out over and over, soft little mewling sounds in her throat that sent him over the edge. His own body burst into flames, carried them both into the sky so that Raven called his name as her anchor. Mikhail's hands were gentle as he helped her to lie down. He caressed her silky hair, bent to kiss her tenderly. "You have no idea what you did for me tonight." "Thank you, Raven." Her eyes were closed, lashes lying like two dark crescents against her soft skin. She smiled. "Someone has to show you what love is, Mikhail. Not possession or ownership, but real unconditional love." Her hand rose and, even with her eyes closed, her fingertips unerringly found the lines around his mouth. "You need to remember how to play to laugh. You need to learn to like yourself more." The hard edges of his mouth softened, curved. "You sound like the priest. I hope you confess that you took advantage of me," she teased. Mikhail's breath caught in his throat. Guilt washed over him. He had taken advantage. Maybe not the first time, when he was so out of control after such isolation. It had been necessary to make the exchange to save her life. But the second time had been pure selfishness. He had wanted the sexual rush, the total completion of the ritual. And he had uttered the ritual words. They were bound. He knew it, felt the rightness of it, felt the healing in his soul only a true life mate could effect. "Mikhail? I was teasing you." The long lashes fluttered, lifted so her eyes could confirm what her fingertips tracing his frown told her. His teeth caught her finger, his tongue stroking over her skin. His mouth was hot, erotic, his eyes burning down at her. Answering heat leapt into her eyes. Raven laughed softly. "You have it all, don't you? Charm, you're so sexy you should be locked up, and you have a smile men would kill for. Or women, however you want to look at it." He bent to kiss her, one hand closing over her breast possessively. "You need to mention what a great lover I am. Men need to hear these things." "Really?" She arched an eyebrow at him. "I don't dare. You're already as arrogant as I can stand. You are crazy about me. I know. I read minds." He suddenly grinned mischievously, like a little boy. "Next time you make love to me, do you think we might go for convention and find a bed?" She sat up gingerly. Mikhail's arm curved around her in support. "Did I hurt you?" She laughed softly. "Are you kidding? Though I wouldn't mind a long soak in a hot tub." He rubbed the top of her head with his chin. "I think we can arrange that, little one." He should have realized the wood floor would not be the most comfortable of spots. "You tend to drive every sane thought from my head." It was an apology as he lifted her into his arms. His long strides took them through the house to the master bathroom. Raven's eyes warmed, melted, her smile so loving his breath caught in his throat. "You do tend to get a little primitive, Mikhail." He growled at her, lowered his head to hers slowly, fastened his mouth to hers. There was such a mixture of tenderness and hunger, she ached for him. Very gently he set her on her feet, her small face framed in his hand. "I will never get enough of you, Raven, never. But you need to soak in the tub and I need to feed. Eat." She bent to fill the tub with hot, steamy water. "In English you use the word eat." I'm not the greatest cook, but I could put something together for you. His white teeth gleamed like a predator's as he lit candles for her. You are not here as my slave, little one. At least not in the domestic one sense. His eyes watched without blinking as she knotted her hair on top of her head. It was unnerving, yet Raven's body tingled under the heat of his gaze. He held out a hand to help her into the large tub. The moment his strong fingers closed around hers, Raven had the peculiar sensation of being captured. Raven cleared her throat, then lowered her body gingerly into the steaming water. So, do you believe in being faithful? She tried to sound casual. A dark shadow crossed his craggy features. A true Carpathian of my race does not feel the shallow, childish, pale version of human love. If you were to be with another man, I would know, feel you, your thoughts, your emotions. He traced his fingertip along her delicate cheekbone. You would not want to face the demon in me, little one. I am capable of tremendous violence. I will not share you. You would never hurt me, Mikhail, no matter what the cause of your anger, Raven said softly, with complete conviction. You will always be safe with me, he agreed, but I cannot say the same for anyone who would threaten to take you from me. All of my people are telepathic. A strong emotion such as sexual passion is impossible to conceal. Do you mean to say those of you who marry? Take a life mate, he corrected. They never are unfaithful to one another, she asked incredulously. Not a true life mate. There have been instances, Mikhail's fist clenched tightly. Poor sweet Noelle, so obsessed with wanting Rand. The few that do betray their chosen mate do not feel as they should, otherwise it would be impossible. That is why it is so important to know absolutely in one's mind, heart, soul, and body. As I know it is so with you. The ritual words could not bind two who were not already one. Life mating united two halves of the same whole, but he could not find a way to express such a thing in terms she would understand. But, Mikhail, I'm not one of your people. She was beginning to realize there were differences besides customs that she needed to be aware of, to take into consideration. He crushed herbs into a bowl, dumped the mixture into her bathwater. It would help with her soreness. You would know if I touched another woman. But you could make me forget, she mused aloud, a small frown pulling at the corners of her mouth. He could feel her heart begin to race, the sudden doubt in her mind. He crouched beside the tub, cupping her face with gentle fingers. I am incapable of betraying you, Raven. I might force your compliance for the sake of your safety or your protection, for your life and health, but not to get away with betrayal. She touched the tip of her tongue to her full lower lip. Don't force me to do anything unless you ask the way you did when I was feeling sick. Mikhail hid a smile. She always tried to sound so tough, his small package of dynamite, with more courage than good sense. Little one, I live only for your happiness now. I have to go out for a little while. You can't go looking for the murderers by yourself. I mean it, Mikhail, it's too dangerous. If that's what you're doing. He kissed her, his laughter genuine. Business, Raven. Take a long soak, look over the house, my books, anything you want. He grinned at her boyishly. I have a stack of work beside the computer if you want to try your hand at looking at bids for me. Exactly how I plan to spend my evening. One last thing. Mikhail was gone almost before she could blink, and returned nearly as fast. He took her left hand in his. Your people will recognize this as a clear sign that you are taken. She hid her smile. He was so territorial, like a wild animal staking his claim. Like the wolves roaming so freely in his forest. She touched the ring with a reverent finger. It was antique, gold, a fiery ruby surrounded by diamonds. Mikhail, this is beautiful. Where did you find such a thing? It has been in my family for generations. If you prefer something else. Something more modern, it looked as if it belonged on her finger. It's perfect and you know it. She touched it reverently. I love it. Go, but hurry back. I'll find out all your secrets while you're gone. Mikhail was hungry, needed to feed. He bent to brush her forehead with his mouth, his heart aching. Just for one day, little one, I would like to have a normal, happy conversation with you. Court you as I should. She tilted her head to look at him, her blue eyes dark with emotion. You court me just fine. Go eat now and leave me be. Mikhail touched her hair just once before he left. He moved among the townspeople, breathing in the night. The stars seemed brighter, the moon a gleaming silver light. Colors were sharp and clear, smells drifting on the breeze. Wisps of fog trailed here and there in the street. He felt like singing. He had found her after so long, and she made the earth move and his blood heat. She brought laughter back into his life and taught him what love was. The hour was growing late, the couples drifting toward their homes. Mikhail chose a trio of young men. He was hungry and needed strength. The night would be long. He had every intention of confirming or eliminating Mrs. Romanov as one of the assassins. The women needed a midwife and a sorrowing. Bereaved one was better than one who might betray them at the first opportunity. He drew the trio to him with a single silent command, marveling, as he had so many times, at how easy it was to control his prey. He joined their conversation, laughing with them, confiding a couple of hot business opportunities. In their early 20s, they were thinking more about women than making money. It always amazed him how disrespectful human men were toward their women. Perhaps they could not understand what their lives would be like without them. He led them to the safety of the darkened trees and drank his fill, making certain not to take too much from any of them. He finished as he did everything carefully, completely. That was why he was the oldest and the most formidable. He paid attention to the smallest of details. He walked with them for a few more minutes, ensuring that they were all fine before leaving them with a casual wave and a feeling of friendship. Mikhail turned away from them, the smile fading from his lips. The night concealed the hunter in him, the dark, terrible purpose in his eyes, the cruel edge to his sensuous mouth. His muscles rippled with raw power, flexed and contracted with his enormous strength. He moved around the corner and simply disappeared. His speed was incredible, without compare. His mind reached out for ravens, craving the contact. "What are you doing all alone in that spooky old house?" Her soft laughter filled his utter coldness with warmth. "Waiting for my big bad wolf to come home. Do you have your clothes on?" This time her response sent fingers playing over his skin, touching him intimately, heating his body. Warmth, laughter, purity. He hated being away from her, hated the distance separating them. "Of course I have my clothes on. What if more unexpected visitors arrive? I can't very well greet them naked, can I?" She was teasing, but the thought of anyone approaching his home with her alone and unprotected made a sliver of fear slice through him. It was an unfamiliar emotion, and he almost couldn't identify it. "Mikhail? Are you all right? Do you need me? I'll come to you. Stay there. Listen for the wolves. If they sing to you, call me right away." There was that brief hesitation that meant she was annoyed with his tone. "I don't want you to worry about me, Mikhail. You have enough people who make demands on you. Perhaps that is so, little one, but you are the only one I truly give a damn about. And drink another glass of juice. You will find some in the refrigerator." He broke the contact, found he was smiling at their brief exchange. She would have argued over the order for nourishment if he had waited long enough. He rather liked to irritate her sometimes. He liked the way her blue eyes deepened into sapphire, and how she got that little edge in her carefully controlled voice. "Mikhail?" Her voice startled him, low and warm and filled with feminine amusement. "Try making suggestions next time, or just plain asking. You go do whatever it is you're doing, and I'll go search your extensive library for a book on manners." He nearly forgot he was crouched at the base of a tree only a few hundred feet from the shack belonging to Hans and Heidi Romanov. Mikhail managed to suppress his urge to laugh. "You will not find one." "Why am I not surprised?" This time Raven broke contact. For a brief moment he allowed himself the luxury of wrapping himself in her warmth, her laughter, her love. Why God had chosen this time, when Mikhail was in his darkest hour, to send him such a gift, he had no idea. What he had to do was inevitable. The continuation of his race demanded it. The brutal ugliness of it filled him with revulsion. He would have to return to her with death on his hands, the deaths of more than one human. He could not walk away from it, could not hand the job over to someone else. His regret was not in taking the life of Noel's murderers, so much as in having to ask Raven to live with his deed. It would not be the first time he'd taken a life. With a sigh, he shapeshifted. The small rodent scurried easily through the leaves on the ground to cross the open space to the shack. The beat of wings came to his ears and the rodent froze. Mikhail hissed a warning, and the owl gliding in for the attack veered off. The rodent gained the safety of the wooden stairs, flicked its tail, and began to search for a crack or hole in the wall to gain entry. Mikhail had already picked up 2 familiar scents. Hans was entertaining. The rodent squeezed through a chink between 2 rotting boards and found its way into a bedroom. Silently, the creature raced across the floor to the doorway. Mikhail allowed the odors of the household to be processed by the rodent's body. He moved carefully in little stops and starts until he managed to gain a position in a darkened corner of the room. Heidi Ramanov sat in a wooden chair directly across from him, weeping softly, a rosary clutched in her hand. Hans faced 3 men, a map spread between them on a table. "You're wrong, Hans. You were wrong about Noel," Mrs. Romanov sobbed. "You've gone crazy and you've brought in these killers. My God, you have murdered an innocent girl, a new mother. Your soul is lost." "Shut up, old woman," Hans shouted rudely, his face a mask of fanaticism. He blazed with it, a crusader fighting a holy war. "I know what I saw." He crossed himself, his eyes darting left and right as a curious shadow, like that of a winged creature, seemed to pass over the shack. For a moment everyone in the room went quiet. Mikhail could taste their fear, hear the sudden frantic pounding of their hearts. Inside the house, Hans had hung wreaths of garlic at every window and over the doors. He stood up slowly, licking suddenly dry lips, grabbing at the cross hanging around his neck, and moving to a window to assure himself the wreath was in place. "What about that? That shadow just now? You all still think I made a mistake because we found her in a bed and not sleeping in the ground." "There was nothing, no dirt, no protections," a dark-haired foreigner said reluctantly. Mikhail recognized the man's spoor. Assassin. One from the inn. Inside the rodent, the beast unsheathed its claws and flexed. They had murdered Noelle without even being certain she was what they sought. "I know what I saw, Eugene," Hans declared. After Heidi left, the woman began to lose blood. "I had arrived to walk Heidi home because the woods are dangerous. I was going to tell the husband I would bring Heidi back to help. He was very agitated and did not see me as I looked in. I saw it with my own eyes. She drank so much, he was weak and pale. I got out of there and contacted you immediately." Eugene nodded his head. "You did the right thing. I came as soon as I could and brought the others. If they've learned a way to whelp, we'll be overrun with the devils." The largest man in the room stirred uncomfortably. "I've never heard of a vampire breeding. They kill the living to enlarge their ranks. They sleep in the ground and guard their lairs. You acted before we could investigate this thoroughly." "Kurt," Eugene protested, "we saw the opportunity and we took it. And how come her body just disappeared? After we did it, we ran. The husband and child have not been seen since. We know the woman is dead, we killed her, yet there is no hue and cry over her death. We must find the husband and child," Hans decreed. "And any others, we must stamp them out." He peered nervously out the warped glass into the night. He let out a low exclamation of alarm. "Look, Eugene, a wolf. That damn Dubrinsky protects them on his land. Someday they're going to overrun our village and make off with the children." He reached down for the old rifle propped against the wall. Eugene jumped up. "Wait, Hans. Are you certain it's a wolf? A real wolf? Why would a wolf be out of the woods and staring at your house? Who is this Dubrinsky who keeps wolves?" Kurt demanded. "He is of the church." Heidi hissed, shocked at the implication. "He is a good man, in church every Sunday. Father Hummer is one of his dearest friends. They often eat supper together and play chess. I have seen this with my own eyes." Hans waved her testimony aside. "Dubrinsky is the devil himself. See it out there, the wolf slinking in the bushes, watching the house. I tell you, that's not natural." Eugene lowered his voice. "It's one of them." "They couldn't know it was us," Hans denied, but he betrayed his fear with his trembling hands. He lifted the rifle to his shoulder. "You'll have to get it with the first shot, Hans," Eugene warned. The rodent raced across the floor into the bedroom and squeezed through the small crack. Mikhail burst from the rodent's body, his mind reaching out into the night with a warning, shapeshifting as he ran, becoming a huge black wolf with burning eyes of vengeance. He covered the ground in a rush, leaping at the smaller wolf's body. As his heavier frame crashed into the smaller one, Mikhail felt fire exploding in his flesh. The smaller wolf slunk into the heavy woods. Although blood gushed from its hindquarters, the huge black wolf didn't utter a cry, didn't run away. Instead, the wolf turned its large head and stared at the house with two burning coals for eyes, staring with a promise. Vengeance. Retribution. The dark promise of death itself. Mikhail. Raven's sharp cry rang in his head. The black wolf stared a moment longer, holding Hans Romanoff in his power, then it turned and simply vanished into the night. There was no way that any of the men would dare attempt to track it. The huge wolf had come out of nowhere, leaping to protect the smaller wolf. The black wolf was no ordinary wolf, and not one of them wanted to follow it into the timber. Mikhail trotted to the safety of the deep forest before pain and loss of blood drove him to take his human form. He staggered, caught at a thick tree branch, and sat down abruptly. Mikhail. Please. I know you're hurt. Where are you? I can feel your pain. Let me come to you. Let me help you. Behind Mikhail the bushes rustled. He didn't bother to turn, knowing Byron was there, ashamed, embarrassed, filled with remorse. Mikhail. God, I am sorry. Is it bad? Bad enough. Mikhail clamped his hand over the wound to stop the blood flowing so freely. What were you doing there, Byron? It was madness, foolhardy. Mikhail. Raven's fear and tears were filling his mind. Be calm, little one. A scratch, no more. Let me come to you. She was pleading with him, and it broke his heart. Byron tore a strip from his shirt and bound Mikhail's thigh. I am sorry. I should have listened to you, should have known you would be hunting. I thought. He trailed off, looking uncomfortable. Thought what? Mikhail prompted wearily. The wound hurt like hell. He felt sick and dizzy, and somehow he had to reassure Raven. She was striving to comfort him, to find him. She was even trying to see through his eyes. Stop it, Raven. Do as I say. I am not alone. One of my people is with me. I will be with you soon. I thought you would be so involved with that woman, you might not have time for the hunt. Byron ducked his head. I feel like such a fool, Mikhail. I was so worried about Eleanor. I have never shirked my duties. The protection of our people has always come first. Mikhail could not attempt to heal the wound with Raven dwelling in his mind. I know. Byron raked a hand through his chestnut hair. After what happened to Noelle, I could not bear for the same thing to happen to Eleanor. And this was the first time you ever warned one of us off a woman. Mikhail managed a wry smile. The experience is new to me. Until it is not quite so new and raw, it is best I keep her as close to me as possible. Right now she is arguing with me. Byron looked shocked. She argues with you? She has her own mind. He allowed Byron to help him up. You are far too weak to shapeshift. And you will need blood and healing sleep. Byron sent a call for Jacques. I dare not go deep. It would leave her unprotected. She wears my ring and bears my mark. One wrong move and they would murder her. We need you at full strength, Mikhail. Whirling leaves like miniature tornadoes heralded Jacques' arrival. Jacques swore under his breath as he knelt beside Mikhail. You need blood, Mikhail, he said softly, immediately beginning to unbutton his shirt. Mikhail stopped him with a slight gesture. His eyes, world-weary, pain-filled, made a slow study of their surroundings. Byron and Jacques went still, senses flaring out, scanning the forest. There is no one, Jacques whispered softly. There is someone, Mikhail corrected. A low warning growl escaped Jacques' throat as he instinctively placed his body in front of his prince. Byron was frowning, confusion on his handsome features. I can detect nothing, Mikhail. Nor can I, but we are being watched. It was a statement so certain, neither Carpathian chose to dispute it. Mikhail never made a mistake. Summon Eric with a car, Mikhail ordered and laid his head back to rest. Jacques was on the alert, and Mikhail trusted his judgment. He closed his eyes weakly, wondering where Raven had gone. She was no longer nagging at him. In order to maintain the contact, He would have had to use up precious energy he couldn't spare right now. Yet it worried him, her silence, so unlike her. Chapter 7. The ride home in the car was excruciatingly painful. Mikhail's body craved blood to replace what he had lost. His weakness was growing by the moment, the lines in his face deepening, etched with pain. He was an ancient, and all ancients felt emotions and physical wounds intensely. Normally, he would simply have stopped his heart and lungs so that his blood would cease to flow. Then the healer would take over and the others would supply him with what he needed. Raven changed all that. Raven and whatever or whoever was watching them. He could still feel the uneasiness washing over him. He knew another studied them from a distance, even as they traveled the miles to his home. Mikhail, Eric hissed as they aided him into the sanctuary of his house. Let me help you. Raven was at the door, taking in Mikhail's pale features. He looked suddenly older than the 30 years she thought him. There were white lines around his mouth, but his mind was serene, his breathing even and relaxed. She stepped back silently to allow them entry. She was hurt by Mikhail's refusal to allow her to help him. If he preferred the company of his people, she was not going to be so undignified as to let them see that it bothered her. Small teeth bit at her lower lip, her fingers twisted together, and her eyes were anxious. She just had to see for herself that he was going to be well. They carried Mikhail down to his sleeping chamber, Raven trailing after them. "Shall I call a doctor?" she inquired, already knowing the answer. She sensed they wanted her gone, that she was in the way somehow. Instinctively she knew that Mikhail would not receive the treatment he needed until she was gone. "No, little one." Mikhail held out his hand to her. She went to him, lacing her fingers through his. He was always so strong, so physically fit, yet now he was pale and drawn. Raven felt close to tears. "You need help, Mikhail. Tell me what to do." His eyes, so black and cold, warmed instantly when his gaze settled on her face. "They know what to do. This is not my first wound, nor the worst I have received." A small, humorless smile touched her soft mouth. "This was the business you needed to do this evening? You know I hunt those that murdered my sister." He sounded tired and drained. Raven hated arguing with him, but some things had to be said. "You told me you were just going out, nothing dangerous. It wasn't necessary to lie to me about what you were doing. I know you're the big hotshot around here, but this is what I do. I track killers." "We were supposed to be partners, Mikhail." Byron, Eric, and Jacques exchanged raised eyebrows. Byron mouthed the word. "Hotshot." No one dared smile, not even Jacques. Mikhail frowned, knew he had hurt her. "I did not deliberately speak an untruth. I merely went out to do a little investigating. Unfortunately, it turned into something altogether different. Believe me, I had no intention of getting hurt. A careless accident. You have this penchant for getting yourself into trouble when I'm not with you." Raven's smile did not quite reach her eyes. "How bad is your leg?" "A scratch, no more. Nothing for you to worry about." She was silent again, her blue eyes moving over his face with a faraway, pensive look, as if she had turned inward. Mikhail felt something twisting deep in his gut. She had that look, the one that meant she was thinking too much again. It was the last thing he wanted when he lay wounded, forced to go to ground at the first opportunity. He did not want her pulling away from him, and there was something in her stillness that worried him. She couldn't leave him. He knew that intellectually, but he didn't want her to. To leave him, to even be able to think about it. "You are angry with me." He made it a statement. Raven shook her head. "No, I'm honestly not. Maybe disappointed in you." She looked sad. "You said there could be no lies between us, yet at the first opportunity, you did lie to me." For a moment her small teeth bit down hard on her lower lip. There was a sheen of tears in her eyes, but she blinked them away impatiently. "When you're asking for so much trust, Mikhail, it seems to me you need to trust me as well. You should have had more respect for me, at least for my abilities. I hunt using a psychic link. I trail using someone else's eyes. Some of you people are very sloppy and complacent. A few of you don't even bother with mind blocks. All of you are so arrogant, it doesn't occur to you that a human, not one of your superior race, can crawl inside your minds. You've got someone out there just like me, fingering your people for death. If I can get inside your minds, she can do it. My advice, for what it's worth, is to take far more precautions. Raven stepped away from Mikhail's placating outstretched hand. I'm just trying to save your lives, not be vindictive. It was only pride that was keeping her from falling apart. Already she felt the loss of him, of their unique closeness. Somehow she knew there would never be another man, another time in her life when she laughed and talked the way they had and was totally accepted and comfortable. You don't need to say anything else, Mikhail. I saw your little scratch firsthand. You were right. You weren't alone out there. I was watching. Honesty in my language means truth. Raven took a deep breath, tugged off the ring, and laid it carefully, regretfully, on the small table beside the bed. I'm sorry, Mikhail, I really am. I know I'm letting you down, but I don't fit into this world of yours. I don't understand it or the rules. Please do me the courtesy of staying away, of not trying to contact me. We both know I'm no real match for you. I'm leaving on the first available train. She turned and started toward the door. It flew shut with a loud crash. She stared at it, not turning around. The air was thick with tension, with some dark feeling, one she couldn't put a name to. I don't think it's going to do any good to prolong this. You need help right now. Obviously, whatever they intend is some secret thing not to be shown to outsiders. I am just that. Let me go home where I belong, Mikhail, and let them help you now. Leave us, Mikhail ordered the others. They obeyed reluctantly. Raven, come here to me, please. I am weak, and it would take most of my strength to come to you. There was a gentleness in his voice, an honesty she found heartbreaking. She closed her eyes against the power in his voice, the soft caressing tone that rubbed sensuously like black velvet over her skin and crawled into her body, wrapping itself around her heart. Not this time, Mikhail. We not only live in two different worlds, we have two separate value systems. We tried, I know you wanted to, but I can't do this. Maybe I never could have. It happened too fast, and we don't really know one another. Raven. Heat curled in her very name. Come here to me. She pressed her fingers to her forehead. I can't, Mikhail. If I let you get around me again, I'll lose respect for myself. Then I have no choice but to come to you. He shifted his weight, using his hands to move his injured leg. No. Alarmed, she whirled around. Stop it, Mikhail. I'm calling the others back inside. She pressed him back among the pillows. His hand caught the nape of her neck with unexpected strength. You are the only reason I am living right now. I told you I would make mistakes. You cannot give up on me on us. You do know me, everything important. You can look into my mind and know I need you. I would never hurt you. You have hurt me. This hurts. Those people out there are your family, your people. I'm from another country, a different race. This isn't my home, and it never will be. Let me call them to you and just let me go. You are right, Raven. I told you there would be no lies between us, yet I have this need to protect you from anything violent or frightening, anything that can hurt you. His thumb moved over her delicate cheekbone, slid lower to caress her silken mouth. Do not leave me, Raven. Do not destroy me. It would kill me if you left me. His eyes were eloquent, persuasive, meeting hers unflinchingly, not attempting to hide the raw truth of his words from her, his total vulnerability. Mikhail, she said softly in despair. I look at you, and something deep within me says we belong together, you do need me, and I will never be complete without you. But I know it's nonsense. I've lived most of my life on my own, and I was quite happy. You were isolated, in pain. No one saw you, knew who you were. No one else could appreciate you or care for your needs as I can. Do not do this thing, Raven. Do not. His hand on her arm drew her inevitably closer. How could she resist Mikhail at his most tempting? It was too late, far too late. His mouth was already finding hers. His lips were cool, tender, so gentle it brought tears to her eyes. She rested her forehead against his. You hurt me, Mikhail, really hurt me. I know, little one, I am sorry. Please forgive me. A small smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. Is it really that easy? His thumb erased a tear trickling down her face. No, but it is all I have to give you at this moment. You need help, and I know I can't be the one to help you. I'll go. You can contact me when you feel up to it. I promise not to go anywhere until you're better. Put my ring back on your finger, Raven, he said softly. She shook her head, drew away from him. I don't think so, Mikhail. Let's let things be for a while. Let me think things through. His hand caressed her nape, slid over her shoulder, down her arm until his fingers circled her wrist. I need to sleep tomorrow, really sleep. I want you protected from these people. He knew she would assume he meant that they would drag him. Raven smoothed back the tangle of coffee-colored hair from his forehead. I'll be fine on my own, as I have been for years. You're so busy looking after the world, you think there's no one who is capable of looking after themselves. I promise you I won't leave, and I promise I will be careful. I won't go hiding in their closets or under their beds. Mikhail caught her chin firmly. These people are dangerous, Raven, fanatical. I found that out tonight. Can they identify you? All at once she couldn't breathe. She was becoming desperate to have his friends take care of his wounds. No way. And there is no way they will know. I found out 2 more names. Eugene, very dark, a Hungarian accent. That would be Eugene Slavinsky. He came in on the train with the tour group. Someone named Kurt? He lay back against the pillow, no longer able to block out the pain in his thigh. It was cutting at his nerve endings like a rusty saw blade going through his skin. Kurt von Halen. He was on the tour also. There was a 3rd man. No one spoke his name. His voice revealed his weakness. He was about 70, gray hair, a thin gray mustache. That must be Harry Summers, Margaret's husband. The inn harbors a nest of assassins. The worst of it was, the midwife told her husband, told all of them that Noelle was not of the undead. How could they believe such nonsense when she gave life to a child? God, what a terrible waste of life. Grief washed over him anew, added to his burden of pain. Raven could feel it hammering at her insides cruelly. I'm going to go now so they can help you, Mikhail. You're getting weaker by the minute. She bent to kiss his forehead. I can feel their anxiety. He caught her hand. Put my ring back on your finger. His thumb caressed the inside of her wrist. I want you to wear it. It is important to me. All right, Mikhail, but only so you'll rest. We'll sort it out when you're feeling better. Call your friends now. I'll drive your car back to the inn. She touched his skin. He was cold, very cold. Raven pushed the ring back on her finger. He caught at her again. Do not go near those people. Stay in your room. I will sleep through the day. You rest, and I will come for you in the evening. Very ambitious of you. Gently she pushed a stray lock of hair from his forehead. I think you'll be in bed for a while. Carpathians heal quickly. Jacques will see you home safely. That really isn't necessary, she declined, uneasy in the presence of strangers. It is necessary for my peace of mind, Mikhail said softly, his black eyes imploring her to give in to him. At Raven's small nod he pushed his luck. Before you go, please try another glass of juice. It will go a long way to alleviate my worry for you. He knew by reading her mind that she had tried some juice earlier. Her stomach had rebelled, before the first sip had even passed her lips. He cursed himself for that. He was directly responsible for her body's rejection of human nutrients. Raven was already far too thin. She couldn't afford weight loss. The smell of it makes me sick, she admitted, wanting to humor him but knowing it was impossible. I think I really do have the flu. I'll try later, Mikhail. I will help you. He murmured the words softly, his dark eyes clouded with worry. I need to do this for you. Please, little one, allow me to do this simple thing. Behind her, the door opened and his 3 friends entered. One stood to the side of the door expectantly. He looked like a gentler version of Mikhail. You must be Jacques. Raven touched Mikhail's cold hand once before leaving the room. And you're Raven. He was looking at the ring on her finger, not even trying to hide his smirk. She lifted an eyebrow. I didn't want him upset. It seemed the quickest way to get out of here so you people can help him. She had been unable to use Jacques to see Mikhail. His mind shield had been too strong to penetrate. Byron had been an easy target. When she headed for the front door, Jacques shook his head and crooked his finger at her. He wants you to drink some juice. Oh, give it a rest. I didn't say I would. We can stay here all night. He shrugged broad shoulders and flashed a quick, lopsided grin. I would not mind. Mikhail's house is comfortable. She scowled at him, tried to look fierce when something in her was beginning to find the entire lot of them comical. Males thought they were so logical. You're just like him. And don't take it as a compliment either, she added, when he looked pleased. He grinned again, that lopsided, heart-stopping grin that must break hearts everywhere he went. You're related to him, aren't you? Raven guessed, certain she was right. How could he not be? He had that same charm, the same eyes, the same good looks. When he claims me. He poured a glass of fresh apple juice and handed it to her. He wouldn't know. It was going to kill her to drink it. He would know. He knows everything. And where you are concerned, he can get a mite testy. So drink. She sighed in resignation and tried to force herself to swallow the juice without disturbing Mikhail. She knew Jacques was right about Mikhail. He would know if she didn't drink it, and it seemed so desperately important to him. Her stomach rolled, heaved in protest. Raven gagged, coughed. Call to him, Jacques instructed. Let him help you. He's so weak, he doesn't need this. He will not go to sleep until you are taken care of, Jacques persisted. Call him, or we will never get out of here. You even sound like him, she murmured. Mikhail, I'm sorry. I need your help with this. He sent her warmth, love. The soft command allowed her to drain the glass, keep the juice in her stomach. She rinsed the glass in the sink and turned it upside down. You were right. He wouldn't let them treat him until I drank it. He's so stubborn. Our women come first always. Do not worry about him. We would never allow anything to happen to Mikhail. He led the way out of the house to the car hidden under the canopy of trees. Raven paused. Listen to them. The wolves. They're singing to him, for him. They know he's hurt. Jacques opened the car door for her. His dark eyes, so like Mikhail's, slid over her. You are very unusual. So Mikhail says. I think that's beautiful, that the wolves are calling encouragement to him. Jacques started the engine. You know you cannot say a word to anyone of Mikhail's injury. It would put him in danger. He made it a statement, but she could sense his deep need to protect Mikhail. Raven liked him all the more for that, felt a bond with him, but she sent Jacques a little frown of reprimand all the same. You people are so arrogant. You insist on believing that because the human race does not have great telepathic abilities, we're somehow lacking in intellect. I assure you, I have a brain and I'm perfectly capable of figuring that out all by myself. He grinned at her again. You must make him completely crazy. The hotshot thing was great. I would be willing to bet it was the first time he was ever called that. It's good for him. If more people gave him a little trouble, he would be more. She hesitated, searching for the right word. She laughed softly. He'd be more something. Amenable. Amenable? There's a description that we can never use in the same sentence with Mikhail. None of us have ever seen him happy like this. Thank you, Jacques said softly. Deliberately, he drew the car into the shadows. Be very careful tonight and tomorrow. Do not leave your room until Mikhail contacts you. Raven rolled her eyes, made a face at him. I'll be fine. You do not understand. If anything happened to you, we would lose him. She paused, her hand on the doorknob. They will take care of him, won't they? She didn't want to say it, but she felt as though part of her was missing, a chunk wrenched from her soul. Her mind cried out for contact with Mikhail, just a touch. Anything to reassure her that he was perfectly fine and they were still united. They know what to do. He will heal fast. I must get back to him. Without Grigory, I am the strongest, the closest to him. He needs me right now. Mikhail was weak, consumed with pain, hunger clawing at him along with guilt. He had hurt her, come close to losing her. How could he make so many mistakes when she was all that mattered to him? He should never have told her an untruth over something so unimportant. Raven. He needed to reach out to her, touch her mind with his, feel her, know she was there. Despite pain and weakness and hunger, the worst of it was the terrible aching hole in his very soul. Intellectually, he knew the ritual binding them together had caused this overwhelming need, but the knowledge didn't alleviate his need to touch her mind. Mikhail, drink. Jacques materialized beside the bed, caught his older brother to him, his face a mask of fury. Why did you allow him to go without aid, Eric? He thought only of the woman, Eric said in self-defense. Jacques swore softly. She is safe in her room, Mikhail. You must drink for both of you. One cannot exist without the other. If you do not survive, you doom her to death or at best a half-life. Jacques swallowed his anger, took a deep calming breath. Take my blood. I give it to you freely, without reservation. My life is your life, together we are strong. He used the formal words, meaning every one of them. He would have given his life for their leader. The others began the ritual healing chant. They spoke in a hypnotic rhythm, and the ancient tongue was beautiful. Behind him, Jacques heard the murmur of voices, smelled the sweet aroma of soothing, healing herbs. Carpathian soil, so rich in healing properties, was mixed with herbs and saliva from their mouths and placed over the wounds. Jacques held his brother in his arms, felt his strength, his life flow into Mikhail, and he thanked God for his ability to help him. Mikhail was a good man, a great man, and his people could not lose him. Mikhail felt strength pouring into him, into his depleted muscles, into his brain and heart. Jacques' strong body trembled, and he sat abruptly on the edge of the bed, still cradling Mikhail in his arms, still holding his brother's head to make it easier for him to replenish what he had lost. Mikhail resisted, surprised at how strong Jacques still was, how weak he remained despite the transfer. No, I endanger you. He said the words sharply in his mind because Jacques refused to release him. It is not enough, my brother. Take what is freely offered with no thought but to heal. Jacques continued the chant as long as he was able, signaling Eric when he was growing too weak to continue. Eric slashed his wrist without thought, without wincing at the gaping, painful wound, offering his wrist to Jacques, who continued to supply Mikhail with his life's blood. Eric and Byron provided the soft rhythmic words of ritual while Jacques replenished himself and Mikhail. The room itself seemed filled with warmth and love, smelled clean and fresh. The ritual healing signaled a new beginning. It was Eric who called a halt when he could see Mikhail's color had returned, when he could hear the steady beat of his heart and feel the blood flowing freely, safely, in his veins. Byron put a supporting arm around Jacques, helped him to a chair. Without a word he took Eric's place, supplying life-giving fluid to Jacques. Mikhail stirred, accepted the pain of his injury as part of the healing process, as part of the mechanics of living. He turned his head. His dark gaze sought and found Jacques, rested on him like a touch. Is he all right? His voice was very soft, but commanding all the same. Mikhail was authoritative no matter what the circumstances. Jacques looked up, pale and wan, flashed a grin and winked. One spent a lot of time pulling your butt out of trouble, big brother. You would think a man a good 200 years older than me would have the sense to watch his own backside. Mikhail smiled tiredly. You get pretty cocky when I am lying on my backside. We have 4 hours till sunrise, Mikhail, Eric said gravely. Byron and I must feed. You need to go underground. Soon the separation between you and your woman will begin to eat at you. You cannot afford to expend the energy for mind touch. You need to go to ground now before you cannot stand it. One will set the safeguards and sleep a few feet above you to ensure your protection, Jacques said softly. He had lost his sister to the assassins. He was not about to lose his brother. He needed the soil himself. Even with Eric and Byron to replenish him, he knew he was still weak and needed the healing sleep. Mikhail lifted an eyebrow. 5 minutes in her company and you are ready to mutiny. A small, weary smile softened the hard line of his mouth. He closed his eyes tiredly, guilt washing over him. It would be Raven who bore the brunt of this night. He would be deep in the ground, far beyond pain, beyond knowledge of separation, beyond grief and the hatred for his species. Raven would be surrounded by the assassins, in danger every moment. More than that, she would have to endure the loss of their mind. Touch, little one. He put a wealth of love in his summons. You are better? Relief. I am getting there quickly. Are you in bed? Always the bed thing. I heard you earlier, your fear for Jacques. I know it was Jacques. You have affection in your thoughts of him. Is he okay too? He is tired. He gave me blood. It was draining to make the contact, to cover the distance, but he needed it desperately for both their sakes. I can hear your weariness. Sleep now. You're not to worry about me, she instructed softly. She ached for the touch of his fingers, the sight of him. Mikhail, you are speaking with her, Eric thundered. You cannot. Jacques waved a dismissing hand at Eric. You should have known he would do so. Mikhail, if you wish it, one of us can send her to sleep. It will be uncomfortable for you. You will find it difficult to sleep, to eat. You will need to be with me. Your mind will seek mine, yet you will be unable to reach me. I do not have the strength to aid you this night in sleeping. Will you allow Eric or Byron to command you? Mikhail didn't like the idea. Raven found herself smiling. He had no idea how much she could rid of him. He wanted her safe, wanted her asleep while he was, but he didn't like the idea of another man doing something so intimate as commanding her to sleep. I'll be fine, Mikhail. The truth is, it's hard enough for me to accept that kind of thing from you. I could never accept it from one of them. I'll be fine, I promise. I love you, little one. Those are the words of your people, and they come from my heart. Mikhail used a last burst of strength to send a plea to the only human he could trust to ensure Raven's safety. Raven closed her eyes, knowing she had to let him go before his strength was gone. Sleep, Mikhail. In the words of your people, you are my life mate. She stared up at the ceiling for a long time after he was gone. She had never felt so alone, so completely barren and cold. She wrapped her arms around herself, sat in the middle of the quilts, and rocked herself in an effort to relax. She had spent a lifetime alone, had learned to enjoy her own company as a young child. Raven sighed. It was so silly. Mikhail was going to be perfectly fine. She would take the opportunity to read a book, continue her study of the language. Mikhail's language. She walked barefoot around the room. Paced. She felt cold and rubbed her arms to warm herself. Snapping on the lamp, Raven dragged the latest in paperback fiction from her suitcase, determined to get into the tangled web of deceit and murder spiced with romance. She stuck to it for an hour, reading the same paragraph 2 and 3 times. It happened repeatedly, but Raven was determined until she realized she had not comprehended a single word. She threw the book across the room in frustration. What was she going to do about Mikhail? She had no family left in the States, no one who would care if she never returned. After everything that had happened, she still wanted to be with Mikhail, needed to be with him. Common sense dictated that she should leave before it went on much longer. She had no room in her mind or heart for common sense. Raven swept a hand tiredly through her hair. She had no wish to return to the work of chasing serial killers. So, what to do about Mikhail? She hadn't learned to say no to him. She knew what love was. She had met a few couples who shared the genuine article. But what she felt toward Mikhail was so far beyond that emotion. It was more than passion and warmth, it bordered on obsession. Mikhail was in her somehow, flowing in her blood, wrapped in her insides, around her heart. He had somehow entered her mind, stolen some secret part of her soul. It wasn't simply that her body craved his, burned for his, that her skin crawled with need for him. She was like a drug addict desperate for a drug. Was that love or some sick obsession? And then there was what Mikhail felt for her. His emotions were so sharp, so intense. The way he felt around her made what she felt seem a pale imitation. Their relationship frightened her. He was so territorial, so possessive, so wild and untamed. He was dangerous, a man who ruled others and was used to having complete authority. Judge, jury, and executioner. So many people depended on him. Raven put her hands over her face. He needed her. There was no one else for him. He truly needed her. Only her. She wasn't sure how she knew that, but she did. There was no doubt in her mind. She saw it in his eyes. They were cold and emotionless when he looked at others. Those same eyes smoldered with molten heat when they looked at her. His mouth could be hard, edged with cruelty until it softened when he laughed with her, talked to her, kissed her. He needed her. She went back to pacing. His customs, his way of living, were so different from hers. You're scared, Raven. She chastised herself. She pressed her forehead against the window pane. You're really afraid. You won't ever be able to leave him. He wielded so much power, used it without thought. It was more than that if she was to be strictly fair. She needed him. His laughter, the way he touched her so gently, so tenderly. The way he burned for her, his gaze hungry and possessive, scorching, his needs so urgent that he was wild for her. His conversation, his intellect, his sense of humor so close to her own. They belonged to each other. Two halves of the same whole. Raven stood in the center of her room, shocked at her thinking. Why did she believe that they were meant to be together? Her mind seemed terribly distracted, chaotic even. Usually Raven was cool at all times, thinking things through rationally, yet it seemed she was almost incapable of that now. Everything in her cried out for Mikhail, just to feel his presence, to know he was near. Without conscious thought she reached out to him and found space. He was either too far away or too deep in a drug-induced sleep for her to reach him. It left her shaky and feeling more alone than ever. Bereft even. She bit at her knuckles anxiously. Her body moved because it had to. Back and forth across the room, over and over until she was totally exhausted. The weight in her heart seemed to have increased with every step. She was losing her ability to think straight, to breathe. Desperately, she reached out again just to touch Mikhail's mind once, to know he was somewhere safe. She found emptiness. Raven drew her knees up, dragged the pillow to her. There in the darkness, rocking back and forth, grief overwhelmed her. It consumed her so that all she could think was of Mikhail. He was gone. He had left her, and she was completely alone, half a person, a mere shadow. Tears burned, ran down her face, and emptiness clawed at her insides. She could not possibly exist without him. All her thoughts of leaving, all her careful calculations didn't matter, couldn't matter. The sane part of her whispered that it was impossible to feel this way. Mikhail couldn't be her other half. She had survived for years without him. She couldn't want to throw herself off the balcony simply because she couldn't reach him with a mind touch. Raven found herself walking across the room, step by slow step, as if someone other than herself compelled her to do so. She flung open the doors to the wraparound balcony. Cold air rushed in, with a hint of dampness. Fog completely veiled the mountains and forest. It was so beautiful, yet Raven was unable to see it. There could be no life without Mikhail. Her hands found the wooden railing, her fingers digging absently into two deep scars she found in the wood. She ran her fingertip back and forth in the depressions, a small caress, the only real thing in a barren world of emptiness. Miss Whitney. Wrapped up in her own grief, she had noticed no one. She whirled around, her hand going defensively to her throat. "Forgive me for startling you." Father Hummer's voice was gentle. He rose from a chair positioned in the corner of her balcony. A blanket was wrapped around his shoulders, but she could see he was shivering from long exposure to the night air. "It isn't safe out here for you, my dear." He took her arm, led her like a child back to her room, and carefully locked the balcony doors. Raven found her voice. "What in the world were you doing out there? How did you get out there?" The priest smiled smugly. "It wasn't hard. Mrs. Galvenstein is a member of the church. She knows Mikhail and I are close friends. I simply told her Mikhail was engaged to you and that I needed to deliver a message. As I am old enough to be your grandfather, she thought it safe enough to allow me to wait on the balcony until you returned. And, of course, she would never pass up an opportunity to do something for Mikhail. He is very generous and asks very little in return. I believe he made the original purchase of the inn and allowed Mrs. Galvenstein to make much smaller, more reasonable and manageable payments to him." Raven kept her back to him, unable to stem the flood of tears. "I'm sorry, Father. I can't talk right now. I don't know what's wrong with me." He reached his hand over her shoulder to wave a handkerchief at her. "Mikhail was worried this night would be difficult on you. And tomorrow. He hoped you would spend it with me." "I'm so afraid," Raven confessed, "and it's silly. There's no reason to be afraid of anything. I don't know why I'm behaving so badly. Mikhail is fine. He's indestructible, my dear, a great jungle cat with 9 lives. I have known him for years. Nothing will keep Mikhail down." Sorrow. It invaded every inch of her body, crawled in her mind, lay heavy on her soul. Mikhail was lost to her. Somehow, some way, during those few hours he was apart from her, he had slipped away. Raven shook her head, her grief so deep and wild she was strangling on it, unable to get enough air to breathe. Raven, stop this. Father Hummer caught her small, bent figure and guided her to the edge of the bed. Mikhail asked me to be here. He said he would come for you early this evening. You don't know. Why would he have gotten me out of bed at such an hour? I'm an old man, child. I need my rest. You need to think, use your intellect. But it feels so real, as if he's dead and I've lost him forever. But you know it isn't so, he argued reasonably. Mikhail chose you for his own. What you share with him is what his people share with their mates. They take the physical and mental bond for granted. They cherish it, and from what I have learned over the years, it is so strong, one rarely survives the loss of the other. Mikhail's people are more of the earth, wild and free like the animals, but with phenomenal abilities and a conscience. He surveyed her tear-ravaged face, the grief in her eyes. She was still laboring to breathe, but he felt her tears lessen. Are you listening to me, Raven? She nodded, striving desperately to latch onto his words, to regain her sanity. This man knew Mikhail, had known him for years. She could read his affection for Mikhail, and he was certain of Mikhail's strength. For some reason, God has given you the ability to form a mental as well as physical link to Mikhail. With that comes awesome responsibility. You literally hold his life in your hands. You must get beyond this feeling and use your brain. You know he isn't dead. He told you he would return. He sent me to you, afraid you might harm yourself. Think, reason. You're human, not an animal crying out for its mate. Raven tried to grasp what he was saying. She felt as if she was in a deep hole and couldn't claw her way out. She concentrated on each of his words, forcing them into her mind. Deep breathing forced air into her burning lungs. Was it possible? Damn him for putting her through this, for knowing it would happen. Was she really that far gone? Raven brushed the tears from her face, determined to pull herself together. She was determined to push the grief aside enough to let in rational thought. She could feel it eating at her, waiting on the outer edges of her consciousness to consume her. And why can't I eat or drink anything but water? She rubbed at her temples, missing the alarm that spread across the priest's weathered features. Father Hummer cleared his throat. How long has that been going on, Miss Whitney? The terrible emptiness crouched in her gut, in her mind, waiting to leap, to sink its teeth into her again. Raven struggled for control. She lifted her chin. Raven, please call me Raven. You seem to know all about me anyway. She was trying to control the trembling. Holding out her hands, she stared at them as they shook. Isn't this silly? Come to my house, child. It will be dawn soon. You can spend the day with me. I would consider it a great honor. He knew this would happen to me, didn't he? Raven asked softly, beginning to understand. That's why he sent you. He was afraid I might actually harm myself. Edgar Hummer let out his breath slowly. I'm afraid so, child. They are not as we are. So he tried to tell me. But I'm not like them. Why would this happen to me? Raven asked. It doesn't make any sense. Why did he think this would happen? You completed the ritual with him. You're his other half. The light to his darkness. One can't be without the other. Come with me, Raven, back to my house. We'll sit together and talk of Mikhail until he comes for you. Chapter 8. Raven hesitated. The idea of learning more about Mikhail was tempting. Very tempting. I think now that I know what is happening to me, I might be able to handle it on my own. It's very late, Father, and I already feel ashamed that you've had to sit in the cold and watch over me. Father Hummer patted her wrist. That's nonsense, girl. I enjoy these little errands. At my age, one looks forward to the unusual. At least come downstairs and spend some time with me. Mrs. Galvenstein keeps a fire going in the parlor. Raven shook her head vigorously, an instinctive act of protection for Mikhail. The inn held many of his enemies within its walls. She would never place him in danger no matter how difficult a time she might be experiencing. Edgar Hummer sighed softly. I can't leave you, Raven. I gave my word to Mikhail. He has done so much for my congregation, the people in this village, and asks little in return. The priest rubbed his jaw thoughtfully. I must stay, child, in case it grows worse. Raven swallowed hard. Margaret Summers was asleep somewhere in the building. Raven could guard herself, even her most intense grief, but she could easily read Father Hummer's natural worry. If she could do it, Margaret could. Making up her mind, Raven caught up her jacket, brushed at the tears on her face, and led the way down the stairs before she changed her mind. The most important thing for her at that moment was to protect Mikhail. The need was elemental, part of her soul. Once outside, Raven zipped her jacket to her chin. She had changed to her faded jeans and a college sweatshirt the moment she had returned to her room. Fog was everywhere, thick, only a foot or so from the ground. It was very cold. She glanced at the priest. His English might be a bit halting, but intelligence and integrity shone on his weathered features and in the faded blue of his eyes. He was cold from the time spent on the balcony. The priest was too old to be dragged from the warmth of his cottage to do such a task in the middle of the night. She pushed back stray tendrils of hair as she forced herself to walk calmly through the village. It should have been peaceful, but she carried the knowledge that a group of fanatical people was murdering those they believed to be vampires. Inside, her heart was aching and heavy. Her mind needed the reassurance of a mind touch with Mikhail. She glanced at the older man beside her. His walk was brisk, his manner restful, soothing. This was a man long ago at peace with himself and those around him. "You're certain he's alive?" The question slipped out before she could stop it, just when she was so proud of herself for appearing normal. "Absolutely, child. He gave me the impression that he would be gone this day until nightfall without the usual means of contacting him." He grinned at her, a conspirator's grin. "Personally, I use his pager. Gadgets fascinate me. When I visit him, I play on his computer as often as I can. Once I locked the thing up, and it took him a while to figure out what I did to it. He was absurdly pleased with that. Of course, you understand, I could have told him, but it would have taken all the fun out of it." Raven laughed. She couldn't help herself. "At last, a man after my own heart. I'm glad someone besides myself gives him a hard time. He needs it, you know. All those people bowing and scraping. It's not good for him." Her hands were freezing, so she shoved them into her pockets. "I do my best, Raven," the priest admitted, "but we don't need to be telling him. Some things are best kept between us." She smiled at him, relaxing just a little. "I agree with you on that. How long have you known Mikhail?" If she couldn't reach out to him, touch him, maybe she could soothe the gaping raw wound of emptiness by talking about him. She found she was beginning to feel angry at Mikhail. He should have prepared her for this. The priest looked toward the forest, toward Mikhail's home, then raised his eyes heavenward. He had known Mikhail since his own youth, when he'd been a green priest, sent straight from his homeland to a tiny village in the middle of nowhere. Of course, he had been moved around since, but he was semi-retired now, and they let him go where he wanted, the place he had grown to love. Her blue eyes were sharp as they studied him. "I don't want to put you in the position of having to lie, Father. I find myself doing enough of that for Mikhail, and I'm not even certain why. Lord knows, he doesn't ask me to." There was sorrow in her voice, regret, confusion. "I wouldn't lie," he said. "Is omission the same thing as a lie, Father?" Tears made her eyes luminous, sparkling on her long lashes. "Something is happening to me, something I don't understand, and it terrifies me." "Do you love him?" She could hear the sound of their footsteps loud in the silence of the pre-dawn hours. Their hearts beat steadily, their blood pumping in their veins. As she passed houses, she could hear snoring, creaks, rustles, the sound of a couple making love. Her fingers sought and found Mikhail's ring as if it was a talisman. She covered it carefully with her palm, as if she could hold Mikhail there. Did she love him? Everything in her was fascinated, exhilarated by Mikhail. Certainly the physical chemistry between them was powerful, explosive even. But Mikhail was a mystery, a dangerous man who lived in a world of shadows she could not possibly comprehend. How do you love what you don't understand, what you don't know? Even as she asked the question, she could see his smile, the tenderness in his eyes. She could hear his laughter, their conversations that went on for hours, their silences that stretched companionably between them. "You know, Mikhail, you are an extraordinary woman. You can sense his goodness, his compassion. He has a streak of jealousy, and he's more than possessive, Raven pointed out. She knew him, yes, good and bad, and she had accepted him the way he was. But now she realized that although he had opened his mind to her, she had only glimpsed parts of him. Don't forget his protective streak, his deep sense of duty, Father Hummer countered with a small smile. Raven shrugged, finding she was near tears again. It was humiliating to her to be so out of control when she knew the priest was right. Mikhail was not dead. He was somewhere in a drug-induced sleep and would get in touch with her the moment he was able. The intensity of what I feel for him scares me, Father. It isn't normal. He would give his life for you. Mikhail would be incapable of harming you. If I know anything of him, I know that you can enter a relationship with him knowing he would never be unfaithful, never raise his hand to you, and always put you first in all things. Edgar Hummer said the words with complete conviction. He knew the truth of it as surely as he knew there was a God in heaven. She swiped at the tears with the back of her hand. I believe he wouldn't hurt me, I know he wouldn't. But what of others? He has so many special gifts, so much power. The opportunity to misuse such a talent is tremendous. Father Hummer pushed open the door to his cottage and waved her inside. Do you actually believe that is what he did? He is their leader by blood. The lineage goes back far in time. He is called their prince, although he would never admit it to you. They look to him for leadership and guidance, just as my congregation often comes to me. Raven needed something to do, so she built a fire in the stone fireplace while the priest brewed a cup of herbal tea. He's really a prince? For some reason that dismayed her. On top of everything else, she was contemplating a commitment to royalty. Those things never worked out. I'm afraid so, child, Father Hummer admitted ruefully. He is considered the last word on everything. Perhaps that is why he tends to look and act as though he might be an important person. He has many responsibilities, and as long as I've known him, he has never failed to meet any of them. She sat back on the floor, pushing the heavy fall of hair away from her tear-stained face. Sometimes when Mikhail and I are together, it feels as if we're two halves of the same whole. He can be so serious and brooding and so alone. I love to make him laugh, to bring life into his eyes. But then he does things. Her voice trailed off. Father Hummer set a cup of tea beside her, taking his familiar place in the armchair. What kinds of things? He prompted gently. She let her breath out slowly, raggedly. I've been alone most of my life. I've always done whatever I wanted to do. When I want, I pick up and move. I travel quite a bit and I value my freedom. I've never had to answer to anyone. And you prefer that way of life to what you could have with Mikhail? Her hands shook as they circled the teacup, absorbing its warmth. You ask tough questions, Father. I thought Mikhail and I could come to some sort of compromise. But it all happened so fast, and now I don't know if the things I'm feeling are entirely my own. He's always with me. Now, all of a sudden, he isn't, and I can't stand it. Look at me, I'm a mess. You didn't know me before, but I'm used to being alone. I'm completely independent. Could he have done something to make this happen? Mikhail would never force you to love him. I'm not certain he could do such a thing. She swallowed a steadying sip of tea. I know that. But what about now? Why can't I be away from him? I like being alone, I value my privacy, yet without his touch, I'm falling apart. Do you have any idea how humiliating it is for someone like me? Father Hummer lowered his cup to the saucer and regarded her with troubled eyes. There is no need to feel that way, Raven. I do know that Mikhail said when the male of his race meets his true life mate, he can say ritual words to her and bind them together as they were meant to be. If she is not the one, neither is affected in any way, but if she is, one can't be without the other. Raven put a defensive hand to her throat. What words? Did he tell you the actual words? Father Hummer shook his head regretfully. Only that once said to the right woman, she is bound to him and can't escape. The words are like our marriage vows. Carpathians have a different standard of values, of right and wrong. There is no such thing as divorce to them. It isn't in their vocabulary. The two people are virtually two halves of the same whole. What if one was unhappy? Her fingers were twisting together in agitation. She remembered hearing Mikhail say something unusual. The memory was hazy like a dream. A Carpathian male will do anything necessary to ensure the happiness of his life mate. I don't know or understand how it works, but Mikhail told me the bond is so strong, a male can't do anything else but know how to make his woman happy. Raven touched her neck, her palm lingering over her pulse. Whatever he did must work, father, because I'm not the type to throw myself off a balcony because I've been away from a man a couple of hours. I guess we should both be hoping Mikhail is getting a taste of his own medicine, Father Hummer said with a small smile. Raven's heart slammed hard in her chest, her body shrieking in instant protest. The thought of Mikhail suffering in any way was terribly upsetting. She tried to conjure up an answering smile. Somehow I think he's safe from feeling anything. The priest studied her shadowed, grief-stricken face over his teacup. I think Mikhail is very lucky to have found you. You're strong yourself, just as he is. I'm putting up a great front, then Raven wiped at her eyes with her knuckles, because I feel like I'm breaking apart inside. And I'm not very happy with Mikhail. Nor do I think you should be, yet your first instinct is to protect him. You are horrified by the idea that he might be suffering as you are. I don't like to see anyone in pain. There's something sad about Mikhail, as if he's borne the weight of the world on his shoulders for far too long. Sometimes I look at his face, and there's such sorrow there, not in his eyes exactly, but etched into his face. Raven sighed. I guess I'm not making any sense, but he needs someone to take the shadows away. That's an interesting assessment, child, and I must say, I know what you mean. I've seen the very same thing in him. Taking his shadows away. He repeated the words aloud, musing over them. That's it exactly. Raven nodded. Like he's seen too much violence, too many terrible things, and it's pulled him deeper and deeper into darkness. When I'm close to him, I can feel that. He stands like a guardian in front of some evil, malevolent gate and holds monsters at bay so the rest of us can go about our lives and never know we were even threatened. Father Hummer's breath caught in his throat. Is that how you see him? A guardian of the gate. Raven nodded. It's an image very vivid in my mind. I know it probably sounds melodramatic to you. I wish I could have said those very words to him myself, the priest said softly. Many times he has come here seeking comfort, yet I never knew exactly what to say. I prayed God would send help to him to find his answer, Raven, and perhaps he sent you. She was trembling, constantly fighting the torment in her head, the need to touch Mikhail, the idea that he might be gone from Earth. Raven took a deep, calming breath, grateful for the priest. I don't think I'm God's answer to anything, Father. Right now I want to curl up into a little ball and cry. You can do this, Raven. You know he lives. Raven sipped at the tea. It was hot and delicious. It put some warmth back into her insides, but it could never hope to heat the terrible emptiness, ice-cold and grasping, that was devouring her soul. Slowly, inch by inch, that black hole was growing. She tried to concentrate on other things, to enjoy her conversation with this man who knew and respected, even had great affection for, Mikhail. Raven took another drink of tea, struggling desperately to hang on to her sanity. Mikhail is an extraordinary man, Father Hummer said, hoping to distract her. He is one of the most gentle men I have ever met. His sense of right and wrong is tremendous. He has a will of iron. I've seen that, Raven acknowledged. I'll bet you have. Mikhail is a man few would want to have as an enemy. But he is also loyal and caring. I saw him restore this very village nearly single-handedly after a disaster once. Every person in it is important to him. There is a greatness in Mikhail. She had drawn up her knees and was rocking back and forth. Breathing was so difficult. Each separate breath was agony to draw into her lungs. Mikhail, where are you? The cry was wrenched from her heart. She needed him, just once, to answer, to touch her. Just once. Black emptiness yawned back at her. Deliberately she bit down hard on her lower lip, welcoming the pain, concentrating on it. She was strong. She had a brain. Whatever was consuming her, convincing her that she could not bear to go on without Mikhail, would not defeat her. It was not real. Abruptly Father Hummer got to his feet, then drew her up beside him. Enough, Raven. Let's go outside, tend my garden. Once you feel the dirt on your hands, breathe in the fresh air, you will feel so much better. If that didn't work, He would have no choice but to fall to his knees and pray. Raven managed laughter through her tears. When you touch me, Father, I know what you're thinking. Is a priest supposed to hate getting down on his knees? He released her as if she had burned him, then began to laugh himself. At my age, my dear, with my arthritis, I feel much more like swearing than praying when I kneel. And you have uncovered one of my greatest secrets. In spite of everything, they both laughed softly as they went out into the morning sunlight. Raven's eyes watered, protesting the glare. She had to close her eyes against the pain slicing right through her head. She clapped her hand over her eyes. The sun is so bright. I can hardly see and it hurts to open my eyes. Doesn't it bother you? Mikhail may have left a pair of sunglasses here. He tends to do that sort of thing when he loses a chess match. The priest rummaged through a drawer, returning with a pair of dark glasses, specially crafted for Mikhail. The frames were too large for her face, but Father Hummer fastened them with a band. Slowly Raven opened her eyes. The frames were surprisingly light considering just how dark the lenses were. The relief to her eyes was instantaneous. These are great. I don't recognize the name. One of Mikhail's friends makes them. The garden was beautiful. Raven sank down and buried her hands in the rich, dark soil. Her fingers curled around its richness. Something heavy eased in her heart, allowed a little more air into her laboring lungs. She had an urge to lie down full length in the fertile bed, to close her eyes and absorb the earth into her skin. It was Father Hummer's garden that got her through the long hours of the morning. The noonday sun sent her seeking the sanctuary of his cottage. Even with the protection of glasses, Raven's eyes burned, watered, ached in the power of the sun. Her skin seemed ultrasensitive, burning and reddening fast, although she had never sunburned before. They retreated together and managed 2 chess games, one interrupted while Raven concentrated on fighting her private demons. She was grateful for Father Hummer's presence, uncertain she could have survived her separation from Mikhail. Without him, she drank herbal tea to counteract the terrible weakness in her body from lack of food. The afternoon hours seemed endless. Raven managed to stave off the yawning emptiness with only a few bouts of weeping. By 5 o'clock, she was exhausted and determined that for her own pride, she had to manage the last couple of hours on her own. Mikhail would call for her in 2 hours, 3 at the most, if he had spoken the truth. If Raven was to live with herself, recover any of her independence and dignity, she had to face those last hours alone. Even with the sun so much lower in the sky and clouds beginning to move across the horizon, sunlight still hurt her eyes despite the dark glasses. Without them, she would never have made it through the village streets back to the inn. Fortunately, the inn was relatively quiet. Mrs. Galvenstein and her people were in the midst of preparing dinner and setting up the dining room. None of the other guests were present, so Raven was able to escape unnoticed to her room. She took a long shower, allowing the hot water to beat on her body, hoping it would drive out her terrible need for Mikhail. She braided her damp, blue-black hair into a long, thick tail and lay down on her bed without a stitch on. The cool air fanned her skin, hot from the shower, traveled over her, soothing her. Raven closed her eyes. She became aware of the sound of pottery chinking together as the tables were set. Without conscious thought, she latched onto that. It seemed a good way to keep misery and grief at bay, to explore this new capability. Raven found that with a little concentration she could turn the volume down low, even off, or she could hear insects beating their wings in the pantry. There was the sound of mice scurrying around in the walls, a few in the attic. The cook and the maid argued briefly over the maid's duties. Mrs. Galvenstein hummed off-key in the kitchen as she worked. Whispers drew Raven's attention, the whispers of conspirators. There is no way Mikhail Dubrinsky or Raven Whitney are undead, Margaret Summers was saying hotly. He may know these people, but he isn't a vampire. We have to go now. That was Hans. We won't get another chance like this again. We can't wait for the others. I have no intention of waiting until dark. It's already too late. Jacob's voice was whiny. Only a couple of hours until the sun goes down. It will take an hour just to get there. Not if we hurry. It's trapped in the ground, Hans insisted. By tomorrow it will be gone. I still think we should wait for Eugene and the others, Jacob complained. They have experience. We can't wait, Harry Summers decided. Hans is right. The vampires know we're after them and are probably moving their coffins every day. We can't miss this opportunity. Gather the tools quickly. I still think that Dubrinsky guy is one of them. Raven is completely under his spell. Shelley told me they were engaged, Jacob protested. I am certain of it, as was my father before me. I am convinced he was a young man when my father was born, Hans said grimly. I tell you, it is not so. Margaret was adamant. It is strange, the effect he has on women, and the lengths they go to protect him, Hans said suspiciously, effectively silencing the older woman. Raven could hear the sounds as the assassins gathered their deadly equipment. Had Hans and Jacob convinced Harry Summers to kill Mikhail? Or another of Mikhail's people? She rolled off the bed and dragged on clean, faded jeans. As she dressed in thick socks and hiking boots, she sent a call to Mikhail. Again, she found a black void. Muttering a few choice swear words, Raven jerked a soft powder blue chambray shirt over her head. She didn't know the local police or where to find them. And who would believe there were vampire hunters anyway? It was ludicrous. Father Hummer? He certainly couldn't chase around the mountains at his age. I'll put this stuff in the car, Jacob was saying. No, it will be faster on foot. We can cut through the forest. Put it in the knapsacks, Hans insisted. Hurry, hurry, we don't have much time. We must go before they waken and are at full strength. Raven looked around the room hastily for a weapon. Nothing. When she helped the FBI with a case, the agents accompanying her carried firearms. She took a deep calming breath, kept tuned to the group as they left the inn. There were 4 of them for sure, Margaret, Harry, Jacob, and Hans. She should have suspected Jacob. The night she had attempted to eat dinner with them she had been so sick, she should have realized it was her body's natural reaction to the demented minds of killers. But she had put it down to an overload of emotion from everything that had happened to her. Yet Jacob had touched her. He couldn't have taken part in Noelle's murder or Raven would have known. Harry and Margaret might have convinced him there were vampires around. They were fanatical, dangerous people. Raven knew Shelley wasn't involved. She was sitting on her bed, writing her papers for school. There might be a chance to appeal to Jacob, make him realize just how insane a vampire hunt was. Catching up the dark glasses, Raven slipped out of her room and moved noiselessly down the hall. It was necessary to guard her thoughts and emotions with Margaret Summers close by. Since knowing Mikhail and using telepathic communication with him, Raven was finding it easier and easier to focus her talent. She waited until the group had disappeared onto the path leading into the forest. Her heart jumped, nearly stopped for a moment, then began to pound. Her mouth went dry. The path led to Mikhail's home. She was certain it was the same footpath he had used the first time he had taken her to his house. He was helpless, wounded, in a drug-induced sleep. Raven began to jog, careful not to catch up with the assassins or get too close. She would defend Mikhail with her life if need be, but she wasn't over-anxious for a confrontation if she could avoid it. Darker, more ominous clouds floated across the blue sky. The wind began to pick up, just enough to signal a slow-approaching storm. Leaves blew across the footpath in a steady stream, lighter branches swayed and dipped as she passed. Raven shivered in the cooler air, fear clutching at her. Mikhail, hear me. She sent the imperious demand in desperation, praying as she got closer that she might penetrate whatever barriers the drugs had erected. She heard the sound of ragged breathing and stopped, shrinking back against a broad tree trunk. Harry Summers had fallen behind the rapidly moving group, stopping to catch his breath. Raven watched as he huffed and puffed, dragging air into his lungs. They were climbing higher into the mountains. With a sigh of relief, Raven realized they had taken a fork in the footpath and were now moving away from Mikhail. She sent up a silent prayer of thanks and began to pace behind Harry. She moved with the stealth of one of Mikhail's wolves, astonished that she could do so. Not a twig snapped beneath her feet, not a single rock rolled. If only she had their strength. She was so weak from lack of food, exhausted from lack of sleep. Raven lifted her chin. These people would not commit another senseless murder. It didn't matter that the intended victim was not Mikhail. She had to try to prevent whatever they were going to do. Harry was slowing her down, resting every few minutes. She considered slipping through the trees and getting ahead of him, but that would put enemies both at her front and her back. Half an hour later, Raven glanced anxiously up at the sky. There were thick stands of trees in places, long stretches of meadow in others. That forced her to slow down even more. She didn't dare get caught out in the open. And now the wind was increasing enough to send splinters of cold blasting through her. In her haste to follow the group, she had forgotten her jacket. The sun was still a good hour from sinking, but the gathering clouds had dimmed its light. Storms often gathered quickly in these mountains and raged for hours. Over the next ridge, Raven halted abruptly. A meadow spread out before her, covered in green grass, beds of herbs, and fields of wildflowers. A house was tucked into the trees, surrounded by lush bushes. Harry had joined the others a yard or so away from the house, circling an area of ground. Harry held a wooden stake in his hand, Hans a heavy hammer. They were chanting, sprinkling the ground with water from an urn. Jacob was clutching a shovel and a pickaxe. The first wave of nausea hit Raven, then a peculiar sensation, a wave of pain starting in her lower back, spreading around to her abdomen, tightening every muscle. Not her own pain. It belonged to another. She tasted fear in her mind, her mouth. Desperation. Raven was locked mind to mind with another. Shen to get to the surface so her baby could be born. It's the devil's harlot, she gives birth, Margaret screamed, her face a mask of revulsion and hatred. I feel her fear. She knows we're here and she's helpless. Jacob sank the pickaxe deep into the soft earth. Hans began a frenzied digging. The terrible clinking of metal on rock sickened Raven. It provided background music for the depravity of their fanatical minds. Raven imagined she could hear the very earth scream in pain and outrage. She fought for a calming breath. She needed a plan. The woman must be caught in one of the many mineshafts crisscrossing the area, or an underground cellar of some kind. She was in pain, in labor, afraid for her life and the life of her unborn child. Raven caught the mental footprints, followed them, blocking out everything else and concentrating on bringing the woman into focus. She waited until the contraction subsided and very gently sent a probe. The woman with the assassins can hear your thoughts, feel your pain and fear. Guard yourself and any communication with me carefully, or we're both in danger. Shock, then nothing. Tentatively, the woman responded. Are you one of them? No. Are you trapped? They're digging up the earth. Panic, fear, then the emptiness while the woman struggled for control. Ito, not want my baby to die. Can you help me? Us? Please help us. Another contraction seized her, took her into its grip. She's trying to contact someone. Margaret shrieked. Hurry. Mikhail. We need you. Raven sent the call hopelessly. What was she going to do? She was too far away to get help. The authorities, a rescue team. She needed someone, anyone, to help her figure a way to save the woman and her unborn child. I must surface, the woman said in despair. I cannot allow my baby to die. My lifemate will attempt to fight them off while I give birth. They will kill all of you. Try to hang on. Can you hold out for a half hour, an hour? We too have help after that. They will get to us first. I feel them above me, disturbing the earth. They have death in their minds. I'll try to buy you some more time. Who are you? The woman was calmer now, determined to stay in control now that an outside source was working with her. Raven took a breath, let it out. What was the most reassuring way to answer? Raven Whitney would hardly inspire confidence. I am Mikhail's woman. The woman's relief spilled over and Margaret shrieked again, whipping the men into a digging frenzy. Raven stepped out of the timberline, began a slow saunter boldly across the meadow, humming to herself as she walked. Harry spotted her first. She heard his curse, his whispered orders to the others. Jacob and Hans stopped work, Hans looking uneasily up at the sky. Raven waved to the group, flashing an innocent smile. Hi, everybody. What are you doing? Isn't it beautiful up here? She turned around in a circle, arms outstretched. The flowers are brilliant, aren't they?" she continued, gushing. She was very careful to keep a good distance between them. "I'm so mad I forgot my camera." The four assassins exchanged nervous, guilty looks. Margaret was the first to recover, sending Raven a serene, welcoming smile. "How lovely to see you, dear. You're a long way from the inn. I thought a hike and some fresh air would be good for me. Are you hiking too?" Raven didn't have to pretend to shiver as she ran her hands up and down her arms to warm herself. "It looks like we're in for another storm. I was just thinking of turning around when I spotted all of you." She turned her head toward the rambling stone house. "I would love to live this far out in the mountains, surrounded by nature." She looked directly at Hans, smiling guilelessly. "Your place is wonderful. You must love it up here." They all looked confused and guilty, as if they had no idea what to do. Jacob was the first to recover. He dropped his pickaxe and started purposefully toward her. Raven's breath caught in her throat. She was as indecisive as they were. She didn't dare run and give herself away, but she didn't want Jacob to get his hands on her either. Raven stepped back, allowing the smile to fade from her face. "Have I interrupted something?" At that moment, the woman trapped beneath the earth had another swelling contraction. It rippled through her body like a strong wave, and the woman's pain radiated out from her. Instantly, Margaret locked eyes with Raven. There was only one thing to do, and Raven did it. Gasping in horror, she ran forward toward the group. "Oh my God! There's someone trapped in a mineshaft and she's in labor." "Margaret, is that what's happening? Has someone gone for help?" In her headlong flight, she deliberately chose a path away from Jacob and toward the left, to the timberline side of the others. She stumbled to a halt on the edge of the digging site. The air was heavy, sluggish, almost difficult to breathe. She recognized a pale version of Mikhail's safeguards. The pregnant woman's life mate must have thrown up a barrier hastily in an attempt to slow the progress of the fanatics. "It will be all right," Margaret said calmly, as if she were talking to a child. "That thing down there is not human." Raven's head came up, blue eyes wide with shock. "Can't you feel her?" "Margaret, I told you I have certain abilities. I wouldn't make up something like this. There's a woman trapped down there, and she's having a baby. There are mines all through this area. She must have gotten trapped in one of them. I can feel her fear. She's not human." Margaret walked carefully around the site toward her. "I'm like you, Raven. We are sisters. I know how painful it was for you to hunt the serial killers you brought to justice, because I have done the same thing." Raven swallowed a lump of fear. Margaret sounded so sweet and refined, but she reeked of the sour smell of fanaticism. The faded eyes blazed diabolically with it. Raven's stomach heaved. Maybe she could reach shock. "Margaret, you must feel her pain, her fear." Raven's mouth was dry, her heart pounding. "You know who I am, what I'm capable of. I would never make a mistake in something like this." Hans went back to work with the shovel, muttering a warning to the others. The wind tugged at their clothing, raked at their bodies. The clouds darkened to an ominous charcoal, began to roil as the wind shrieked through them. Lightning arced from cloud to cloud and thunder rumbled in warning. "This is undead. A vampiress. She feeds off the blood of our children." Margaret crept closer to Raven. Raven shook her head, pressed her hands into her stomach. "You can't believe that, Margaret. Vampires are pure fiction. This woman trapped down there is very real. Vampires don't have babies. Come on, Jacob. You can't believe this nonsense. She's a vampire, Raven, and we're going to kill her." Jacob indicated the knapsack lying open with the sharpened stakes. His eyes were overbright with anticipation. He looked eager to do the task. She backpedaled. "You're all crazy. Please, help me. Call him." The desperate cry was edged with terror and pain. Raven reacted immediately. "Mikhail. Jock. Help us. The she-devil is calling to her," Margaret reported. "Please call Mikhail. He will come for you." The woman wailed. "Stop her," Margaret screamed. "The vampiress speaks to her, begs her to call for help." "Don't do it, Raven. She tricks you. Don't call Dubrinsky." Raven spun away from them, took off running, sending out a frantic call into the stormy air for Mikhail, for anyone. She made it into the trees before Jacob caught her, locking onto her legs just below the knees and slamming her hard into the ground. The fall knocked the wind out of her, her head spun, and for a moment she lay still, face down on the forest floor wondering what had happened. Jacob flipped her over roughly, straddling her, his boyish good looks twisted with lust and the urge for domination. She caught the sickening chemical odor of cocaine emanating from his pores. Mikhail. She sent the call like a prayer, knowing what Jacob had in mind, knowing she wasn't strong enough to stop him. The wind increased. Far off, a wolf howled and another answered. Farther away, a bear growled irritably. You think you're so damn smart, selling yourself to the highest bidder, so innocent and untouchable. Jacob gripped the front of her chambray shirt, jerked hard, and ripped the material right down to her small waist. Her full breast spilled out, instantly drawing his attention. Roughly, he grabbed her, bruising soft flesh. I'm sorry. The trapped woman's cry was edged with guilt. She had failed to guard her mental cries, had allowed Margaret Summers to hear her calls to Raven. Mikhail. Please. Raven's hopeless plea went out again. You must hear me. I need you. God, please help me. Help that poor woman. Jacob roared, slapped her once, twice. He's marked you. My God, you're one of them. His hand closed over her throat, threatening to cut off her air. He's impregnated you like the others. I knew it was him. He raised his hand above her and Raven caught the glint of shiny metal. Jacob stabbed down, his face a mask of fury and hate. Pain sliced low and wicked through her abdomen. Blood gushed warm. Jacob pulled the dripping knife from her flesh and raised it again.